Welcome to the Off-Label Podcast. It's your weekly dose of sanity in an insane world. You get lucky today because you actually get 2 episodes this week, which will actually change starting next week as well. But later on that, tomorrow, we'll talk more about that. However, ladies and gentlemen, today, there was a hearing on the weaponization of the federal government that pretty much turned into a whole hearing about the Trump trials. And the things that they say in that are incredibly insane. We're going to go ahead and hear this entire thing. And I'm going to be honest with you. This should end the trials against Trump altogether. All of it, done and over with, done, dusted. It's over. We'll get into to why I say that. But let's just go ahead and start the show, shall we?
Hey kid, don't ever let them get inside your head. They'll tell you what to do in life instead of everything you know that you could get. Don't let them guide your life towards regret. I'll fight for what I love with every breath. My past is filled with things I won't forget. I use them all to push me to my best. So treat the worst of times just like a test. If only I could go back in time, I'd tell myself that everything will end up alright. Just push yourself, test yourself, figure out what you like, and find your limits, don't be rigid, always work towards a prime. Surround yourself with open minds, people can change your life. A few friends with intent can help you feel alive. Find a passion, take some action, and with a little time, just be patient, make a statement, try to enjoy your life. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless.
Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, it is just me tonight. Davey is over with the Business Party Podcast. They're doing their thing. We got a lot to talk about as far as this show, all the other shows we've been doing and everything like that. We got some big announcements coming up. That will be tomorrow. However, before we get into this hearing, ladies and gentlemen, I've told everybody out there a lot, things like, what if I showed you evidence that the federal government was voting for itself? A lot of people have asked me, well, what do you mean by that? How about this? Let me see this. What you got? Of course, you can't share links over YouTube for the most part, so can't really do that. However, what I can do is I can show you right now. Before we get into that, or before we get into the hearing, I need to show you how I've come to the conclusion that the federal government is now voting for itself using your name as representation. Now, to do that, well, this little bit actually comes from Facts Matter with Roman, what's his name? Roman Balmakov or something like that. He had a little story where he told a bit of information about somebody that was arrested in 2022 for voter fraud in 2022, and what they said, or what was said in that, sounds incredibly familiar to what was being brought up in 2020 about mail-in ballots and everything like that. I'm just going to take it full screen for you. I'm just going to let him explain to you what happened in 2022 and why the man was arrested for voter fraud. And then I'll show you why it applies to 2020 and why it will apply in 2024. Let's go ahead and hit that up. Ladies and gentlemen, full screen this out. Let's go.
sh.com/Roman. Also throw the link down into the description box below. And so in short, these messengers were allegedly being paid by Mr. Calloway to essentially just be runners. they would be given these absentee ballot.
It may be wonky because I'm in a hotel, guys. I'm out of town right now, so my usual setup is not right. But I'll try and make this a little better for y'all, or maybe even get a little closer. How's this? Is this any better for y'all? I mean, I literally just had to set this up on the fly kind of situation the other day, and yeah. But yeah, let's go ahead and finish this out.
Applications right there in the parking lot. They would then take those applications inside to the county clerk's office. They would submit the applications, they would wait for them to be processed, and then once they were processed, these messengers would be handed real mail-in ballots. Now, in New Jersey, state law requires that a messenger must deliver the mail-in ballot that they receive from the clerk directly to the voter who actually requested that ballot. And then the messenger must certify that they delivered the ballot to the actual human voter. But according to the indictment, that's not what happened here. Instead, after these messengers received the mail-in ballots from the county clerk's office, they left that office and handed the ballots directly to either Mr. Calloway or to one of his subordinates right there in the parking lot. After which, the indictment claims that the following happened. Quote, many of the mail-in ballots collected by Calloway or his subordinates were ultimately cast in the names of people who have confirmed that they did not vote in the 2022 general election, either in person or by submitting a mail-in ballot, and that they did not authorize Calloway or his subordinates or anyone else to cast ballots for them. Many of these mail-in ballots were counted towards in the election, meaning that the allegation here was that Mr. Calloway and his associates were voting on behalf of people who did not authorize them to do so and or weren't even aware that this was happening. And the indictment has quite a few examples of voters who the feds interviewed and who told the investigators that they definitely did not vote in the 2022 election, even though technically they did. There's also surveillance footage from the county clerk's office, which, again, allegedly shows this all taking place. Now, as always, everyone here in America is innocent until proven guilty, and these are, after all, just the charges that Mr. Calloway was arrested on. He has yet to be found guilty of anything, and therefore, he should be presumed innocent until he has his day in court. Now, the specific charges against them, which is the procuring, casting, and tabulating of fraudulent ballots, carries a maximum penalty of 5 years in prison, as well as a $250,000 fine. And it is also worth noting that the charges here stem only from the November 2022 midterm election, not from any of the prior elections before that. And as of right now, Mr. Calloway has not issued any statements on this particular matter. At the moment, Mr. Calloway is free after he posted a $50,000 unsecured bond. Now, after his arrest, Mr. Michael Suleiman, who is the current chairman of the Atlantic County Democrat Party, he released a statement saying this in part, quote, it's no secret that candidates from both parties have hired Calloway in the past to help them win elections. Those who hired him cannot plead ignorance now. Everyone in Atlantic County knows exactly what Calloway's operation is and the blatant illegality of it all. He further added that he will be using this arrest as an impetus to lobby both the state legislature as well as the governor's office to pass new laws explicitly banning the practice of paying people to act as ballot messengers, which, for your reference, is currently not illegal in the state of New Jersey. Now, whether that lobbying effort will go anywhere is anyone's guess. In the meantime, Mr. Calloway will be having his trial later this year, and I'll bring you any updates as they're made available. Otherwise, in the meantime, if you would like to read the full indictment for yourself, which I would recommend, it's actually pretty interesting and includes a lot of details in terms of the investigation, I'll throw a link to the PDF version of it. You'll be able to find it down in the description box below. And then lastly.
All right. Wait a minute. Now, I'm going to go ahead and if you guys want to, you can go ahead and check out this entire thing. I will go ahead and throw it to everybody here. And of course, I got to put it in the Rumble chat for every single one of you. It's definitely worth going to check out because here's the thing. Okay. In this story, what he's saying is they would pay people like 50 to $100 to go around and have people sign empty ballots. They would take those empty ballots. They would take it to the person that got arrested. The person that got arrested would fill out that ballot with the signature of the person that had the empty ballot. And then they would pay another mule to go drop it in those mail-in drop boxes or those stuffing ballot boxes and things. The 2,000 mules situation in collaboration with a whole bunch of other things. Ladies and gentlemen, it is actually happening. It is true. This is what happened in 2020. You remember the pipe bursting. You remember all the stories we heard about people just hounding people for ballots and everything like that. This is what it is. I mean, this is it. Now, here's the thing. It's not illegal. It's not legal, but it's not illegal. There was no law saying that you cannot do this. It's a loophole. However, in 2020, it wasn't legal and it wasn't illegal, but now it's straight up legal. And I'll show you why I say that. Let's see. Share this tab instead. Here we go. Here is we will go with, gotta find my mouse again. There it is. I'm working with janky setup today, guys. I apologize. Really, really apologize. But there we go. Executive order on promoting access to voting. March 7th, 2021. This comes from Biden himself. I will give you this link for everybody out there as well. Let me go ahead and post it for you there. And of course, for the people on Rumble, it's definitely worth taking a look at that as well, because this is executive order right here. Says that the federal government can register people to vote, completely subverting the state's responsibilities and the state's power over their own elections to hold their elections the way they want to. The federal government, save for like 5, maybe 6 agencies, but every agency within the federal government now can actually register people to vote. Whether you know it or not, they can register you to vote. Sounds a little bit fucky, right? Yeah, we don't play nice on this channel for all you new people out there. However, it gets even worse. Now, we've all seen this website right here a few times. If you've been on this channel long enough, if you've known me long enough, we've all been on this website. We all know what this is. For those that don't, this is the Help America Vote verification transactions by state from the Social Security Administration office. What this is saying that all these people out here that are registering to vote, okay, well, we take your tally here. Hey, this state throughout this week saw this many number of people trying to register to vote. Whether they are registered or not, that's not their deal. But what they are showing is how many people have at least attempted to register to vote. Now, here's where it gets really, really screwy. Let's go back to the executive order for a second here. March 7th, 2021 was when this executive order took effect. Go back to here. March 7th of 2021. Well, let's start the week before that executive order, shall we? California? Out of all the people in California in 1 week, 1,886 new people tried to register to vote. Total transactions. Okay. Total non-matches, which means they're trying to register people to vote using the last 4 digits of the Social Security number and the name. That's all you need. Literally, that's it. That's all you need. Okay. So out of that 1,886 total transactions in California, total non-matches, which means the last 4 digits of that Social Security number and that name did not match at all. The total number of non-matches was 756. Out of that 1,800, 756 were not a match. You can't do anything with. It's literally just throwing names and numbers together to see if you get a hit, pretty much. Total matches were 1,130. Single match alive means there's only one match with that last 4 digits of the Social Security number and the last name. Single match alive, 159. I'm sorry, that was the wrong line. 1,110. I was about to say that's way off. Yeah, Single match alive in California, 1,110. Single match deceased means the last four digits matched, the name matched, and they're dead. 20 of them. In 1 week's time, 20 dead people tried to register to vote. Interesting, isn't it? But it gets worse, my friends. Illinois, 12,942 in 1 week. 1,035 were actual real matches. Or 1,035 were non-matches. 11,847 were single match alive. 60 dead. Now you see where it gets a little bit screwy. Yet, ladies and gentlemen, the magical state we need to look at here is Kansas. Damn near 40,000 transactions in 1 week's time. Out of that, 10,957 did not match at all. 25,303 single match alive. Are you going to sit there and tell me that in 1 week's time in Kansas and the week ending of March 6, 2021, 3,322 people registered to vote and died in that week? Or are you going to sit there and tell me that an algorithm is literally throwing names and numbers together trying to get a hit off something to see if they get a match? And if they get a match, like this 25,303, well, we can register you to vote per executive order that says the federal government can do it. Now, throughout this, we're not going to go through the whole entire thing, but throughout this, ladies and gentlemen, there are three states that stand out throughout this entire thing the most. That is Kansas during right around the time that executive order was going on. There's Missouri roughly around sometime in mid-2022 or something like that. And then for about 3 months, let's just say March 9th, 2024. Is it on this list or is this? Yep, that's an off. Okay, let's go to the next week on that one. That's an off week because Texas reports every 2 weeks. There it is. Texas. What week was this? March 16th, 2024. Week ending March 16th of 2024. Texas had 227,077 transactions in 2 weeks' time. 30,499 of those transactions did not match. 192,007 of those were single match alive. They're still living. But somehow, ladies and gentlemen, 4,571 people try to register to vote and flat out die that week or that 2 week period. No, I don't believe it. And I'll tell you why I don't believe it, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go to the brand new stuff. Week ending May 4th of 2021. Notice they still have yet to report again, huh? That's the last one, May 4th. April, January, February, March, April, May 4th. That was 10 days ago, 11 days ago, since it's the 15th now. They didn't actually report. Once this website got called out, they did not report a single thing for 5 straight weeks. 5 straight weeks. And then there was a huge data dump, just like in 2020. Oh, surprise. That's happening a lot now, isn't it? There was a huge data dump of 5 individual weeks. We're on the latest one. Ladies and gentlemen, Arizona, 33,074 registered. 5,000 of them were with no match. 27,952 were alive, and 3 were dead. Well, that 3 I can understand. I get it. But if we go down to Texas, wait, 3 or 4 months, every other week, Texas was registering 6-digit numbers. They were literally going through 500,000 people a week to try to register them to vote, to attempt to register them to vote. And you're telling me in a 2-week period now, the last time you reported, Texas only has 7,000? 5,494 of them, or no, 5,494 were the total match thing, right? Yeah, total non-matches. Yeah, that's the first one. 5,494 are total non-matches, which means you guessed it, 85% of all of them from coming from Texas didn't match. The last four digits of a social security number and the last name that was trying to register to vote did not match. 1,600 of them, single match alive, zero dead. Now, let me ask you something. How could you come across 5,500 people who get the last four digits of their social security number wrong or the last name wrong, that they do not match up? Or is it an algorithm throwing a whole bunch of names and numbers together, seeing what hits and seeing what doesn't? Gets a little strange when you actually look at something like, let's take Alabama for example. This is my state. 663 people tried to register to vote in 1 week's time. 54 of them don't know their name and social security number. Apparently, 460 were single match alive, which means, yeah, they do, and they're alive. 149 of those people that tried to register to vote in 1 week are dead. Now let's go back 1 week to April 27th, week ending April 27th. Alabama, 545 total transactions. Non-matches were 61. Little over 10%. Single match alive, 43. Dead people trying to register to vote, 71. About 15%. Close enough to 15%. Arizona, again, another week. 35,301 tried to register to vote. 7,385 did not match. 19 dead. This is looking algorithmic, ladies and gentlemen, because you look at the percentage of everything here. You look at the percentages. It's literally even numbers or multiples of 5, close enough to it. 10%, 20%, 15%. And it's constant. State by state, with these, you see these huge anomalies all over this place, state by state, week by week. Every time they report, it's constant, and the same percentage is wrong or right every time, every week, roughly, give or take a percentage or two, but it's still literally the same every week because the federal fucking government is registering you to vote. Now, let's take this a little further. Tinfoil hat time, ladies and gentlemen. What if the federal government is giving your information? They register you to vote, right? They give your information to somebody else. They have first-time new registered voters sign a piece of paper saying, hey, yeah, I'm trying to register to vote. Well, they give that paper to anybody. Let's say they give the paper to the illegal immigrants that are staying in Texas, right? So they gave that. The illegal immigrants sign your name with their signature, and now that becomes the official signature of the ballot. Let's say you go to try to vote, and even if you make it before that illegal tries to vote, your signature, your actual signature for your name, does not match the official signature that the illegal signed your name as. So therefore, your ballot, your real ballot, is thrown out because it doesn't match. And probably they look at you for, hey, voter fraud, because how are you trying to vote in this person's name when this person's already voted, or the signatures don't match up? We need to come and take a look at you. How do you prove you've never voted before? Now, it has been done. There are people out there who have done it, but it's incredibly difficult to do. Now, the reason why I bring that up and to tell you that the government is registering you to vote, they are voting for themselves using your name, your information, because you've never voted before. You show no interest in voting. So why would you even check to see if you've ever voted? It makes no sense. You'd be wasting your time, right? You know you've never voted. Well, let's take it to this. This is the 270 to win map. As it stands today, Democrats have 226 electoral votes. Republicans have 235 electoral votes. For brevity's sake, I want you to see something right now. Look how light Texas is. Look how light red that is. For brevity's sake, all of these gray that are too close to call or undecided at this point in time to lean either way, let's turn them red. Just for brevity's sake. Now you have Democrats 226 with Republicans 312. Well, what were the three states that I mentioned that saw a huge increase of people trying to vote? Well, that was Texas, that was Kansas, and that was Missouri. You let the federal government register people to vote. They hand it off to whoever, whatever, even the illegals. They sign it, even if they sign it just empty, like they did in 2022, and hand it into somebody else to fill out. That person fills out that ballot, sends it in, and it is an actual valid ballot because whoever signed that ballot signed the paperwork to get that ballot in your name. Now, what happens with all that? Well, you flip Texas blue. Not deep blue. It doesn't matter. Texas is you can literally take it with light blue. Now you got Democrats with 266, Republicans with 272. It's a lot closer now, isn't it? But it's not enough. So what happens if you take Kansas? Well, that changes the landscape of things, doesn't it? Democrat 272, Republican 266. Now, right now, as everything stands, things are not looking real good in certain places, especially Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania, by polling data, by polling average, the aggregate data is actually showing that Pennsylvania is slightly red at this point. People have had enough of Biden. They're done with the whole Democratic BS. They've had enough of Biden. So, let's just say Pennsylvania remains red. But it's still a little too close to call because 272, 3 votes, even North Dakota flipping. Or not, I'm sorry, not North Dakota, but New Mexico flipping would kill us. New Hampshire flipping would kill us. Maine, you could get 2 more in Maine and you'd win. So it's got to be a bigger lead. What happens when you turn Montana? Even light blue. Well, now it's a little bit of a bigger lead, 276 to 262. All right, you just skirt right on by, don't you? Okay. But yet the people of America would not believe the election either way, so it's got to be overwhelming. Landslide type situation, right? Or at least too far for anybody to be skeptical. Well, what happens if you take Montana and Kansas and turn them both light blue? Well, now you're looking at 282 to 256. Oh, that's a fucking blowout, is it not? The only way you can stop this, ladies and gentlemen, Pennsylvania stays light red and New York flips. You'd have to flip multiple other states to skirt on by. Let's be honest, it's not going to happen in Illinois. It's definitely not going to happen in Vermont, New Hampshire, Rhode Island, New Jersey, Delaware, Maryland, Virginia, maybe. It's definitely not going to happen in California, nor is it happening in Oregon, nor is it happening in Washington. Minnesota, you could have a toss-up. Before I lose this thought, does anybody remember that story from the Gateway Pundit where they said that not Maricopa County, Muskegon County Police found 150,000 illegal voter registrations in this little voter registration scheme or voter scheme that they had going on that they were actually looking into? 150,000 illegal voter registrations. and what was it, like 15, 20,000 illegal ballots that were filled out, that were discovered through this organization in Minnesota. Look it up. It's a thing. Gateway Pundit went through the entire thing for months on end. Uh-huh. But anyway, that was another little claim to the federal government registering you to vote for themselves in your name. That story's a big bombshell with that. But the only way you could stop this steal from happening in a legal way, because technically it is legal. The only thing illegal about that would be identity fraud. But do you think the federal government is going to go to prison for identity fraud? Nope. Suck it up. Too bad. All right. The only way you can stop that, New York, you turn light red. That is possible. New York City is pissed. New York City is pissed that their money is going to illegal immigrants. They can barely afford $2,000-$3,000 a month for rent for a 100 by 20-foot apartment. Literally, you have a bed, you have a shared toilet, you have a shared shower, you have a shared everything because you live in a fucking closet for $3,000 a month in New York City. While the illegals get the luxury hotel rooms, the illegals get the luxury apartments, the illegals get everything. They get funded off their tax dollars. New York is understanding. New York is pissed. New York is pissed about the crime. New York is pissed about everything. They have a chance. But I would not hold your breath on that, ladies and gentlemen. Because New York is a stronghold for Democrats. You think they're going to let that go? You got Nadler out there. You got Goldman out there. You got what's his name? Who else comes from there? AOC. You have Jamal Bowman. You have I don't think Debbie Wasserman Schultz comes from there, but you have a lot of people from New York within our federal government, and damn near every single one of them are Democrat. Damn near every single one of them. So I wouldn't hold your breath on New York turning, but Pennsylvania, that's a little iffy off situation as well. This is definitely something you're going to want to watch for. This Social Security Administration website is definitely something you want to come back for. Look at your state. Make sure that you are, if you have never registered to vote, go ahead, do it. Let's see if they tell you you're already registered to vote. Now, before you do that, you got to make sure with your state laws and everything, your state rules with it, to make sure that you're not automatically registered to vote when you get an ID or when you renew your ID or something like that. You got to make sure that's not tied into there, because there are states that do that, and there are 7 states that actually allow illegal immigrants to vote in their local elections, not federal but local, which does impact federal because your local elections is where the federal comes from. This is how you get people like AOC, and this is how you get people like Ilhan Omar, and this is how you get people like Rashida Tlaib, and this is how you get people like Shovelface. I'm sorry, Pramila Jayapal. I call her Shovelface. Anyway, this is how you get those people into office. This is how you get people that never get out of office like Nadler. This government is literally because the president of the United States found a loophole and then made that loophole a law. Now, he didn't find it. Let's be honest. He's just a retarded sack of shit. Anyway, but he made this legal. He made it legal with an executive action to say, hey, federal government can register you to vote, and they don't even have to tell you about it, ladies and gentlemen. Isn't democracy wonderful? Okay. So now that we heard that, now that we've gone through that, you all have that little spill. I'm sorry it took a long time, but there's a fair bit of information to disperse within that. Let's go ahead and get to this hearing right here. Now, this comes today. This is hearing on the weaponization of the federal government from the House Committee on the Judiciary. Okay. Yeah, I was all over the comments. I'm not even going to scroll down because there was a huge fight in there, and I pretty much just shreked every single person, purposely antagonized, insulted, and shreked them. Yes, but let me go ahead and pull it to a point because they always start like 20, 30 minutes late and everything. So we'll sit right here. And I want you to hear, first of all, the opening statement from Jordan. I'm going to play it without end. Opening statement from Jordan, the opening statement from Plaskett, and the opening statement from God, what was his name? Bob Costello. The opening statement from Bob Costello, and then the fight that happens right after that. Because I'm gonna tell you what, Plaskett, you thought your little 5-year-old running your house is just a hellion that just doesn't listen, does whatever they want, and just starts fights all the time and whines and cries about every little thing. Jesus Christ, how kids do that? Yeah, you think your kids are bad? Remember, this woman's graying and she's been in office since 2015, 2016, something like that. Just listen.
Subcommittee will come to order without objection. The chair is authorized to declare a recess at any time. We welcome everyone to today's hearing on lawfare. The chair now recognizes
What's going on,
the
Jennifer?
gentleman from Florida, Mr. Stubbe, to lead us.
How you doing, just Rhonda? CA human. Hopefully my mic is fixed. I'm going to let this roll without interruptions so you all hear it firsthand.
Chair now recognizes himself for an opening statement. Does anyone believe if President Trump wasn't running for president that he would be facing 4 criminal trials? Bonnie Willis announced her investigation in February of 2021, but didn't bring charges until 2.5 years later after President Trump announced he was running for president. Attorney General Garland named Jack Smith special counsel 3 days after President Trump announces that he's running for president. And Alvin Bragg said he could not see a world, quote, he could not see a world in which he would indict President Trump and call Michael Cohen as a prosecution witness. But that's exactly what he did after President Trump announces he's running for president. Alvin Bragg brings a case that the Department of Justice wouldn't, that the Federal Elections Commission wouldn't bring, that his predecessor, Cy Vance, wouldn't bring, and as Alvin Bragg himself said, he wouldn't bring, but then he did after President Trump announced he was running for president. Some might call this all election interference. Think about it. Mr. Bragg is charging President Trump with conspiracy to impact the 2016 election. Ms. Willis and Mr. Smith are charging President Trump with the conspiracy to interfere with the 2020 election. Seems to me the conspiracy is between Bragg, Smith, and Willis working to interfere with the 2024 race. Of course, none of this is new. 2016, government spied on President Trump's campaign. You don't have to take my word for it. You have to take this committee's word for it. John Durham said it. Clinton campaign paid the law firm Perkins Coie, who hired Fusion GPS, who hired Christopher Steele, a foreigner, who talked to other foreigners, who put together the fake dossier, which became the basis for the FBI to spy on President Trump's campaign. The basis for a whole investigation where we saw text messages back and forth from folks on the investigation saying, we'll stop Trump. Then, of course, it was the Mueller investigation. 19 lawyers, 41 FBI agents, $30 million to find nothing. No conspiracy, no coordination, none whatsoever. Then it was impeachment. Anonymous whistleblower, no firsthand knowledge, who was biased against President Trump, who worked for Joe Biden, talks about a phone call and they impeached the President of the United States. Then they raided his home. Broke every protocol, every normal procedure. Again, don't take our word for it. Stephen D'Antuono, FBI Assistant Director of the Washington Field Office, told us this in his deposition. Then, of course, they tried the 14th Amendment. We'll just keep him off the ballot. The easiest way to win is not to let your opponent play. That's what they tried to do. Thank goodness the Supreme Court said no to that. 9-0, they said no to that. And then, of course, after all that, after he's a candidate, as I said, we get all these cases. In Georgia, Fonnie Willis hires her boyfriend, who travels to D.C. on the taxpayer dime, meets with White House officials, January 6th committee, all in an effort to target President Trump. In New York, gag orders placed on President Trump by a partisan judge whose daughter is a Democrat fundraiser, while Michael Cohen, convicted perjurer, is allowed to post anything he wants on social media, say whatever he wants. Not to mention the guy who's the lead prosecutor for Alvin Bragg, Mr. Colangelo, who worked for Letitia James, then worked for the Justice Department, then went back to New York to work for Alvin Bragg. And in Florida, we learned that Jack Smith altered the order of the classified documents he seized. The physical documents don't match up with the scanned documents. Jack Smith didn't properly handle the documents he said President Trump didn't properly handle. Jack Smith mishandled classified information, all while charging President Trump with, quote, mishandling classified information. You can't make this up. Some would call that tampering with evidence. Today's hearing is about how the law is being used to target political opponents. It's truly about the weaponization of government, truly about what this committee has been focused on for this Congress. And obviously, President Trump is example number one. It's about the double standard, one set of rules for the politically connected, the other set for the people they want to target. But maybe most important, it's about where does all this go? Where does it all go? Because if they can do it to a president, they can do it to anybody. Any one of us, any of our constituents, any American they want to. And that's what's frightening. That's what's truly frightening. So I want to thank our witnesses for being here and talking about this most critical issue, how the government, how the agencies, how the law is being turned on people that they politically disagree with. With that, I yield to the gentlelady from the Virgin Islands for her opening statement, the ranking member, Ms. Plaskett.
Thank you very much. Good morning to everyone that is here with us. Thank you for joining. 2 weeks ago in the same room, we watched as the Republican majority attempted to use the congressional hearing process to intervene in an ongoing Supreme Court case. Republicans here did so by suggesting that they were concerned about how social media companies are bullied by the federal government. In truth, these arguments are operating in the interests of securing an open season where Russia and China can destabilize our democracy at will in the 2024 election. By my Republican counterparts causing people to bully social media companies, they want to allow any and all foreign adversaries to dump lies and misinformation on social media in support of a would-be fascist former president. And now you're back. Why are we back this time? We're here because former President Trump is on trial in New York. That's why we're here. On Monday and Tuesday of this week, his former attorney, Michael Cohen, delivered devastating testimony implicating former President Trump in a hush money payment scheme. His former attorney even had audio recordings of Trump talking about those payments. Whether we think the trial in New York is a good case or a bad case, the truth remains that the facts in the case don't help Donald Trump. We're here because Donald Trump knows that the evidence against him is plentiful and that the testimony of his literal, as my teenage daughter says, literal partner in crime in this case is harmful to his criminal defense and his political prospects. It's not that complicated. The truth hurts. And here's one. We all know that the former president exacts loyalty from all of his followers, and especially GOP officials and those that work for him. Blind loyalty. And this case is no different. Many of them have hightailed it to New York City to show him that they are with him and standing with Donald Trump. Trump, in turn, demands that every Republican official serve him like the incorrigible, degenerate, spoiled brat that he is, and use their positions to aid his criminal defense.
You have
And
no
even
idea,
after the
Jennifer.
embarrassment of recent hearings today, Donald Trump and his cronies don't think that the chairman is doing enough. We're here today simply because Donald Trump's sycophants have been taunting the members of this committee on the GOP side and Judiciary Republicans for not doing anything tangible to defend Trump against our judicial system. Lackeys like Natalie Winters, a Trump loyalist and an executive producer for Steve Bannon's show, have been mocking Chairman Jordan's leadership of the committee openly. As you can see up there, when the House Judiciary tweeted, "Imagine actually believing Michael Cohen," she retweeted and said, "Imagine actually believing at Judiciary GOP will do anything about it." Just as one example, on Monday, she put that tweet up, and then Fox's Maria Bartiromo and Steve Bannon himself have gotten into the act. And here they are.
Why aren't you being louder about this? Why aren't I hearing anything from this committee? I had to just ask you about it, okay? Just let me be clear. Viewers are sick and tired of hearings. They're sick and tired of letters. They're sick and tired of hearing complaints. They want action. President Trump is in a trial all day long, every day in New York City. Where is this committee?
Right.
Weaponization, and what are you doing about it? I just spoke with Kevin Hassett, the former chairman of the White House Economics Council, and he said, make no mistake, if we see President Trump go to jail because he violated this gag order, markets will react. Okay, Congressman, we're losing the country. So with all due respect, I'm not blaming you specifically, but it's not enough to set up a committee that's called the weaponization of federal government. That's not doing it for anybody. We want to hear more from you. We want to hear action. We want to know what the heck is going on in this New York trial where
Sorry, didn't mean to hit the
come up
pause.
with a crime.
Well, I'll tell you what I'm specifically doing.
Okay.
Of course, I serve on the-
No, I don't need to hear a backbencher. I'm sure you're a good guy, and I'm sure you're trying to do a lot, but it's not, as Maria Bartiromo says, and man, she lit him up.
We all heard her. It's not enough to set up a committee just called the weaponization of the federal government. That's not doing it. We want action. And that's why we're here today. We're here at the beck and call of Trump fanatics and talking heads on cable and internet talk shows in the MAGA world who, like Bartiromo and Bannon, have goaded this committee to act. Because the purpose of
Didn't the
this
117th
select
Congress
committee
do the same for
is
Trump?
in fact to be an arm of the Trump campaign and take his orders. And yes, we know your mad things are not going your way. Republicans are upset because the Justice Department has determined that it must prosecute Donald Trump because the allegations against President Biden amount to nothing, both at the Justice Department and even in this chamber in the House, by the very committees Republicans created to investigate President Biden. This committee and Republicans are mad because Robert Hur, himself a Republican political appointee, fully and completely exonerated President Biden while specifically outlining a Republican appointee, outlining the reasons that Donald Trump deserved to be prosecuted and President Biden does not. They're mad because he had the gumption, I'll use that word, to tell the truth as to what facts have been shown Trump to have. The committee wants to allege the fact that Donald Trump repeatedly, and this was a discussion just in the opening statement, talking about Jack Smith and what he did with classified information. But
Sorry, I fucked that up again.
that Trump didn't just mishandle classified information. He hid classified information and legally pertinent documents from the FBI and other law enforcement. Donald Trump ordered his aides to destroy documents and then repeatedly lied about doing so. Donald Trump even tricked his own lawyers into making false statements on his behalf, potentially implicating those lawyers in his criminal schemes. That's why Donald Trump is currently facing 40 charges in a federal court in Florida for knowingly mishandling, withholding, hiding, lying, destroying classified documents in a way that put our national security at severe risk. That's why he's facing 34 charges in New York State Court for falsifying business records and making hush money payments to catch and kill information that would be harmful to his reputation and his presidential campaign. That's why he's charged with 4 felony counts, including conspiracy to defraud the United States and conspiracy to obstruct an official proceeding for attempting to overturn the 2020 election. And that's why, despite the machinations
not
and
insurrection.
attempted character assassination of a prosecutor in Georgia, that he's charged with 10 counts for attempting to intimidate election officials while trying to force them to accept a slate of false electors, again, part of his efforts to overturn an election. Trump is charged in these cases because there is sufficient evidence to reasonably believe that he committed almost 100 serious crimes. In this country, no one should be above the law. So just for a little legal lesson, I strongly suspect the defendant may be watching, or his minions, or others. No, Donald, even a president can't shoot someone on Fifth Avenue in broad daylight and get away with it. That's not going to happen. To my Republican counterparts in the majority, you claim that you want to fight a weaponized executive branch. You do
Trump
so
can't
by
get away
calling
with
in
it, but illegals
far-right
can, huh?
witnesses to spew conspiracies about a deep state, or by calling witnesses who have testified under oath that they literally are missing parts of their brain, and another who self-identified as a time traveler from Canada. That, my friends, is the Select Subcommittee on the Weaponization of the Federal Government. To be the part
Oh my God, I was muted the entire damn time. I can't hear myself back here on this one, and it bothers me. Like I was saying while I was muted, I apologize. I totally apologize about that. I had the mic muted, and yeah. But what I was saying with this is what she was talking about is RFK because of the brainworms thing. There was a whistleblower that was arrested because they said he was a Chinese spy. That was the one that was some kind of time traveler. Let's not forget that there was a so-called Russian spy as well. That was one of the whistleblowers. Alexander, I think it was Smirnov, was arrested for being a Russian spy. Not to mention the fact that Biden tried to arrest, what's his name? Hunter Biden's business partner. Oh God, what? I don't know how it's blacking out of my head right now. But yeah, Hunter Biden's business partner, Devin Archer. That's it. They tried to arrest Devin Archer before he testified before Congress. They've arrested 2 other whistleblowers because they're Chinese spies and Russian spies. We have IRS whistleblowers that have spoken up, corroborated by ex-FBI whistleblowers that have spoken up. We've got documents, we've got bank records, we've got everything. Check stubs, actual fucking check stubs. We have everything on this motherfucker. You'd be sent to prison for the rest of your life, but somehow Biden is immune from it, apparently. But yet Trump's not immune for anything he did as president of the United States. This is the country we voted for because we all fell asleep and we all did not pay attention. Doesn't matter who you voted for now. Doesn't matter. The government has taken away your voting privileges. Like it's always been said, it is an illusion. And now we have proof of that. Let's continue. Sorry, I didn't mean to have my mic muted when I went on that rant before.
Party of law enforcement and be led by a man currently facing 100 serious charges. We fail to understand that we are playing white knights for the most radical fringes of our society, while making frequent references to Big Brother, no less. They themselves are growing embodiment of George Orwell's 1984. Now, I know I've said it before, and if people don't know, I've been a Republican. I was a Republican appointee when some of my counterparts were still in high school. I served a Republican president. But this is not the Republican Party. This is a cult of personality where Donald Trump exercises totalitarian control. This is a subcommittee that intimidates witnesses who disagree with them, questioning Americans' loyalty to their country if they don't support Donald Trump's agenda. This subcommittee is using its platform to bully American people into believing falsehoods. Falsehoods which serve little purpose other than to scare everyday Americans, spread confusion, and attempt to re-elect Donald Trump. It's a subcommittee that is taking orders from a disgraced former president. I see members rolling their eyes, they're all upset. You don't believe me? Think I'm making up that Trump directs the actions of this select committee? You think that everyone is not jumping through hoops to please Donald Trump? Follow the facts. Who was among the select few Donald Trump called on January 6th while encouraging thousands of rioters to overtake the Capitol and steal the election? Individuals from this select committee. Members here have refused to answer a subpoena related to that call from Trump and the attack on the Capitol. Members of Congress said at rally after rally, I'm busting my tail to get Donald Trump reelected. We need to make sure Donald Trump wins. It's so important that we stay engaged and help Donald Trump get back the White House. That's what members of this committee have said. And it's our duty to call out bias and hidden agendas of the committee. It's a sham, solely designed to serve, as like we have said before, as the legislative arm of Donald Trump's re-election campaign. That's what this select committee is. This select committee's efforts are transparent. And you know what else? They're expensive. Last hearing, we talked about the $20 million this committee has spent already on this witch hunt. And they still have nothing to show for it, which explains why we're frantically calling last-minute hearings over and over again to distract from Trump's criminal trials. Just throwing things at the wall and seeing what sticks. Anything to try to keep Donald Trump happy. What a strategy, and what an expensive failure. I've tried to use this committee for the good of Americans. I've talked to the chairman and to others about examining moments in our nation's history when the powers of the federal government have been abused. We have seen reports that the IRS has a real problem of racial bias in its audits. A year ago, the IRS admitted that Black taxpayers are audited at disproportionately higher rates than other racial groups. Are we talking about that weaponization? Is there a discussion about that or any other hearing beyond defending Donald Trump and his election? No. I applaud the DOJ for not giving into political pressure and following the facts where they lead. No one is above the law, no matter how hard this committee tries to make it otherwise. Thank you, and I yield back.
All other opening statements will be included in the record. We will now introduce today's witnesses. Mr. Robert Costello is partner at David Hoff, Hutcher, and Citron. He was previously a partner at Levy, Tolman, and Costello and served as the deputy chief of the criminal division in the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of New York. Mr. James Trusty is a member of the IFRA Law. He previously served as a prosecutor for 27 years. Including as the chief of the organized crime section at the Department of Justice and as an assistant U.S. attorney. Mr. Gene Hamilton is the executive director, executive vice president, general counsel at the American First Legal Foundation. He previously served as counselor to the U.S. Attorney General, senior counselor to the Secretary of Homeland Security, and as a Senate aide. Ms. Jill Wine-Banks is an attorney and MSNBC legal analyst. She previously served as a federal prosecutor in the Illinois Attorney General's office and as a general counsel of the United States Army under President Carter. We welcome our witnesses and thank them for appearing today. We'll begin by swearing you in. Would you please rise and raise your right hand?
God.
Do you swear or affirm under penalty?
Yeah, I'm just going to leave it unmuted. I apologize.
True and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief. So help you God.
Jesus Christ. I went on a rant about Christine Fang and Eric Swalwell. And I had it muted on StreamYard. It was lit up on my mic, but I had it muted on. I'm an asshole. Look. Let's do that. Let's do that so I can actually see what's really happening. But yeah, I can't even hear myself or anything. But yeah, I went on a rant. But basically, what I was saying was Eric Swalwell fucked the Chinese spy. That Chinese spy was Christine Fang. She was actually fucking two governors, two Democratic governors, a Democratic mayor, and two unnamed Midwestern mayors back in 2011 to 2015. This mic is about to fall on my head. Janky setup. I get you. Yes, I'm coming back home next week, whatever. But anyway, yeah, it's found out. You know what? I have an idea. It's found out that she's a Chinese spy. Okay. I don't even have to do that. Now, that Chinese spy gets noticed, the federal government, which, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, the Speaker of the House was Nancy Pelosi. Nancy Pelosi was notified that Christine Fang is a Chinese spy. Somehow, Christine Fang gets on a commercial flight and goes back to China on a commercial flight under the name Christine Fang. This is after 9/11. How did a Chinese spy subvert and go past the federal government to get on a commercial flight back to China 2 days after she's found out to be a Chinese spy? I'm just going to hold the mic in my hand. Now, oh, this is going to be awkward. I'll finish this and then fix all this. I apologize. It's so janky in here right now. But anyway, this is bad. Now, she goes back in 2016 on a commercial flight under the name Christine Fang, knowing that the government knows she's a Chinese spy. She goes back 2019. Swalwell runs for president, gets smashed with the whole story. It doesn't really hit mainstream until about 2020, 2021. If anybody does not remember 2021, there was a story about a plane, a commercial flight that went down in China. I mean, it just like literally just cruising along and just plummeted, picked back up for a second, plummeted again. 123 people aboard, including the crew, all of them dead. Now, the only one, you only heard about it in the news for like 2 or 3 days and then they stopped. The only person, Breitbart even brought it up. Our Breitbart went through it all. It's all right there. The only person that was ever reported to be from the manifest of who's on board was Christine Fang. Body still has yet to be found. Enjoy that bit of information. Now I'm going to fix this mic thing because I'm just going to hold it.
God. Let the record reflect that the witnesses have answered in the affirmative. You can be seated. Thank you. Please know that your written testimony will be entered into the record in its entirety, and accordingly, we ask you to summarize your testimony as best you can, and we will just move right down the list. We will start, or right in the line, I should say, we will start with Mr. Costello. And make sure you hit your mic and turn your mic on and pull it real close. No, hit the button there. It should hit the button. See the button there in front? Yeah.
Okay.
There you go.
Thank you. My name is Bob Costello. I've been an attorney for 51 years, and I'm the former assistant U.S. attorney in the Southern District of New York, where I was deputy chief of the criminal division. I am not now, nor have I ever been, an attorney for Donald Trump, any of his family members, or any of his businesses. I've represented quite a number of high-profile individuals, but never Donald Trump. During the period April 2018 to July 2018, I represented Michael Cohen. Today, I can talk to you about what Michael Cohen told my law partner and me, because Michael Cohen waived the attorney-client privilege at the request of the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of New York. The reason was Michael Cohen had pled guilty to 8 felony counts in the Southern District and was seeking to lessen his sentence. And he thought he could be clever by going into the U.S. Attorney's Office and lying about cooperation. Michael Cohen went to the U.S. Attorney's Office and accused Rudy Giuliani and myself of conspiring to obstruct justice by tampering with a witness, namely Michael Cohen. The story, which they were floating at the time and his lawyers put out in the various newspapers, was that
All
we
right.
had
We're good now.
dangled a pardon under Michael Cohen's nose in order to keep him quiet so that he wouldn't testify against Donald Trump. When I received the call from the U.S. Attorney's Office saying, Bob, we'd like to talk to you about your representation of Michael Cohen, I said to them, can I presume that you guys are sitting
I'm
there
almost
with a
40.
copy of the waiver of the attorney-client privilege? And they said, you presume correctly. I told them to scan it over to me, and once I received it, I'd be delighted to talk to them. And I did. I went down to 1 St. Andrews Plaza with a lawyer who had been the chief of the criminal division when I was deputy chief, Tom Fitzpatrick. And on the way into the office, he said to me, Bob, aren't you nervous? I said, what for? I'm going to tell the truth, and I have documentary evidence that corroborates me 6 ways from Sunday. I said, there's nothing to be nervous about. And in fact, I said, I'll bet you $10 I'll have these people laughing within 15 minutes. I won the bet. I went up and I sat with 2 assistant U.S. attorneys, Tom McKay and Nick Rose, as well as 2 FBI agents whose names, unfortunately, I don't remember. We had a grand old time. I explained our entire history with Michael Cohen through emails and text messages. I explained the many, many lies that Michael Cohen told us. Most especially, I told them that when we first met Michael Cohen in April of 2018, keeping in mind now that I read Michael Cohen's testimony from yesterday's trial in New York on the way down on the train, and virtually every statement he made about me was another lie, a lie that can be proven not just by me denying it, but by myself, Jeff Citron, or Rudy Giuliani, or emails or text messages. Virtually every statement that he made. What he tries to do is he picks out, cherry picks, certain emails or text messages and tries to make them look like something else. The story he told yesterday was that Rudy Giuliani and I were somehow conspiring to try and keep him quiet, to try and keep him from flipping. That's the term we use in the trade for cooperating. That's ridiculous. The first day that we met with Michael Cohen at the Regency Hotel, at his request, and there's email correspondence that show this, we went up there. I had never met Michael Cohen before. I didn't have any idea who he was or what sort of problem he was in. I saw this guy in a conference room at the Regency Hotel marching back and forth like a tiger in a cage. He was absolutely manic. He looked like he hadn't slept in 4 or 5 days. And he kept on, he knew my partner, Jeff Citron, for 10 years. I didn't know the guy. He kept on pounding on the table throughout his speeches that day. Guys, I want you to know, I will do whatever the F I have to do. I will never spend 1 day in jail. He had to say that at least 10 times, maybe 20. It was his constant litany as he walked back and forth. So I said, Michael, sit down. We need to discuss what's going on here. He told us about the raid, that his offices had been raided, his home had been raided. And he said, I didn't do anything wrong, guys. I don't know what they're looking for. And I said, Michael, the people in the Southern District of New York are very smart people. They got a search warrant for a lawyer's office. You can't do that just by going to the U.S. attorney. You need to go to Maine Justice and get approval from Maine Justice. You need to show them that you have proof that a crime has been committed and that the evidence of that crime is going to exist at the site to be examined. I said, so Michael, these people think that you did something wrong. What is it? I said, this is protected by attorney-client privilege, and it was until he waived the attorney-client privilege. I swear to God, Bob, I didn't do anything wrong. In fact, I'm cooperating with the special counsel. I'm cooperating with Congress. Of course, he forgot to tell us that he lied to Congress, but that was part and parcel of the way Michael Cohen is. So I sat him down and I said, look, Michael, clearly here, you're not the target. Nobody's ever heard of Michael Cohen, but you are the lawyer for President Trump, and clearly that's their target. And let me explain to you how things work. When they get a search warrant, they're looking to gather evidence. They already have evidence against you for something, but you haven't told us what it is. And they are going to roll over you. You're just a bump in the road. Their target is Donald Trump. So I want you to think carefully now. And by the way, up to this point, he had told us when he introduced himself to us that 2 nights before, he was on the roof of the hotel, of the Regency Hotel, seriously considering jumping off, committing suicide, because he couldn't handle the pressure of the legal problems that he saw coming his way. And what he wanted to find out from us that day was his escape route. That's what he called it. guys, you have to tell me what my escape route is. What can I do to get out of this? And I did. My obligation as a lawyer at that point in time was to explain to him what his options were. Clearly, one of his options was to cooperate. And I said to him, I said, Michael, the way this works is if you have truthful information about Donald Trump, that's clearly what they're looking for, I can have all your legal problems solved by the end of the week. His response, I swear to God, Bob, I don't have anything on Donald Trump. I said, Michael, I want you to think carefully about this. I probably came back to this subject 10 or 20 times during the 2-hour period. Every time I brought it up, every time he answered, I swear to God, Bob, I don't have anything on Donald Trump. I said, Michael, whatever you have has to be truthful. If you think you can go in there and tell these people lies, you're crazy. It's going to backfire on you. You can't do that. So do you have anything on Donald Trump? Probably the 5th or the 6th time I got around to doing that, he said, well, I know that money is missing from the Trump inaugural ball. I said, is Donald Trump involved in that? No. Does Donald Trump know anything about that? No. I said, Michael, that's useless. You're not going anywhere with that. You asked me for your escape route. I'm telling you your escape route. All you have to do is be truthful if you have some real evidence on Donald Trump. His litany was the same all the time. I don't have anything on Donald Trump. This is exactly the opposite to what I saw him say on TV. He was telling the grand jury in Manhattan and the district attorney's office. He said, I went in there, I believe, if my memory is correct, 20 times, including 2 appearances in the grand jury, 18 times preparation sessions with the DA's office. I was sitting at home listening to this, and I said, that's nonsense. That's not what he told Jeff Citron and myself. And I decided at that point in time, I've got to make it known to both the defense and the prosecution what the real story is, who this guy really is. So I provided all this material to Donald Trump's lawyers, and I provided it to the Manhattan DA's office. And I asked for a meeting with District Attorney Bragg because I wanted to go in there, let him look me in the eye, and let me explain all of the stuff that we had on Michael Cohen that showed that he's an inveterate liar. The guy can't be trusted. Bragg turned me down. But what he did say was, I'll let you have a meeting with the assistant district attorneys. Now, when the
Mr.
Trump
Costello,
people,
we need you just to
I'm sorry, when the Trump people
finish up quickly.
heard about all of this, they insisted, as was their right under the law, that the DA put me before the grand jury.
Right.
So that I was scheduled for a Monday. On the Friday before, I gave the DA's office the courtesy of a Zoom conference for about an hour and a half. 8 assistant district attorneys and me on the other end. I explained, they didn't really ask me any questions. They just said, what do you want to say? Nice warm greeting for somebody who's trying to show them the right path quietly and privately so that they could correct their error before they made it. Here's what happened.
We'll stop there, Mr. Costello. We'll get back to you during the questions. Okay.
Did I run out of my time already?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, a little bit. That's
So
fine.
I had 8 minutes. This says I have 138 to go, or is it 138 over?
138 over.
I'm sorry.
That's fine. That's fine.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, point of order.
Yeah.
Will the witnesses all be given 7, 8 minutes? What is that?
Yeah.
It's usually 5, so
Yeah.
we didn't know that in advance to be able
We're
to.
going to give them a
tell
little
our
extra time.
witness.
I gave you 14.
But she didn't have time to prepare 8 minutes of testimony,
Well,
opening statement.
She's a smart lawyer. She can probably ad lib for a few minutes if she'd
Well,
like, but that's
We'd like
totally
it
up to
to
her.
be something more than ad lib, as we just heard.
We
or
listened to
testifying.
you talk for 14 minutes and
That's
and
called
Ladies and gentlemen, now in every committee hearing they go through the rules. Apparently, Plaskett did not hear the rule change about the 5 minutes to 8 minutes for this hearing. Even though for every single one of these hearings, they go through proceedings for bringing this all up. They go through conversation. They go through talks about the thing. And why didn't she know it was changed to 5 to 8 for this hearing? Oh, wait. Because she didn't do her job. And now she's going to complain about her being inconvenienced and their witness not having 8 minutes of opening statement because she didn't do her job.
called an
14
opening
seconds.
statement. I'm allowed
know,
to
and I-
talk as long as I
and
want.
I was fine. I let you go 14 minutes and 14
You
seconds.
have to let me go for 14 minutes.
That's
if that's
exactly
what
right.
I want to do.
Exactly.
but
That's right. Mr.
you could
Trustee,
let
you
us
are
have-
recognized for your opening
the
statement.
courtesy of advance notice would have been helpful.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Jim Trusty. I've been an attorney for 35 years. I spent my first 20
Courtesy
as
of
a local
advance
and
notice.
federal prosecutor in
She
Maryland.
had that
And
notice.
in both roles, I was fortunate enough to be involved in some fairly complex or weighty prosecutions. It starts with the usual misdemeanors and routine felonies, but I was able to do a no-body child murder case, as well as numerous RICO cases against MS-13, and I personally led 3 different death penalty prosecutions as a federal prosecutor. In 2011, I moved over to DC against my better judgment, maybe, but I came over to the department to work at Maine Justice with some other folks that I knew from Maryland, and became the chief of the organized crime and gang section, which was a fascinating job that I enjoyed for about 6.5 years. I was able to manage a group of prosecutors that handled international, national, and regional organized crime cases against everything from MS-13 to Barrio Azteca, the mafia, and international white-collar conspiracies. And I was also, during this time, a senior member of the Attorney General's Death Penalty Review Committee, helping the Attorney General decide whether to pursue the death penalty against folks like the Boston Marathon bomber and the Charleston church shooter, among other numerous lower profile cases. If my memory serves, I served under 7 different attorney generals. And in 2017, I left for IFRA Law, a boutique litigation shop, where I've represented everything from international gaming institutions to white collar executives to human trafficking victims. And in 2022, for about a 1-year period, President Donald J. Trump. On August 8th of 2022, I became deeply involved in the Mar-a-Lago case involving President Trump, and I've given significant detail in the written statement, which I can't even begin to fully broach in a summary, but I'll try to hit some highlights. I wrote that statement. I took the time to write that statement because I think it's important for you and for the American people to have specific evidence, to have details to support the conclusion that the Department of Justice is acting in a weaponized fashion when it comes to a candidate for the presidency of the United States, that this is, in fact, lawfare in its rawest form. The Mar-a-Lago case is plagued with singular moments where prosecutors took incredibly aggressive and, I would say, prejudicial steps, the likes of which I had never seen in 35 years of practice on both sides of the aisle. The politicization actually began with the National Archives and Records Administration, whose director ended up making a historic and first-time criminal referral based on his stated concern, his overstated concern, that he had received documents from President Trump that were in fact marked classified within 15 boxes given to him in January of 2022. The reality is every modern day president has also turned over boxes or groups of materials that included documents marked classified. But in this case, NARA acted alarmed, and recent litigation in the Southern District of Florida has suggested that in fact the White House helped spur this referral on to the Department of Justice. Once in the hands of the Department of Justice, the lead prosecutor reportedly, according to the Washington Post, fought with the FBI to immediately jump to the perch of doing a criminal search warrant at Mar-a-Lago. He was talked out of that apparently in a heated conversation and still relied on a criminal enforcement tool, which was a grand jury subpoena, to begin this process of gathering documents by force and by use of criminal sanction. For brevity's sake, I'm just going to highlight 3 examples of what I think are singular treatment of President Trump that I document in my written submission. The first is the abusive process in grand jury. And again, grand jury is usually fairly opaque to the defense side. We don't see everything that happens there, but we had some glimpses of the behavior, of the threats, of the conduct of prosecutors. And the one I would highlight today was the presentation of Tim Parlatore, a former Trump lawyer as well, friend of mine, who went into grand jury and was asked by the Department of Justice attorney, I think 48 times, I might be off by 2 or 3, but 48 times he was asked questions that clearly led to an invocation of attorney-client privilege. Those questions are unethical on their face. A prosecutor should not be in front of a grand jury purposefully eliciting a known privilege, but they were comfortable with this in this setting in Washington, D.C. that we were in. And after 48 times, including Mr. Parlatore telling the prosecutor at times, what you're doing is unethical, you need to stop, she said, well, if your client is so cooperative, why won't he just waive his privilege? Now, that's kind of a nice political point or a layman's point, but for lawyers and for people that worked in the Department of Justice, they know that is flat out unethical. That the idea that you would try to draw a negative inference from a legitimate invocation of counsel is an outrageous moment. And that's just one that we had visibility into. Secondly, I would point to Jack Smith's near obsession with having a, quote, speedy trial in the January 6th case. You know, the speedy trial right is derived historically from a defendant who is incarcerated, who has the Pyrrhic victory of going to trial a year or two later and being acquitted. And the question, of course, becomes, well, what do I do with that free time I just served for a year or two? That's why we have a constitutional and a statutory speedy trial right. And it is invoked by defendants or waived by defendants every day in federal court. What you don't see every day in federal court is a federal prosecutor for a non-incarcerated defendant insisting on having a speedy trial, when the Department of Justice, in fact, has its own guidelines to avoid charging decisions and trials on the eve of elections. Instead, we had Jack Smith pushing with all his might, pushing the Supreme Court to expedite a hearing that was still in front of the DC Court of Appeals, and only angrily losing that battle, apparently, when the Supreme Court took up the question of immunity. The third thing that I would point out from my summary is something that came from a respected lawyer in Washington, D.C., who represented Walt Nauta, who I think the Department of Justice
That's
viewed as
Ian
kind of the kings of
Crossland?
the kingdom in their investigation into President Trump, a person that they were intent on flipping at all costs and eventually charged. And this lawyer was the subject of an extortionate ploy. I have no other way to phrase it than that. He was brought in very early into his representation to the Department
Oh, you're
of
talking about
Justice,
the bald
where he
attorney.
met with
I don't
Jay
know either.
Bratt and about 5 or 6 other prosecutors in the room. Mr. Bratt had a folder open that appeared to be information not about Mr. Nauta, but about Mr. Woodward, the lawyer. And he looked at this, according to Mr. Woodward, and said, I see that you have a pending application for judgeship with President Biden. I don't take you to be a Trump lawyer. I would hate to see you blow it. You need to flip Walt Nauta against President Trump. That sequence of events, which has not been fully investigated to my knowledge or fully litigated, but has been presented and has been publicized, is a devastating indictment of the willingness of a Department of Justice attorney with others around him to engage in essentially extortion or bribery or whatever you want to call it, or obstruction. The enforcers of obstruction, in fact, were willing to obstruct justice because of an ends justify the means mentality. So that brings me to just talk for a couple of minutes about what I think the cost of lawfare is and really why I'm here. Which is not for any sort of personal gain or political moment for me. Lawfare, and in its form with the Department of Justice in criminal cases, is an effort to manipulate law as a way of targeting an individual who's despised by the user. Justice and the concept of rule of law rely on honest cops and principled prosecutors to follow evidence and to make impartial determinations as to accountability. It is evidence-driven, not animus-driven. And that's why I'm here.
Thank you, Mr. Trustee. Appreciate that. Mr. Hamilton, you're recognized.
Thank you. Chairman Jordan, Ranking Member Plaskett.
I know who
distinguished
you're
members of
talking
the
about, but I
subcommittee,
don't know his
thank you
name.
for inviting me to testify on this important matter. The American people and American society have flourished for nearly 250 years, not because of some accident, but because of the grace of God and the brilliance of our founding fathers, who created a system uniquely designed to foster the ideal conditions for individual liberty, human success, and societal flourishing. But the system was always predicated upon the continued existence of a just and moral society, where action in the pursuit of justice and morality would counteract the worst of human ambition. It was also predicated upon the continued existence of a federal government strong enough to do what the governed had consented to in the Constitution, but not so omnipotent as to be able to undermine the liberties of the individuals and the states. It was also predicated upon a recognition that the concentration of power in the hands of a few was a recipe for tyranny. And of course, the mere existence of words on paper alone does not guarantee any individual's rights. Rather, it has been action taken by principled people that fulfills those guarantees and secures those individual liberties. Put differently, in America, Thanks to the wisdom and foresight of our founding fathers, our Davids have always had a chance against our Goliaths. But sadly, we live in unprecedented times where the concentration of power in the federal government, particularly in the executive branch under President Biden's leadership, has served as the fulcrum through which other powers in society oppress the individual and undermine the foundation upon which our national success resides. The Biden administration, and most notably the Department of Justice, appears to have embarked on a journey of political persecution of those with whom it disagrees, with the end result being the total social, economic, and political domination of the populace. And beyond its attempts to silence and imprison its political opposition, the Biden administration has engaged in an obsessive compulsive campaign of division and spoliation of the public fisc based on the immutable characteristics of American citizens. Its efforts are incessant and relentless. We live in a time in which any attempt even to describe the current state of affairs gets labeled as disinformation, misinformation, malinformation, and worthy of censorship. Or worse, content worthy of subjecting an individual to criminal prosecution. Memes are prosecuted. Business leaders are subjected to intrusive investigation solely because of their outspoken views. Actual peaceful protesters are imprisoned. And all the while, violent and repeat criminals run free in major cities across the United States. In this new and unprecedented world, everyone, including a former president of the United States, is threatened by the federal Leviathan and private elites who seek total domination and control over every aspect of human life. The political persecution of President Trump by the Biden administration is unlawful, unprecedented, and un-American. These prosecutions must end. But make no mistake, the American people must understand the intended impact of the administration's conspiracy extends far beyond any personal consequence to President Trump. Instead, the intended result is to chill dissent, silence speech, and convince the American people that the weight of the federal government can be forcefully weaponized against anyone who stands in the way. President Trump is in the administration's crosshairs to discourage anyone, now or in the future, from challenging the administration's agenda. The Biden administration must not be allowed to indict and potentially imprison its political opposition with impunity. My written statement highlights just 3 glaring problems, examples of lawfare that are being used against President Trump. Number 1, the Biden White House granted an illegal special access request to allow the Department of Justice to illegally obtain access to President Trump's records. 2, the Biden administration is prosecuting President Trump based on an erroneous and faulty interpretation of the Presidential Records Act, and actually provides individual bureaucrats with greater control over their records than President Trump. 3, the Biden administration has weaponized a white-collar criminal statute for the first time in history to attack President Trump and others. But there are so many more examples. The average American citizen residing outside of the Beltway, away from the isolated, elitist bubble where ends justifying the means seem to be a mantra for many, is tired of watching institutions they once trusted violate the law and undermine the critical components of the constitutional and social constructs that made ours the greatest country in history. The remaining issue then is what must be done. The time is now for institutional ambition to counteract institutional ambition. For Americans to stand up unafraid and unapologetic for the values that they hold dear. And for our republic to reject the radical weaponization of the executive branch. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton.
Good night, ladies and gentlemen. He bodied them all. No, we're going to continue. I just, like, seriously, he nailed it. He nailed it. But, ladies and gentlemen, get ready for the Y'all heard of The Happening from M. Night Shyamalan. This is the from the federal government.
Mr. Hamilton, Ms. Winebanks, you're recognized.
Chairman Jordan, Ranking Member Plaskett, members of the committee, thank you for letting me be here today to talk to you. My parents raised me to believe in the office of the presidency and all the members of Congress, and I still feel that way today. They encouraged me to engage in public service, and most of my career has been in that. Fresh out of law school, I joined the Department of Justice as a prosecutor in the organized crime section and carried those beliefs
Why
with
is
me.
one side of her face
I
higher than
served a
the
short
other?
time under President
Oh, wait,
Johnson
plastic
and then
surgery?
under Presidents Nixon and Ford. Regardless of who the president was, I knew that my job, like that of every federal prosecutor, was to pursue the truth and justice.
I'm sorry, it's just
to
her nose that's
assure
higher
that
than the other
everyone
side. That
was
definitely
treated
is plastic
equally under
surgery.
the law. The rules of the Department of Justice and those of the Watergate Special Prosecutor team, where I served a few years after joining the Department of Justice, required the same. Those rules require that no investigation be opened without reasonable
I
cause.
feel like that woman
No
behind her is just
indictment be
staring
brought
at me, and
without a high
that's creepy.
probability of conviction, and that prosecutors speak only through the indictment if there is one. In that process, politics and bias have no role. Those rules have not changed in the over 50 years since then. I think I am the lawyer here with the longest tenure. DOJ prosecutors weigh incriminating and exculpatory facts and analyze if those facts prove all the elements of a crime beyond a reasonable doubt before they decide to indict or not. As my mentor and my first supervisor at Justice, Chuck Ruff, said, my job was to do justice, not to win cases. And I think today's DOJ is doing exactly that. Your committee's website said today's hearing is to examine the use of lawfare tactics to weaponize the rule of law. I admit I had to look up what lawfare meant in that context.
So you didn't do your job, or you're not good at your job. Because that kind of lawfare thing in that kind of context, yeah, that's taught in school. I mean, even when you were in college, woman, they were teaching that. So you had to go back to Basics 101 to understand why you're even here. And this is the Democrat witness, ladies and gentlemen. Just pull somebody at random. Just like in that one hearing we heard. What was it called? Something about Biden's border crisis. Oh yeah, terrorist entry through the southwest border. That's the title of it from the GOP oversight. We were listening to that. In that, no, that was Judiciary. That was this one. Because in that one, Nadler actually had a witness that said, and I shit you not, ladies and gentlemen, you can go back. We can pull that little clip if we have to. It's whatever. The dude literally said, there's no problem at this. He didn't say it in these words. I'm paraphrasing throughout his entire testimony. There's no problem at the southern border. But if there was a problem at the southern border, the best way to fix it is to just let them all in. I'm sorry, sir. This is a hearing about terrorists coming through our southern border. Well, don't worry, ladies and gentlemen, because not since 1981 has a terrorist come through the southern border and committed an act of terrorism. They actually come over here legally with visas and everything like that. But so because it hasn't happened since 1981, it can never happen because reasons. That was Nadler's witness. And this is Plaskett's witness. Let's go.
And I found out that lawfare was a use of tactics to weaponize the rule of law against opponents. I have seen no lawfare tactics in today's DOJ or in any of the special counsel's decisions regarding the cases against former President Donald Trump or its decisions about President Biden and Vice President Pence. I see no double standard, no selective prosecution, no weaponization. If we could just go back to the era of Watergate, when facts were agreed upon, when bipartisanship existed, it would be obvious why the Department of Justice was justified in investigating Trump, Biden, and Pence, but justified only in indicting former President Trump. The standards for deciding.
Sorry, ma'am, if we went back to the Watergate days, Obama would be in prison right now. I'm sorry, didn't he spy on the Trump campaign? So if we went back to the Watergate days, we know full well Obama wouldn't did what Nixon did and stepped down. No, he'd fight it. So if we went back to those days, the motherfucker would already be in prison.
To prosecute or decline to do so were the same for President Biden, former President Trump, and former Vice President Pence. But the facts differed so greatly that the results had to be different. They were judged under the same standard, but
You should be around a
facts
lot more,
made
Joe
the
Saranda.
prosecution decision different.
You'd be just as
Let's
pissy
look
as I
at the
am all the
distinguishing
time.
characteristics of the case against President Biden and the one against former President Trump, in the hope that we might all agree on at least some of these facts. When NARA discovered that former President Trump possessed documents he should have returned to them when he left office, they asked him to return them. He refused. Had he voluntarily returned them, he would have avoided prosecution, as did President Biden and former Vice President Pence. Instead, Mr. Trump returned some, but hid others, even from the FBI during their execution of a lawful warrant granted by a court. That added the crime of obstruction to those of espionage. That conduct shows willfulness and knowledge and constitute aggravating factors that required the special counsel to seek an indictment against the former president. As they
I knew this was coming. I actually have it ready for you, ladies and gentlemen. Huh. Well, share this tab instead. Let's restart. I don't want to turn off my ad blocker. Fuck you. Come on. Allow it. Stop. Come on. Let's see if I can play this. See if I can do this. Let's play this game. Stop. Got it. From the Daily Mail back in August of 2022. Trump now accuses FBI of ripping off padlock. They asked him to install in the Mar-a-Lago basement where boxes of documents were kept. As report claims, an informant told agents where to look. What this story is basically saying is that the FBI, before the Mar-a-Lago raid, the documents were brought to Mar-a-Lago. They were put in the ballroom. There was like 60 something boxes. They were put in the ballroom. The FBI went in there to get those documents back in like March, April, something like that. The FBI left boxes there. Now, Trump had said, hey, they left boxes there and they told Trump to put it in your area and padlock the door. Trump says, cool. We'll move it here. How about this? We got this. That's fine. We'll move it here. All boxes are moved there. There was like 12 to 15 boxes left, something like that. They move it into that bathroom. Looks like documents in the shitter to me. Just like Jasmine said, Jasmine Crockett. They look like documents in the shitter to me. Yeah, they put them in the bathroom. Okay. The FBI told him to padlock the door. Trump said, no, hold up. That's for you. Y'all want it? Y'all want it there? You padlock that door. I don't want nothing to do with it. If I have the key, you could at any point in time come up in here and say, hey, you have the key. You came in here. You stole some more things. We want to know where this is. No, you padlock the door. So they padlocked the door. Then the raid on Mar-a-Lago happened. Remember when they said, oh, they had to break a padlock because Trump threw him in the bathroom and he put a padlock on the door? That was the padlock the FBI had put on there. You know, when they left the 12 to 15 boxes. Now, if you go back through the photos, ladies and gentlemen, you can find the photo of the boxes in the ballroom. There's a lot of boxes there. There are like 60 something boxes in there. Then you go back and look at the boxes in the bathroom. There's like 12, 15 boxes in there. What happened to the rest? Oh, yeah, that's right. They took them. And by people's own admission, the FBI was there when they took them from the ballroom, put them in the bathroom, and the bathroom door was locked by the FBI. So all this woman right here is doing, well, she's saying, I just read the news. That's it. I know nothing about it. I just read the news. And I'm here to tell you the headline.
As they did for Sandy Berger and General Petraeus, whose indictments demonstrate a lack of a double standard or selective prosecution. So too do the indictments not in documents cases, but in other cases against 2 Democratic members of Congress right now and against the president's son. In contrast, the facts of President Biden's possession of documents are very different. His staff, not NARA, found the documents, informed the president, who then had them immediately notify the proper authorities. Biden then cooperated fully with those officials. He hid nothing, allowed numerous searches of all his offices and homes without need for a warrant. He returned everything, and even during a national crisis created by the attack of Hamas on Israel, President Biden sat for lengthy interviews. The former president
he sat
did
for
none of that.
lengthy interviews.
He did the opposite. The special counsel investigating President Biden, Robert Hur, a Republican who Trump had appointed as the U.S. Attorney for the District of Maryland,
Said he was
concluded
incompetent shit.
no criminal charges were warranted.
Oh!
He emphasized these and other factual.
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. No, he did not. He said this is clearly a violation of federal law. But however, I wouldn't bring cases against him because he's a doddering old retard. And everybody would feel sorry for him. No, no, no. Quit twisting reality.
Distinctions between Trump and Biden, differences that undermine any allegation of selective prosecution, double standards, or bias. As Hur wrote, Trump is in a wholly different category than either Pence or Biden in terms of retention and concealment and destruction. In my many years of experience, nothing justifies allowing anyone to be above the law and to evade accountability for alleged criminal conduct, especially a former president who is responsible for seeing that our laws are faithfully executed. No one is above the law. Accountability is necessary for the rule of law and democracy to survive. And there is an existential danger in not proceeding where an investigation reveals facts and evidence of a crime. Doing so only.
No one is above the law unless your name is Nancy Pelosi, unless your name is Jamal Bowman, unless your name is Cori Bush, Rashida Tlaib, Ilhan Omar, Christine Fang, a known Chinese spy.
Emboldens future miscreants. I believe that the Department of Justice is making investigative and prosecutorial decisions solely based on the evidence and the law, not on a preconceived notion or a political agenda. I have seen no evidence to the contrary in the case against defendant Trump. He is entitled to due process and the presumption of innocence, as are all criminal defendants. No more and no less. I am thrilled to be here in your search for facts and truth. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Wine-Banks. We will now proceed on the 5-minute rule with questions. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California for 5 minutes.
I was told that I had to keep to under 5 minutes, and I did that.
No, you didn't. You went,
No.
you went 7 minutes and 2 seconds, but it was fine nonetheless. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you. It's one of those funny things about written statements. People often come and they haven't timed them. Ms. Wine-Banks, you obviously began your career relatively early in your career with the Watergate investigation. Wasn't one of the major things that President Nixon was accused of, the weaponization of government, using the IRS and so on? Wasn't that part of the final impeachment draft?
Right. I was not directly involved in the impeachment,
Okay,
but in the prosecution, but you are correct.
you.
The impeachment charge misuse
So
of power.
we
That
are
was in the first
exactly
minute.
where you started your career, ma'am. We are seeing the weaponization. Richard Milhouse Nixon was accused, and there was plenty of evidence that he thought the IRS and other tactics would be perfectly acceptable against his political enemies. Here we are again. So one of the questions I'm going to ask, all of you are attorneys, is that correct? All of you
Yes.
understand the ethics of the American Bar Association. All of you understand the question of what can be waived in attorney-client privilege, correct?
Yes.
I'll go right down. Ms. Wine-Banks, is it in fact your prerogative to waive attorney-client privilege? Do you have that right under the ethics rules?
I do not.
Correct.
Only my client does.
Exactly. Only your client can waive it. Mr. Hamilton, same, right?
Correct.
Mr. Trustee?
Same.
Mr. Costello?
Yes, which is why I have a written document of the waiver with.
And so, although you have a waiver from your client, well, let's just say Mr. Cohen, did not have a waiver from President Trump. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Have any of you, either individually or seen other people, other attorneys, other than Mr. Cohen, tape their client and then turn it over for a prosecution or other use ever? Any of you?
Never.
No. No.
Ms. Wine-Banks, it's kind of interesting that what hung President Nixon was in fact, to a great extent, the tapes he made, but he made them, correct?
He made them, and they were evidence of crime. And so they fall within a crime fraud exception. And they proved the crime. They were the actual commission of crime.
Exactly. Thank you very much. Mr. Costello, I'm sorry. I'll take my reading glasses off. I'll do much better. We're dealing with an unusual situation. We have a president a former president who was never charged with any crimes until he announced and became the lead candidate to run for president. Is that correct?
Yes, quite a coincidence.
Yeah, I don't believe in coincidences happening that often.
Neither do I.
Neither do you. So the question I have for you here today is, have you ever seen uncoordinated a series of state and federal indictments of any candidate or any other person like this, where they're indicted in a state they never went to? They're indicted for documents that they had in their possession that they say they declassified and that they have a right to declassify. They get indicted for a misdemeanor that has already run its statute of limitations, but by linking it to a federal offense, which the state doesn't have the right to charge, they make the case and they're now trying that. Have you ever seen anything close to that in your decades of practice?
No, not at all.
So, Trustee, have you ever seen so many indictments that are novel in how they're put together?
I have not. I'd maybe use the word inventive, but either way, I'm with you on the point.
Mr. Hamilton, have you ever seen, and you're apparently the junior one here, have you ever seen or researched or learned about such a broad array of novel or inventive prosecutions as President Trump is dealing with?
Absolutely not.
Ms. Wine-Banks, I respect your years of practicing as an attorney. Have you ever seen so many charges coming, dating back so many years, but only coming to pass at this time?
I have.
When did you see them?
Well, let's go back to the fact that it takes a long time to investigate, that there was reason for example, in the New York.
No, I was asking for another example. And since you don't have one, let me just close. I've been up here for 24 years. I was a soldier when Nixon was president. I am appalled that what began with Watergate as a legitimate scandal of the wrongdoing has now become an organized weaponization by this president and his Department of Justice. With that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize Mr. Goldman from New York for his 5 minutes of question.
Thank you very much.
He just wrecked him with that too.
Election interference, huh? That's
And
what
here's
this
this
is
dude.
all about. Ms. Winebanks, there are
New York.
4 indictments against
You got some
Donald Trump, is that
explaining to
right?
do.
Correct.
And all 4 of those investigations started long before he announced his candidacy for president. Isn't that right?
That is correct.
And in fact, he announced his candidacy for president 2 years before the election, just so he could bring in 3 witnesses and the entire Republican Party to say election interference, election interference.
I'm sorry. He announced he was running for president 2 years beforehand, just so he could bring 3 witnesses into a hearing and the entire Republican Party to scream election interference. I'm sorry, sir. You make Gilbert Grape's brother look like Albert Einstein. How are you sitting in Congress? Ladies and gentlemen, this is the same asshole that told a woman that lost a child to fentanyl that she was too stupid to know what high crimes are because she never went to college to study. Paraphrasing. But yeah, he told that woman she was too stupid because she didn't go to college. And she don't know what high crimes are because she's too stupid because she never went to college. New York, I know you're full of assholes. I'm an asshole too. But I don't think I'd ever look a woman in her face that lost a child to fentanyl and tell her she was too stupid to know what high crimes and misdemeanors were because she never went to college. And if that's who you are, how about we just glass floor you and be done?
Investigations long predated it, and this was a specific and obvious tactic of Donald Trump to be able to make a political defense that will never be allowed in a court of law, as Mr. Trusty and Mr. Costello know full well. And all because he wanted to co-opt this notion of election interference because he's a candidate. But let me tell you what is really election interference. Withholding military aid to an ally in the middle of a war in order to coerce and extort a foreign government to investigate a political opponent.
Other than investigating, isn't Biden holding aid to a foreign country for a war that he started because he doesn't want that country to bomb the terrorists that attacked him? How is this not the same, Goldman? Oh, wait. He didn't call up Israel and say, hey, Israel, investigate Trump. Investigate Trump for crimes that he could have committed in your country. You know, you're not getting $1 billion unless you fire the prosecutor. You know, that kind of situation. Oh, that didn't happen in Israel. Find something else, right? He didn't say nothing like that. So it's completely different. It's D for different.
Welcoming a foreign country to illegally interfere in our election and then using that interference for his own benefit, as Donald Trump did with Russia in 2016. Spend 1.5 years on a completely bogus impeachment
I say stupidity needs to physically hurt again.
without finding a single piece of evidence of wrongdoing. And in fact, the chairman of this committee said the best evidence of President Biden's wrongdoing was a completely false accusation planted by Russia just before the 2020 election. Interesting timing.
I'm sorry. Say that again.
Single piece of evidence of wrongdoing. And in fact, the chairman of this committee said the best evidence of President Biden's wrongdoing was a completely false accusation planted by Russia just before the 2020 election. Interesting timing.
Are you talking about the Biden laptop story or the Ashley Biden diary? You know, the ones where we were told that was Russian disinformation and then they laughed at us because we believed them. Well, part of us believed them. You remember that? Yeah. Yeah. How about the documents that they actually knew Biden had, but didn't say shit till after the midterm elections? Oh, you remember that? Yeah, that happened. So what are you talking about here, Goldman? Because we can go toe to toe with this, and you might be some Ivy League college graduate. I'll still make you look like a whiny little baby right before I mop the floor with your ass physically. Because the way you speak to people, well, sir, I can tell you've never been punched in your damn nose.
As usual, my Republican colleagues on the other side of the aisle are accusing the Democrats of doing all of their misconduct that they engage in over and over and over in an effort to normalize it, in an effort to
looking
deflect
at it,
attention from their
he
own
actually might have
wrongdoing.
been, because
It
his nose
is
kind of crooked.
right in Authoritarian
kid.
101 playbook. But let's talk about this two-tiered system of justice. Let's talk about lawfare. Mr. Costello, your entire opening statement, as I heard it, was simply to discredit Michael Cohen. Sir, I think you're in the wrong place. Michael Cohen is currently on the witness stand at a trial in Manhattan. And if you have information about Michael Cohen's testimony, you should talk to Donald Trump and his lawyers to see if they want to call you as a witness to impeach Michael Cohen.
But yet you're here. Huh. Wait a minute. Now, a lot of us that are actually watching here, we listen to Robert. We go through these court cases. We go through these documents. Sir, you yourself are in some of these documents, especially one that's you can't pay your rent on a New York condo for some reason. For 2 years, you've been dodging being evicted from that New York condo that you're not paying your rent on. Oh, shit. Okay. But anyway, going back to this. No, never mind. That's too easy. Let's let him roll for a bit.
But you know that coming down here, outside of that courtroom, while that witness is on the stand to try to impeach his credibility and his testimony, is jury tampering.
It's jury tampering. To sit there and speak in front of Congress while Trump is supposedly on the stand. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, the court wasn't even in today. They're off every Wednesday, but somehow, in Dan Goldman's screwed fucking head, Trump is testifying in his own case right as he's speaking. And somehow it's jury tampering. He's a lawyer. Huh?
You know it is unethical. You know that you are trying to discredit a current witness at a current trial who is testifying right now outside of that courtroom. You know better, and it is shameful. Mr. Trustee, you and I worked together at the Department of Justice. We had a number of interactions related to organized crime. I had no idea what your politics were. I imagine you had no idea what my politics were, because it doesn't matter. And it's very interesting to hear you now nitpick about the Speedy Trial Act and about what you claim to be unprecedented conduct in Mar-a-Lago. But I'm confident that you never came across anyone who refused a request to
Why is
voluntarily
that so janky
return
looking
classified
on stream?
materials, who refused to comply with a subpoena for those classified materials, who was found to intentionally conceal and hide and obstruct justice by concealing those classified documents. You've never come across, that is unprecedented, I am certain, because that is a clear predicate for a search warrant. When someone obstructs justice, refuses to comply with the subpoena, and Mr. Issa can make up all of the facts that he wants about declaring it to be classified because he thought it or
I
whatever
have
it is.
no idea why.
That will be
The
decided in
video's
court.
janky.
All of these cases will be decided in court by a
Not on
jury
my
based
end,
on
but
the
I see it
facts,
on the
evidence, and the law. And
stream.
all
phone it
the
is.
Republican majority is trying to do here today is lawfare, is interfere in ongoing criminal investigations that our system is perfectly well equipped to handle. And I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. I now recognize Ms. Stefanik for 5 minutes.
Oh, I love being able to respond to the novice from New York.
And I love this
First of all,
woman.
thank you so much for stating the obvious that political lawfare is in fact election interference. That's what we're seeing with the sham Alvin Bragg trial. Thank you also to the novice freshman member for New York, highlighting that withholding military aid to an ally for a political purpose, just like Joe Biden is doing to Israel. Always grateful for you stepping in it. Mr. Costello, in your opening statement, you said that in the over 50 years serving as a lawyer, you, quote, have never seen the types of politically motivated cases that have been brought in this presidential election season. These political cases are being used as a weapon of war to damage, defeat, or impede political adversaries and their allies. Instead of political warfare, it is lawfare, a cancer upon our collective judicial system. I want to begin with Alvin Bragg's weaponized sham trial in New York. Isn't it true that in Alvin Bragg's campaign for Manhattan DA, Bragg specifically ran on going after President Donald Trump?
That is true.
Isn't it true that Bragg's predecessor, Cy Vance, declined to prosecute President Trump?
That is true.
And the FEC also did not prosecute President Trump.
That is true.
And the DOJ did not prosecute President Trump in this case.
The DOJ referring to the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District?
Correct.
Absolutely true.
And one of the reasons the Southern District of New York turned down this case was because the supposed star witness, according to Alvin Bragg, Michael Cohen, was totally, quote, unworthy of belief. Isn't that true?
Without a doubt.
This is the same Michael Cohen who pled guilty to 7 counts in an indictment that had absolutely nothing to do with President Trump and actually predated the first time he met President Trump, correct?
Absolutely true.
And in fact, this is the same Michael Cohen who perjured himself to Congress. Isn't that true?
Yes.
In fact, when called as a witness in this sham trial, Cohen was asked directly if he was honest during his testimony to Congress. He said no, admitting perjury. But it's not just Bragg's case that is a total sham and illegal political lawfare going after Joe Biden's top political opponent, Donald Trump. This rot goes deep all the way up to the top in the Oval Office. Because when Congress referred this admission of Cohen's perjury to Joe Biden's DOJ, isn't it true that the DOJ has refused to prosecute?
Apparently, it's something within the browser.
Isn't it correct that Michael Colangelo, who was the 3rd highest ranking official in Biden's DOJ, was transferred to Bragg's office to run this weaponized prosecution of President Trump? Isn't that true?
Not only true, but it's unheard of.
Unheard of. It's a disgrace. Do you agree that this weaponization of lawfare goes straight to the top with the purpose of helping Joe Biden's failing presidential campaign?
The circumstantial evidence definitely supports that.
And the unconstitutional gag order on President Trump from New York Judge Merchant is unprecedented lawfare.
As far as I know, absolutely.
And let's go to the daughter
hard
of the
going from
judge.
four
Isn't it
monitors
true
in
that
front
she
of
is
your face
raising
to one
millions
in
of dollars
a
off of
TV
this sham
that's
case?
half being used?
I have to say, I've read that in the media. I don't know it of my own knowledge.
It is true.
Thank you.
One additional question. I want to talk about the rigged and unprecedented jury selection process. Isn't it true that Bragg's team asked the jurors if they followed Trump on social media?
Yes.
And isn't it true that they did not ask any of the potential jurors if they followed Biden on social media?
Or Michael Cohen.
Or Michael
Yes.
Cohen.
Yeah.
And isn't it true that 87% of the jurors said they voted for Joe Biden?
That's true.
Is this unprecedented and lawfare jury shopping?
Without a doubt.
Without a doubt. Political lawfare for the purpose of election interference to go after Donald Trump. Do you agree?
Totally.
This is one of the reasons that Trump's polls continue to skyrocket. And it's why President Trump will win in 2024 to end the illegal and warped weaponization of the justice system. Because if they can illegally go after Trump, they can go after anyone. I yield back.
General A yields back. I now recognize the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Lynch, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well done, man.
Chairman Jordan
Well
started
done.
this hearing by saying, quote, "You can't make this stuff up." But anyone who has followed this committee's hearings since the beginning knows that that's exactly what the Republican members are doing in this committee. We've been making this stuff up day after day and pushing out untruths.
This is pathetically weak.
From
I mean, just, okay, it's pathetic.
Jewish space lasers to the big lie. The big lie. Let's start with that one. The claim that Biden lost the election and Trump really won, in spite of the fact that Rudolph Giuliani and his crew brought 60 cases in 5 different states, lost every single case, even before Trump appointed judges, lost every single case that they brought for lack of evidence. Some of these cases didn't even survive a motion to dismiss. There was just no evidence. And yet my colleagues on the other side, including the chairman, Mr. Jordan, continue to push that big lie that Trump really won the election. And let's talk about.
I just want to hit the Jewish space laser thing real quick. Hold on. Now, it was turned into an attack on Marjorie Taylor Greene. But she was right. She really was. And where is it? There it is. Raphael expects Iron Beam laser to be active in 2025. The October 7th attacks have not had a major impact yet on company's bottom line. A top executive tells Breaking Defense what they're talking about here is using actual high energy lasers to knock down rockets and missiles that are heading in. It's something to back up the Iron Dome, which is why it's called Iron Beam. It's a beam laser, not just a dome of defending rockets. This actually works. It's been tested multiple times. And while they were developing this technology to do this, they were talking about putting it on satellites in space as a defense mechanism for other countries. The Jewish space laser thing comes back from 12 to 14, 15 years ago when they started developing the same technology. And they were talking about, hey, if we can do this, can we ramp up the power, put it on satellites so we can knock them out from orbit? There's your Jewish space lasers, ladies and gentlemen. She was correct. Oh, shit. Sorry, it's on another screen there. Yeah, there it is. Raphael expects Iron Beam laser to be active in 2025. Yeah. Sorry, I didn't flip the screen. Janky system. Look, tomorrow we'll have to deal with it. And then next week, everything will be back up to speed with everything. I will be back at home, back in my studio. Let's continue.
Talk about Hunter Biden's laptop. We don't talk about that anymore. That was the smoking gun. That was the thing that was going to prove all these theories about wrongful conduct on the part of the president. And then there It was Alexander Smirnov, who Chairman Jordan said he represents the most corroborating evidence that we have. The most corroborating evidence we have until he was arrested. He was indicted, then arrested. He's still in custody. Your star witness. Your star witness.
Yeah, that was a little weird.
This is
including
this is
the green
baloney.
lasers that
And
were in the sky. And they said
you know,
China
Hannah
was just
Arendt, who was a
looking at weather
historian
patterns.
who was in Germany at the time of Hitler's rise. She wrote a book about the origins of totalitarianism. And she talked about the active, aggressive capability to believe in lies, not just gullibility, but the active, aggressive capability to believe in lies. You know, just as in Germany, the time.
Active and aggressive capability to believe in lies. Biden laptop, Ashley Biden's diary, most safe and secure election, safe and effective, mask work, masks don't work, mask work, put on 2 masks, put on 3 masks. Hey, we didn't even know where social distancing came from. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, we are still waiting for that transcript for Dr. Fauci. For the last time he went in a closed door session, still waiting for that. Yet Hunter Biden went in a closed door section and we had the transcript at the very next day. Huh. Now, the Democrats will always talk about, like, well, there's 73 testimonies or transcripts that haven't been released yet. Ma'am, from the 117th Congress that you so you were so floundering about, being all boisterous about how you're great. 137 still have yet to be released from the 117th Congress, and a lot of them had to do with January 6th committee. I'm sorry. You want to go toe to toe?
The time and the truth catch up to all those lies. And, you know, there's some good people on the other side of the aisle. And I just worry about your reputations and your family's reputations about pushing this crap. You know, we can disagree about things, but when you're pushing stuff like that is harmful to our democracy, and you're following, of all people, following Donald Trump, dear God Almighty.
Harmful to our democracy, ladies and gentlemen, as they try to remove their front runner from the ballot, and as they try to jail their front runner or their opposing front runner from the ballot, as they cancel all debates. By the way, they're back on the entire Business Party network. All of us together. Yes, there are 7 of us now, ladies and gentlemen. That information will be coming out tomorrow as well. The entire Business Party network on September 27th. We will all get together. We will hear the debate for the first time together. Well, I don't think all of us will, but most of us will be together for that first debate there with that. But they did cancel the debates. There was no. Do you all know who actually is running for the Democratic side? Do you all know Marianne Williamson is running for the Democratic ticket? Do you all know, what's the dude's name? Dean Phelps or something like that? I think he actually dropped out. And Marianne Williamson put herself back in. But do you even know that they're running for the Democratic ticket? Huh. Everybody believes that Joe Biden is running unopposed for the Democratic side. But he's not. Hell, Chunky Yogurt tried to run. Chunky Yogurt tried to run. He's not a naturalized citizen, so he can't be president. He did have an interesting argument to that, but that's neither here nor there. That's something the Supreme Court should have to answer for that one. But yeah, he ran. Did you all know? Well, I'm pretty sure y'all know Chunky Yogurt ran, but yeah. A threat to democracy. While you try to take apart what you say is democracy. Huh. Let's not forget May 29th, 2020, where far leftists were trying to set DC on fire for a month. And they actually were succeeding at that point, to the point to where on May 29th, 2020, they tried to firebomb the White House in an attempt to kill a sitting president. They firebombed the front gates. They couldn't get to the White House. They shoved the fucking president in a bunker because of that. They insulted him for calling him bunker boy. And what happened to those people? Ladies and gentlemen, all charges were dropped. And some of the rioters were even paid. So if January 6th was an insurrection, May 29th, 2020 was treason.
That's where you're gonna die on that hill? You're gonna die on that hill? Sometimes when someone accuses you of something that you're not doing, they're the ones who are actually doing it. And we're here today to talk about the
Every damn time
so-called
from the Democratic
weaponization
Party.
of the federal government. So I have here a compilation of letters and interventions that Chairman Jordan has authored and submitted to the 4 cases that are ongoing right now. 3 of them are federal. 1 of them is a state criminal trial. These are all criminal trials in which Donald Trump is a defendant. And so these all represent either threatened subpoenas or attacks on or other types of legal, I guess you'd call it lawfare, attacks on the courts, the prosecutors, and in some cases, witnesses. So
Hold right there, Mr. Lynch. Hold right there. Never in American history has a former president been prosecuted for anything at all. Because if they did, they'd prosecute Obama for drone striking American fucking citizens. Children at that. You hold off right there for one damn second. You're going to sit there and tell me that the government of the United States of America should not interfere or even check to see if the process that is being used to prosecute a former president of the United States for actions that were taken while he was president of the United States of America, except for the Stormy Daniels and the Eugene Carroll thing, but that's bullshit. Let's just be honest. If you know anything about that Eugene Carroll case, you know it was complete horseshit. I'm not going to go on a rant about that. I'm just going to hold that for later. Anyway, you're going to sit there and tell me that the federal government, the Supreme Court, every part of the upper echelons of our government should not be looking into a state that is prosecuting a former president of the United States for actions that were taken while he was president of the United States, and you defend Biden from actions that he took when he wasn't president of the United States that were illegal? None of this makes sense. None of anything he says makes sense. It really doesn't. And it's funny how all these people, except for Judge Cannon and the Florida case, but everybody else that's involved in all of this, it's funny how they're so interwoven and interconnected to each other, isn't it?
So even up to last week, Mr. Jordan was calling for the investigation of Michael Cohen before he's a witness about to take the stand, and Chairman Jordan went so far to send a letter to the Department of Justice demanding that it investigate former Trump attorney Michael Cohen for perjury. That was last week before he took the stand. Talk about interference.
Because he lied in the Letitia James case. Which is coincidentally funny because he lied in the Letitia James case about lying to Congress. He lied about a lie. Well, he lied more than just that, too. But yeah, he lied about a lie, isn't it? Jesus Christ, dude. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your tax dollars at work. Are you happy with this level of incompetence? And that's playing it nice.
Interference with the legal process and lawfare. That's what's going on this committee. And to be honest with you, I agree with Maria Bartiromo, her frustration. We got better things to do than this circus. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
From
Yeah,
the
those better things
testimony
are
of Michael Cohen's lawyer, Mr. Costello. These
laundering
days, you
our
see
money
individuals
to
running
other
for
countries.
prospective office who claim if you elect
And
me,
back in
I
your
will
own pocket.
bring down this public figure or that public figure who disagrees with my political philosophy. Understand that to destroy a political rival, you need not convict that person of a crime. All you must do is leak the fact that the individual is being investigated for a particular crime, thereby destroying his or her reputation and causing that individual to incur legal fees to defend themselves. The net result is if you can destroy their reputation and bankrupt them with legal fees, you have effectively eliminated or canceled your opposition without ever convicting them of a crime or getting a civil judgment against them. Mr. Costello, I just wanted to say I felt very seen by your testimony that was provided to the committee. But I want to get back to what Mr. Lynch said previously, that sometimes when you're accused of something, it's actually the people accusing you who are doing that thing. Now, you were accused of illegally dangling a pardon before Michael Cohen, right?
Correct.
And that was a lie.
Absolutely.
That accusation could not withstand any scrutiny or review from the Southern District of New York, where Mr. Goldman worked, where other great attorneys have worked, right?
And where I worked.
Right, but that dangling,
Correct.
that accusation of dangling something improper. Remember what Mr. Lynch said. If you're being accused of that, maybe it's the people doing the accusing. Now, Mr. Trustee, you described a searing fact pattern moments ago. You accused a Department of Justice official of an extortionist ploy to dangle a judgeship before a lawyer to get that lawyer to betray their client, Walt Nada, right?
Yes, I have no reason to disbelieve that lawyer.
And who was the Department of Justice official that engaged in that extortionist ploy?
Well, the lead
Tina
person
Mama
in that
Italiano.
conversation was Jake
Welcome.
Bratt, who's still currently assigned to the Southern District of Florida case.
What is that? I mean, for those of you who've been prosecutors, who've dedicated your lives to the rule of law, what does it tell us about the shape of the legal system that you have people with the ability to do what Mr. Costello laid out in testimony, to charge you with a crime, destroy your reputation, bankrupt you, like they're trying to do to Walt Nada, a patriot who served in our military, and then to hear this claim that they were literally trying to compromise the lawyer. How should we reflect on a legal system that permits that?
It's broken. I had a friend of mine from the Department of Justice text me not too long ago, and he said, it's going to take decades for the department to fix itself. And I love that place. I worked there. I was a prosecutor for 27 years, but I am fearful that we've crossed the Rubicon by being ends justified the means, by engaging in selective targeting and differential treatment. And I don't know how it ends or how it gets better, but I'm happy to at least bring evidence about that issue.
Well, and that's why these hearings are so necessary. I think that we would love to stay well constrained within our Article 1 lane. But when we've got this Article 2 process that is unloading on political rivals and Article 3 courts, as Mr. Costello said, the only way to have a check and a balance on that system is for the Congress to step forward and to utilize its tools, the most profound being the power of the purse, but indeed we have powers of impeachment and oversight that are important as well. Mr. Costello, is Michael Cohen a liar?
That doesn't begin to describe him. He lies at every opportunity when it's in his favor. And I mean, I could, if you had a half an hour or 45 minutes, I could start to list the many lies that he told us.
Well, let's just triage them. Is there a single branch of government that Michael Cohen hasn't lied to?
Gee, I think there isn't.
Right. I mean, you really have to work hard to hit the hat trick. I mean, it's one thing to lie to investigators, and I guess it's another thing to lie to Congress, but to lie to investigators and then Congress and then courts.
Don't forget the judges.
Yeah, the judges.
He lied to the judge too when he pled guilty.
And it's just so odd. I mean, it's not every day you see someone's former lawyer having to come forward and say, I regrettably have to inform the Congress, the court, whomever, that my own client, I am aware, is a liar.
Thank goodness he was foolish enough to execute the waiver of the attorney-client privilege, because he was trying to implicate Rudy Giuliani and myself in a crime, which was
He even lied
absurd.
about that. He even lied about trying to turn on you, and I guess his lies are defied by his other lies and the writings and the paperwork, and this liar should not be able to hold our elections hostage, and that is why this hearing is so critical. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts for a point of order, or unanimous consent, I assume.
Mr. Chairman, I last unanimous consent to submit a compilation of your statements and letters to the 4 trials in which Donald Trump is currently the defendant.
Objection. Gentlelady from Florida is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, you should recuse yourself. These are all your letters.
Was that part of the unanimous consent request? I didn't hear that. If it was, the gentlelady from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, my Republican
Sorry
colleagues
again, I was looking
claimed
somewhere
a
else.
two-tiered
Didn't realize
system
that
of
was popped
justice
out.
exists because
Whatever.
Trump was indicted for handling
I'll be back in
for his
my
handling of
studio
classified
later.
documents and
I promise.
exposing our nation's most guarded secrets. While Republican Special Counsel Robert Hur found President Biden innocent of any wrongdoing. Let's walk through the facts. On May 11, 2022, a year after the archives began repeatedly demanding that Trump turn over presidential records and warned him that they may have to refer the matter to DOJ if he did not cooperate.
I'm serious about this, ladies and gentlemen. I have to pause here. Just perfectly right on cue with it. I want you to watch this woman's eyes. Not just one, both of them. They're both wonky, and they both float around in her head. It's the weirdest thing to watch. Like right now, you got one looking like up and to the left, and the other one looking straight ahead and up, and the dude's below her. Like this is weird. Her eyes will float around in different directions as she's talking. You will see it happen in real time. Like she'll look down and she'll look up and she'll blink or blink as she's looking up, and her eye just like wanders around for a second. It's the weirdest thing.
A grand jury issued a subpoena for Trump to produce the classified documents in his possession. Trump's response to his lawyers was, and I quote, "I don't want anybody looking. I don't want anybody looking through my boxes. I really don't. I don't want you looking through my boxes." Trump even questioned, what happens if we don't respond at all or don't play ball with them? And then Trump added, wouldn't it be better if we just told them we don't have anything here? And, well, look, isn't it better if there are no documents?
So he also called
Does it sound
Rosie
like someone
O'Donnell
who follows and
fat
respects
pig.
the law?
Your point is?
I certainly don't think so. Ms. Weinbanks, President Biden didn't refuse to cooperate with investigators for a year, correct? Did President Biden lie about classified documents at his residence, or did his lawyers proactively inform the archives of this fact?
You've stated
See,
it
there goes
correctly.
that eye.
Unlike Donald Trump, Joe Biden didn't prevent anyone from going through any boxes or materials to search for classified documents. Correct?
How are our eyes
You welcome
right
them
on
to
now?
his house
Look
and
at
his
that.
offices.
Thank you. Now let's contrast how Donald Trump acted compared to President Biden. On June 2nd, 2022, even after Trump's lawyer arranged a time to go through each box in a specific storage room, Trump instructed his valet and co-defendant, Walter Nauta, to move 64 boxes filled with classified documents from the storage room to Trump's residence, where Trump knew his attorney would not be searching. After Nauta moved these boxes from the storage room to Trump's residence, Trump's lawyers, unaware that the boxes had been moved, found no classified materials and certified this to the FBI. The FBI relied on the lawyer's certification. Seemingly, for the moment, Trump duped his own lawyers. All that activity took place in my home state of Florida, yet my Sunshine State law and order colleagues on the other side of the aisle uttered not a complaint about Trump's obvious cover-up of criminality and wrongdoing. I know that's shocking to everyone here. Talk about 2 tiers of justice. Now, so we're clear about this, please share with me, Ms. Weinbanks, did President Biden ever move materials to hide them from his lawyers according to the Hur investigation?
No,
Did he ever instruct anyone else to do so for him?
no,
Did he ever attempt to hide documents from investigators at all?
no.
Okay, continuing on. In another act of deception, Donald Trump also, quote, attempted to delete security camera footage at the Mar-a-Lago Club to conceal information from the FBI and grand jury, unquote.
Did Trump ever do all that? Because the FBI went up in there, grabbed the documents, and then locked those documents in a bathroom. So no, No, he didn't try to hide documents. He didn't try to take documents. He didn't try shit. The FBI locked him behind a door that they broke into his door. Get this, ladies and gentlemen. They raided Mar-a-Lago with a heavy police presence. And when asked why they raided him while he wasn't there, they said they wanted to avoid making a scene. Sir, you blocked off the entire block to raid Mar-a-Lago, and you're going to sit there and say you didn't want to create a scene? Okay, I guess we're all fucking retarded, right?
This was after the subpoena had been issued, which specifically called for security camera footage around the site where the boxes were stored. President Biden didn't delete
Yeah, that
security
story
camera
actually
footage
turned out to
around
be
the sites
bullshit
where
too, because the
classified
dude that
documents had been
was
stored in
lying
his home, Ms.
about
Banks, correct?
Yes.
Trump
And
telling him to
President
delete
Biden
shit.
never attempted to delete or dispose of any evidence that he knew investigators asked for, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. This isn't a two-tiered system of justice. These are just two men who acted very differently, one compliant, one criminally obstructive. One is an upstanding American civil servant who fully cooperated with an investigation, and the other is a man who took multiple criminal actions to cover up his intentional theft of sensitive public and national security documents.
I mean, for this demon who can't keep her eyes straight, and it looks like she's going bald as well. But- hold on, Miss Schultz. I don't understand who you're talking about with that. One of them is an upstanding civil servant. Well, out of those 91 indictments that you're going after him for, the January 6th insurrection, which you've never even charged anybody, not even any January 6th defendant of insurrection for, one is an upstanding civil servant. You don't have shit on him. Those 91 indictments have shrunk down to what now? The Alvin Bragg case that's fallen apart? I mean, Judge Cannon suspended it indefinitely because Jack Smith was fucking around with the evidence. Out of that. Yeah, I mean, you got nothing. Oh, the Letitia James. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, do you remember when they told you Mar-a-Lago was only worth $18 million? And then when Trump had to post that $454 million bond, magically somehow Mar-a-Lago turned from 18 million to 260 million. Does anybody remember that? Yeah, so there's no legitimacy to anything that New York is doing with the court systems at all. Any of these, even Georgia. I mean, Jesus Christ, Fannie Willis. Georgia, can you do better? Why aren't you even doing better? There's a lot of shit down there, including Georgia's own Senate saying, yeah, we fucked up the 2020 election, ladies and gentlemen. There's a lot of things about it. A lot of illegality that were happening, and nobody wants to talk about that, right? Huh? Yeah. Okay.
Ms. Wine-Banks, prosecuting a president or former president comes with many challenges, as you well know as a member of the team that prosecuted President Nixon. In your experience, what would be the impact on our judicial and democratic systems if presidents could never be held accountable?
I think the consequences and the danger of that is enormous. I have long believed that a former president takes the role of any ordinary citizen and can be held accountable. I also believe that the Office of Legal Counsel opinion is incorrect and that even a sitting president could be held accountable, that there is no possible way that even within the outer parameters of a president's responsibilities is the commission of crimes, and that when the evidence of crimes is there, they must be pursued in order to protect our democracy.
Thank you.
Hold on, guys. CA Human, do you guys think we will ever get remedy for all this? Sorry. Not the remedy you want. Not the remedy you want at all. The only way we would ever get remedy for this is if the American people hold them accountable for it. I'm not going to be afraid to admit it, ladies and gentlemen. I think we should hold every single member of our federal government, whether they are elected, appointed, or even hired, hold them all for treason. Let them defend themselves from us. We are the judge. We are the jury. We know we can't go through these court systems. We are the judge. We are the jury. We are the defense, and we are the prosecution. And we vote whether they are guilty or not. I mean, that's the purest form of democracy, is it not? To vote whether our members of our own government are guilty of treason? Or we could just Kazakhstan the country. Either way, I'm involved. I'm in. I'm ready to go.
You, Ms. Winebanks, and I think it's important to point out that the most clear evidence of why we're here on a Wednesday for the first time, by the way, which, not uncoincidentally happens to be the day that the court is not in session and make it more likely that the defendant is watching, that the purpose of this hearing is to witness tamper. The purpose of this hearing is to try to influence the jury to do things that Donald Trump has a gag order to prevent him from doing, all with his lackeys here on the other side of the aisle, aiding and abetting that goal. Thank you. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. Mr. Trustee, did Joe Biden keep classified documents?
Yes, he did.
Did he knowingly disclose classified information?
It appears that he did to a biographer for about an $8 million advance fee.
And what was his motive for doing so?
About an $8 million advance
An
fee.
$8 million motive to knowingly keep and knowingly disclose classified information.
And why was he keeping that classified information? According to the report from Robert Hur, he wanted to keep that classified information so his family down the line will have access to something that he did that nobody else would, to preserve his legacy. That's what he told Robert Hur.
Correct.
But he's getting nothing because he's a forgetful elderly gentleman and he's not going to be charged. And yet they're going to have to President Trump. Let me ask you this. I want to go back to where Mr. Gates was. Who's Stanley Woodward?
Stanley Woodward is a defense attorney in Washington, D.C. with a stellar reputation for honesty, very intelligent guy, and someone I met during the process of representing President Trump.
But in the context Mr. Gates was just at, he's the one who had the judgeship dangled in front of him, right?
Exactly. He had a Superior Court judgeship pending at the time, so that wasn't out of thin air. And he reported it promptly and eventually swore an affidavit to a federal judge.
And here's what the
$50
Department
million
of Justice said
to
him,
the
quote,
Penn
your
Biden
guy
Center.
Walt needs to flip.
And,
I'd hate to
documents
see
are
you
still missing?
jeopardize your chances for the judgeship. Doesn't get much plainer than that, does it?
That $50 million came
Is that
from
lawfare
the
at
Chinese
its
government?
worst?
Among other words, yes.
Yeah, I mean, I've never seen anything like this. And you've worked with Mr. Woodward, and he's not necessarily on the Republican side of the aisle, is he?
My best guess is he is not.
He's not. But he's a good, honest lawyer, the way the Justice Department is supposed to operate.
He is, and I think he, typical for him being the person he is of integrity, he doesn't like being in this position. He's probably not thrilled that I'm even talking about it, but the truth is the truth.
The truth is the truth. How about this, Mr. Costello? I swear to God, Bob, I don't have anything on Donald Trump. Who said that?
Michael Cohen about 10 to 20 times.
So not just once, multiple times he told you that while you were his attorney, while you were in consultation with your client, he said that multiple times.
He not only said that multiple times, but he said that after I said to him, knowing that he was suicidal,
Sorry, it happened.
Michael, think about this. Isn't it easier to cooperate against Donald Trump than it is to kill yourself? And he still said, I swear to God, Bob, I don't have anything.
When you laid it all out, you said, dude, you better cooperate. If you got something truthful on the president, you better let me have it or you're in trouble. And he came back with the exact same statement. I swear to God, Bob, I don't have anything on Trump.
That is correct. And that was my obligation to do that, to fully inform him of what his escape route was, as he called it.
And then he changed his story, right? Then he went on
It suited
TV and
him.
changed his
Exactly.
story.
He changed his story. He turned around, and he's the only one who can do that. You have to believe Michael Cohen in order to convict Donald Trump if there's actually a crime there, which there isn't. But that's an issue for an appellate court.
I want to read another statement, another line from your statement. You said, Alvin Bragg refused my offer. What was the offer?
My offer was to come to his office and sit down, let him look me in the eye and see if I'm telling the truth when I had all these documents that showed that Michael Cohen simply was not a reliable witness, that his predecessors in the Southern District of New York decided after they spoke to me with the FBI that Michael Cohen wasn't reliable, and they never used him again for anything.
Why wouldn't Alvin Bragg talk to you? Why do you think?
You'd have to ask him that. But I talked to 8 of his assistant DAs.
What was that reception like?
I gave them a Zoom conference interview for an hour and a half before I testified in the grand jury on Monday. And then on Monday, when I testified in the grand jury, they did everything in their power not to ask me the questions that would elicit the exculpatory information.
And is this the same information you took to the Southern District of New York?
It is.
Same information. They were happy to get it.
Exactly.
What did they decide?
Well, they decided they did not use Michael Cohen for anything again.
Yeah.
And they didn't proceed against Donald Trump for anything.
They saw what anyone with common sense would see. Well, we can't make this guy as our star witness in a prosecution. We can't do that. And they didn't do it. And they didn't bring any charges, right?
That's correct.
And even Alvin Bragg understood that. Alvin Bragg said, quote, he could not see a world in which he would indict Trump and call Mr. Cohen as a prosecution witness, but then he changed his mind. And he didn't change his mind until after President Trump was an announced candidate for president, which I think underscores this fundamental point. This is all about politics. And that's your experience dealing with Mr. Bragg and his team. Is that right, Mr. Costello?
Absolutely. I mean, there's no coincidences here. The fact that Judge Merchan has had all of these cases, and by the way, when he finishes with the Donald Trump case, Steve Bannon is next. Out of all the judges in New York County, somehow they keep on coming up with the same judge. Coincidence?
I don't think so.
I don't believe in them.
I think it's all coordinated. Let me just, in my last 8 seconds, Mr. Trustee, let me just ask you this. When the prosecution alters the sequence and the order of the documents they seized in a raid that broke all precedent in what they did, the physical documents don't match up with the scanned documents. Is that a problem?
It is. I mean, we viewed the materials almost like carbon dating. You could see dates of newspaper articles, you'd see photographs, you'd see an item marked classified. The exact context is an important part of the proof for the government as well as the defense, for the defense attorney. So altering that and not being able to retreat back to some sort of recreation is a serious problem.
And you see the irony, don't you? The irony of Jack Smith mishandling documents all the while he's charging President Trump with mishandling documents. I mean, I don't think that's lost on anyone.
Well, and remember, it came out in the context of correcting a prior statement to the court that there was not a problem with mishandling the documents.
Oh, so
I will say this, Glenn. I wish they would find something on him. Look, I'm going to be completely honest. I don't like the man. I really don't. He's an asshole. He's narcissistic. He is, other than being well, I can be a little bit narcissistic sometimes, but I'm a straight asshole. I mean, I live up to my name pretty well. I mean, I'm a dick. What do you want? But I wish they would find something on him because he's starting to look like the cleanest American ever in modern history. And that's saying a lot. That really is.
Even worse or even better, I guess, is even.
Let's go with worse.
Yo, what's up, Scott?
So true. My time has expired. Chair, I recognize the gentleman from Virginia.
Thank you. Gosh, Ms. Banks, I'm listening to this, and I guess I'm supposed to be persuaded that the only liar in the platform is Mr. Cohen. Now, help me reflect a little bit, because I want to make sure my memory serves me well. Did the former president?
I'm sorry. The only liar in the whole thing? I'm sorry. Stormy Daniels is a liar too. Let's not forget that. Let's not forget repeatedly she said the whole thing didn't happen. And then all of a sudden when this comes up, well, yeah, I did have sex with Trump. We were in his hotel room. I did have sex with him. And I feel like I was drugged. Let's take a break. Okay, come back from the break. Were you drugged? No. Then why the fuck did you say that? Not to mention the fact that she actually admitted under oath that she was extorting Trump. Shit.
President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, was he found guilty of lying and massive fraud by the state of New York?
Yes,
So he lied
he did.
on his, and he was found.
Okay, Mr. Conley. I mean, with your little fucky mustache there. I don't know why it's orange right there in the center, kind of like like a smoker would have it there, but just right here. It's a little weird. It's like you're trying to cover up that Hitler stash with some other weird things going on. Anyway, but let's talk about that, Mr. Conley. Oh, Jesus Christ, that case. $18 million in Mar-a-Lago, but when you go to settle it, it's $260 million. I'm sorry, wasn't there a story about how Jon Stewart did the same thing in Mar-a-Lago, or same thing in his house or apartment in New York City that they blame Trump for doing? You know how they said they changed the value, or he overinflated the value of his assets to get a better loan, and even the bank said, "Yeah, we do it again. There was no harm, no foul. He paid us back on time every time. We do it again." Oh, and by the way, the bank actually said, "Hey, yeah, he did say his property was worth this much." We said, "Hey, cool. We're still going to take a look at it." We went out and valued it, and we valued the property at the amount written that you say he overinflated. What crime was that? Because if there was a crime there, I mean, wouldn't the crime be on the bank who overinflated the asset? I mean, wouldn't the crime be on the bank if he were to overflate and say, my house is worth $1 billion," and the bank says, nah, it's worth 750, and it's really worth 20,000? Wouldn't that be on the bank for writing that loan for that 750? There's no, as they like to say here on the Democrat side, there's no there. But somehow the dude was found guilty. Huh. In the same courtroom where the judge was showing his nipples to college kids, which is weird. At least it wasn't children, but then again, he was also thrown out of a gym because he was hitting on all the young little girls in there too. Yeah, that was Judge Ingram. Never mind the fact that the principal law clerk, Greenfield, was actually on the campaign staff for Letitia James, who was prosecuting. The two male, two pale, two stale statement from Letitia James. Yeah, that was Greenfield working on her campaign, which was the principal law clerk, who, oddly enough, sat right next to the judge, and they were passing notes to each other. I mean, they even had to change the camera, or the angles of the cameras in that courtroom. They had to change the angles so you couldn't see them passing notes back and forth to each other. Should we believe that? Nah.
Was found guilty of it.
Yes.
So we can speculate about others, but in this case, we have a record.
Maybe
Was he fined
Sunshine.
by
What's
that?
going
He's
on?
Probably given a little slap in the wrist, right?
They gave him a huge slap in the wrist. And in one of those cases, the judge said that Michael Cohen was credible. So we have that affirmation of his credibility. And the prosecution doesn't pick the witnesses, the defendant does. Witnesses who are cooperating were former co-conspirators, and they do acts in furtherance of the conspiracy and in aid of their co-conspirator, in this case, Mr. Trump.
Well, my. So we can
have
this theater about.
Wait. I'm sorry, ma'am. Say that again, because
Gave him a huge slap in the wrist. And in one of those cases, the judge said that Michael Cohen was credible. So we have that affirmation of his credibility. And the prosecution doesn't pick the witnesses, the defendant does. Witnesses who are cooperating were former co-conspirators, and they do acts in furtherance of the conspiracy and in aid of their co-conspirator, in this case, Mr. Trump.
Well, my.
The prosecution doesn't pick the witnesses. The defense. Ladies and gentlemen, these are your lawyers. These are your prosecutors. Did you know, as a defendant, you can pick the witnesses that go on stand? Because I was under the impression the defense picks the witnesses to defend them, and the prosecution picks the witnesses to prosecute the defendant. I'm sorry. All my life, I didn't know the defendant picked the witnesses on both sides. I mean, if that were the case, how does anybody go to jail? Jesus Christ. This is your taxpayer dollars at work.
So we can have this theater about a particular witness and his credibility, but we actually have a rendering, a judgment rendered in the court in New York in a case brought by the Attorney General of New York. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Right. And apparently they were all engaged in a conspiracy against this poor innocent former president of the United States. Was that same individual, the former president of the
Thanks
United
for
States,
admitting it,
also
Mr. Connolly.
found guilty in a different court of defamation, and defamation being you lied about somebody?
Yes,
He was found guilty.
he was guilty of that and of sexual assault.
And of sexual assault. Oh, well, was he fined for that?
Very large fine.
Another large fine. So he lied about his business and was convicted of committing civil fraud in the state of New York and fined almost, well, with interest and everything, close to $500 million.
Correct.
And had to actually post a bond to make good as a surety on that. Is that correct?
175 million, because that 454
The
million
title
was
of
pulled out of
this,
somebody's head.
Subcommittee, select subcommittee, is weaponization. You know, the false premise being that the federal government is all organized to weaponize against innocent, especially right-wing victims. Now, if I told you, given your background, that someone running for president of the United
Glad you
States
finally
has
made
said,
one,
I'll be a
Mr.
dictator on day one. Out of his own mouth.
No. See, this is going to be used several times. Let's just go ahead and set the record straight with this one. I'll be a dictator on day one. How about you finish the quote? Where he says, I'm going to close the border and I'm going to drill, baby, drill. How is that dictator in any way, shape, or form? Oh, you leave that out because that takes away from your little sting about, I'll be a dictator on day one. Shut the hell up.
And we know that there are plans to create huge detention camps that could hold and process millions, not thousands, of immigrants in the United States.
Who built the cages,
And
Joe?
they have a plan to politicize the 2.2 million federal employee workforce by creating a new schedule, Schedule F, and initially start with 50,000 political employees appointed rather than civil service career professionals. Would
Schedule F, the firing of every federal employee. Yeah, I'm on board with it. Bring in some new blood. Bring in some new people. Get rid of all that. Get rid of it all. Every bit of it. As a matter of fact, you know what? Even Rumble would take me down for that statement. I'll hold that comment.
would I be fair to say that sounds like weaponization to me?
It does. Project 2025 is very scary to me, and it includes a weaponization attempt through through the Department of Justice. It says in plain language, that's what they intend to do if
Project 2025 is very scary to me because if it happens, I would be in prison. And so would a lot of most of our government. So Project 2025 frightens me because, hey, it points out a lot of the crap that's been going on. It points out a lot of the laundering of our money. It points out you did this, you did that. Hey, treason. Let's just fire you then, huh? That's Project 2025. Doesn't hold anybody accountable for shit. You're just fired from your job. And that's lawfare? Interesting.
if Donald Trump is reelected.
And well, if I were to read, I could read a series of quotes to you, but I'll give it. If I happen to be president, see somebody who's doing well and beating me very badly, I say go down and indict them. They would be out of business. They'd be out of the election. You know who said that?
No.
Donald Trump. On day one of my new administration.
He was also talking about if he were Biden and losing, that's what he would do. Huh. But you take that part out to try to make that little point, and there you go, ladies and gentlemen. The good people on both sides hoax again. But Mr. Conley doesn't have a following, so it's not going to turn out to be anything. He's just a doddering old fool within our government that well, let's just be honest, he's more together upstairs than Biden is. But the IQ is below sub-zero for this guy.
Administration, I will direct the Department of Justice. This Department of Justice, Mr. Trustee and Mr. Costello want to preserve. On day one of my administration, I'll direct the Department of Justice to investigate every radical district attorney and attorney general for their illegal racist enforcement of the law. You know who said that?
I'm going to guess it was Donald
Unfortunately, you have to
Does that
listen.
sound to you like the weaponization of the Department of Justice to go after political enemies or perceived opponents?
It does.
Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
I think the chairman. Mr. Trustee, is it true, or do you believe, I'm going to ask you to speculate on something, that some of these cases are going to get overturned even if they do get a prosecution in their current venue?
Yeah, I do think that when prosecutors are being inventive for historically important prosecutions, that they can collapse of their own weight. And maybe that is for misconduct in Georgia. Maybe that's for a novel felonization of misdemeanors in New York. But I do think that it puts a lot of pressure on the appellate courts.
I do
that they may
apologize,
well get
guys.
to that
I don't
point where
know why the
trial judges
the
go
video's
along with the
sputtering.
game, but the appellate court
It's
does
sputtering
not.
everywhere, but
So
everything
isn't it
else
a
is fine.
characteristic
I
of
have no idea what's
lawfare
going on with that.
sometimes that you don't really care how the case is going to end up, that the process is the punishment?
Sure. I mean, look, for any client, it is strain and stressful to go through an accusation and a trial. It's got to be particularly maddening when you're running for president to be going through that, to be tied up in New York courtrooms for most of the day. So, yeah, it is. There's
That's
a win
Ashley
without a
Babbitt's
win
mother in the
for
background with that
proponents
red
of
shirt.
lawfare sometimes.
Mr. Hamilton, I want to talk about the special counsel office in general. The Appointments Clause of the Constitution says the president shall nominate and with the advice and consent of Senate shall appoint ambassadors, other public ministers and consuls, judges of the Supreme Court, and all other officers of the United States. Are U.S. attorneys nominated by the president and confirmed by the Senate according to the Appointments Clause?
In fact, they are.
U.S. attorneys are held to the Appointments Clause because they are delegated some part of the sovereign power of the United States, such as the ability to make indictments and charge individuals with crimes. Was Jack Smith nominated by President Biden or confirmed by the Senate?
He was not.
He was merely given the powers of the special counsel by Attorney General Garland, wasn't he?
Correct.
I think it's kind of a fallacy that Congress can create this special office and that it will be free of any political bias. Do you believe that Special Counsel Jack Smith is acting independently of the White House?
Absolutely not.
And what leads you to believe that he's not?
So it's not only the novel application of some of these statutes to former President Trump, twisting statutes that this Congress wrote, twisting the meaning of plain language of sections like 1512C, interpreting the Presidential Records Act in a way that precludes Donald Trump from deciding which records are his. There's all kinds of different things that he's doing. But I would say that the manner in which they've been acting, as my colleagues on this panel have testified to, the manner in which they have conducted themselves in their investigation, every step along the way, whether it's cataloging evidence or whether it's statements to the court and everything in between, Jack Smith is acting like a partisan hack. And he has a record of that, doing so in the past.
And, according to reporting, Jay Bratt, a top aide to Special Counsel Jack Smith, met with White House officials multiple times.
Hold on, guys. I want to hit this up. Glenn says he was with the same group as Ashley. We got split up 30 minutes later. She was shot. Dude, if you're willing, I'd love to sit down and talk with you sometime about what happened with the whole J6 thing. I'd love to sit down and talk with you. Talk with you about that. If you're willing, you don't even need a camera. All I need is a voice. All I need is a voice. I don't even know why I was doing this myself. It's just weird. Anyway.
Times, including just weeks before Special Counsel Smith indicted President Trump. I mean, it's hard to say that he's independent if these meetings are in fact going on, isn't it?
That's correct.
I think maybe we need a hearing later on to talk about this office itself and how it's been weaponized. I'm going to yield my remaining time to the chairman.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Trustee, you've talked about earlier Jack Smith's obsession with getting this trial done before, in a speedy fashion, I think before the election is I mean, it seems to me that in and of itself.
Oh yeah, that man,
all of them are concerned
that
these,
young man
these
is
trials
sharp
may
as
not
shit.
happen before the. Why does that matter? We want justice done right. That should be the focus, not some artificial timeline.
I think the speedy trial demand betrayed the political underpinning of the entire process. There's no reason for a federal prosecutor with a non-incarcerated defendant to say anything. And if I could just for a quick sec, the model here, there was a real obvious model that would have given us all more faith in this process. That is full transparency on behalf of the Department of Justice. Coming into court and saying, we're turning over everything in discovery. We're ready for trial, but judge, you tell us we'll show up when we need to show up. We're here for small J justice, not capital J justice, as we used to say at DOJ. That's the problem. That model of transparency and openness, not fighting special master supervision, not appealing everything, not trashing Judge Cannon in Florida. That's what we could have had some respect for and some belief that the process is playing out fairly.
You only bring.
I mean, he is correct, but let's go ahead and throw in this little tidbit here. I'm sorry, in one of these cases, didn't they drop roughly around 12 million documents and hundreds of thousands, well, no, I can say hundreds, thousands of hours of video and said, hey, good luck getting ready for this case. It needs to be done in just a few months. And they're just like, wait a minute, you're dropping all this. No, we need more time. And it's like, no, you don't need more time because we've highlighted and bookmarked in the evidence everything that we're going to bring to trial. Trust us. Ladies and gentlemen, there was a case, Visa versus Walmart versus Visa or something like that, where there was like 7 billion documents within that case or something like that. And it took damn near a decade to go to court for. But yet 12 million documents. Yeah, somehow you're just going to be ready in just a few months. Don't worry. We've bookmarked. We've highlighted. We've done all we need to do. We've made your defense for you. Trust us. No, I don't think I will.
He bring charges after he announces for president then of course you want the trials before the election. That seems so obvious, I think, to anyone with common sense. That's what they're trying to do. Now, the good news is it's all falling apart. It's all falling apart, which when you have these kind of cases, maybe that's what we should have probably expected in the end. I think the gentleman for Young Chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to the witnesses, good morning. I apologize. I have a competing hearing that I had to sort of play dual role here this morning. While I miss your opening statements, I certainly have looked at what you were prepared to testify to. And frankly, you know, I have some questions, but I'm just sort of still astounded to hear that some of my colleagues are questioning the timing of the charges and all of this poor little Donald Trump got indicted story. I'm astounded by their claim that there's a two-tier system of justice, all because the twice impeached former president was indicted on charges for mishandling of classified documents and Biden was not. You know, that's the bottom line. Biden and Pence were not. It's ridiculous.
Scott says, I think I have a good way for us to do the Stupids play with Streamlabs. All right, we'll definitely talk about it. We'll talk about it soon. I don't know if it's going to be before or after I get back home, but we'll talk about it soon. Ladies and gentlemen, you know what? Sorry, we were going to do this tomorrow. We'll go through it tomorrow with the actual off-label show. Ladies and gentlemen, there's a group of us that are getting together. We are going to actually make a little network of voices, different people, different ideas that may clash eventually. And it's going to be fun because that's who we are and that's what we do. But we're going to bring you a whole little network. It's going to be the Business Party Network. And we got like 7-8 shows already. We got something, at least one thing every day of the week coming to you guys. What Scott was mentioning there with the Stupids play is me and Scott we're going to dive into some like gaming and cultural things on the weekend. As we play games, you know, we'll play a round or something in a game and then we'll stop and talk about a story. Then we'll play another round, stop and talk about a story. We're going to be doing something like that just to give you guys a little bit of cultural and gaming experience instead of the political crap we always do. That's coming very soon. We got a lot lined up for that. We're going to go through the entire thing tomorrow on Off Label, which Davey will be there with me. But we're going to go through the entire thing. We'll let you know what's coming up. We'll push that information. There is a short on the YouTube for, I believe it's on the Off Label channel. I don't know, but there's a short on the YouTube, kind of a little sneak peek. The short's called Coming Soon. Y'all want to check that out? You'll see that. We got a lot in store for you guys. And we're going to talk about that tomorrow. I'm not going to waste any more time, but that's what he was talking about with the Stupids play. And yes, Scott, we will talk about that. But yeah.
Ridiculous. And I don't say that as a Democrat or as a member of Congress. I say that as a former judge responsible for upholding our Constitution and the rule of law. Apparently, my Republican colleagues need a refresher on criminal law. To convict someone of a crime, a prosecutor must prove each element of that criminal act beyond a reasonable doubt. Prosecuting someone under the relevant statutes in these cases, a prosecutor would have to prove willfulness. Defendants would have to have willingly withheld these documents. Mr. Hur's report cleared President Biden of wrongdoing. But boy, oh boy, did Trump willfully steal.
No, he didn't. He said there was definitely wrongdoing here, but he's a doddering old fool that nobody would even look at twice. They take pity on him, so there's no point in bringing charges. Yeah, so that's not how the lawfare works. We all know what happened with that. Oh, and by the way, in the Robert Hur testimony with Joe Biden, they were talking about the Corvette. Yeah, in that testimony, he was talking about how I got my Corvette and it goes like he's talking to a child. It's the leader of the free world, ladies and gentlemen.
steal and conceal. New mode of operation there, steal and conceal his documents. In his words, when he realized he had the documents in his possession, he didn't call authorities to come get them like President Biden or Vice President Pence did to correct the problem. No, he thwarted every attempt to have federal prosecutors from
Happens
coming
every
in.
time I take the things out of my
Reports
ears.
say he said, quote, "What happens if we just don't play," end quote, with investigators, and that he didn't want anyone getting, quote, his documents. His documents. He has some strange belief that classified documents are his and his only. So he lied to his lawyers and he lied to the FBI, pretending he didn't have any more documents, when in fact he instructed his aide to hide those documents around his unsecured property in Florida. We've all seen the pictures. He threw them in bathrooms and bedrooms in a building that had tens of thousands of people come through.
Glenn, let's see. Says, drop me a DM. Look, I don't have Twitter because apparently calling for treason charges is incitement to violence or some shit. I don't remember. I don't have any of that. Look, I will put my email address in the little comment section there for you. Go ahead and hit me up, dude.
Where 150 members of his staff worked. This isn't a tiered system of justice. It's just the criminal justice system evaluating the facts. Facts Republicans apparently seem uninterested in and want to totally ignore. Because facts aren't what matter to my colleagues across the aisle, as they have proven today. But regardless of how much they try, in America, no one is above the law, not even the former twice impeached president. Ms. Winebanks, you were a prosecutor that worked on the Watergate case. As a former prosecutor, can
Notice
you
how
say
most
what is
Democrats
needed
are only
prove
talking to her?
willfulness? And do you think that it can be proven in this case with the classified documents?
Absolutely. And I think some of the conduct, which all occurred after he was out of office, including the concealing of the documents, including telling people to delete the video, including everything that he did to make sure that things weren't found. He hid documents from his own lawyer by moving them from where he knew his lawyer would be searching. He caused his lawyer to file a false statement to the FBI about, here's the documents we have. Those are all evidence of his knowledge and his willfulness. He knew he had those documents. He knew he didn't want them to be turned over. And if I could just add, the Presidential Records
And we know
Act
the
is
FBI
something that
locked
was
him in that
passed as a
bathroom
result
and
of
then
Richard
raided
Nixon's conduct.
Mar-a-Lago.
And so I'm very familiar with it. And it extends to
Coincidentally,
not just classified
after Hunter
documents,
Biden
but
said
to
that, my
all
papa
the
says,
records of a president. So he was holding many, many documents that should have been turned over as a routine matter when he left the White House.
And this is opposed to how Vice President Biden and former Vice President Pence handled their requests.
That is correct.
Vice President Biden, Senator Biden, and Vice President Pence had absolutely no authority to hold documents outside of a secure facility. You know, a SCIF. It's not supposed to happen. So the fact that they had those documents, oh, but they willfully, it doesn't fucking matter. They willfully took the documents when they weren't supposed to. They had no authority to do so. But it's somehow D for different. It's D for different, ladies and gentlemen. Shut the fuck up.
Correct. And in the case of Biden, the special counsel investigating concluded that there was no evidence of willfulness that could establish beyond a reasonable doubt that he had any knowledge or willfulness in possessing those documents. And there were even specific findings about things like his diaries, which have long been held since Ronald Reagan was
I'll admit
president.
the knowledge of it because
Personal
he's a brainless fucking
Those
retard.
are personal documents. The president, former President Trump, tried to say everything is my personal documents. That's not how it works. Personal documents are like the diaries and handwritten notes.
Well, thank you, and I'm running out of time, but would you say that that they're really, I mean, I don't even know what this, what are they calling it? Legal affair or?
Lawfare.
I mean, does that word even make sense?
I'll check it out and
I had to look it up. It's
respond
not
to
one
you
that I had ever
either
heard
tonight or
except
tomorrow.
in terms of the lawfare blog. And so I looked it up and I was quite surprised at what its meaning was in terms of weaponization. And I think, as I was being asked earlier, the Project 2025 is the weaponization of government.
Well, and this is, they're talking about this from someone who's found countless.
Project 2025 is the weaponization of the government against the weaponization of the government. It's a weird little loophole catch-22 situation, but unless you're going to do what Nancy Pelosi did on January 7th, where she went to the Joint Chiefs of Staff and told them not to listen to the sitting order or to the orders of the sitting president because he's crazy. After months of saying that Orange Man would attempt a military coup, she goes to the Joint Chiefs of Staff and says, I'm going to attempt a military coup. And even Mark Milley himself, you know, the dude that says, I want to understand white rage, said, ma'am, if we did that, that would be tantamount to a military coup. I can actually disregard unlawful orders, but if it gives me a lawful order, I have to follow it. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. She attempted the military coup that she said Orange Man was going to commit less than 24 hours after she waited 71 minutes to give the authorization for the National Guard to be sworn in to work on federal grounds, which she could have done on January 5th, but chose not to for the 5,000, count them, 5,000 unarmed, unarmored soldiers that couldn't interact with the crowd in any way unless given direct authority by Christopher Miller. They were a mile and a half away from the Capitol. Nancy Pelosi, who could have given the authorization to swear in the guard, did not do it on January 5th. She did it 71 minutes after the Capitol was attacked. And then, less than 24 hours later, after that, she goes to the Joint Chiefs of Staff and says, don't listen to the President of the United States. And Mark Milley told her that would be a military coup. Who's the only person throughout the January 6th shit that was never even attempted to be asked questions about? As a matter of fact, was put on I guess let's say a protected list because nobody could even ask her questions about it or anything like that. Yeah, we need to have a January 6th special and go through all that yet again. 200, count them, 200 plus FBI agents or informants were found in that crowd to be instigating on the West Wing. Not looking good for your insurrection narrative, but okay.
And countless of lawsuits against contractors, against property owners. I mean, he's Mr. Lawsuit himself. So thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you.
Yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Costello, I'm over here on this end, sir.
Oh, thank you.
I want to distinguish something. It's extremely bad judgment to put an inveterate, well-known liar on the stand. It's bad judgment for a lawyer to do that because that person's subject to impeachment for his lies. That's true, right?
That is true.
Okay. And impeachment, for those watching, that's when you destroy the credibility of a testifying witness, right?
You do. You also destroy the credibility of the office,
Absolutely.
which is why I wanted to sit down with Alvin Bragg.
But there's another problem with doing that, isn't there? That is to say that the witness might give false testimony while on the stand. And that's something yet further is, how many lies did you testify Cohen testified to yesterday in New York court?
Well, I only read the section that involved me, and virtually every statement that he made about our interaction was false.
Okay. Alvin Bragg and his assistants prosecuting that case, they're lawyers, right?
They are, yes.
Can lawyers knowingly permit their own witness to testify falsely before a court?
Absolutely not.
Is that just a matter of bad judgment or something more?
No, it's a matter of ethics. It's required.
Are lawyers who do that susceptible to punishment for it?
They are susceptible.
If lawyers do that and they're doing so in the course of interfering with an ongoing presidential election, could they be subject to punishment for that?
I would think so, sure.
I noticed that today, in the course of this proceedings so far, not one Democrat has asked either of you a question and allowed you to speak to it.
I not only noticed that, but I noticed that after they take cheap shots, they leave.
Absolutely. Speaking of that cheap shot, Mr. Goldman, he's a great
You gotta
lawyer, by
love
the
it.
way, so he knows not to ask you a question.
Well, we've had prior dealings, and I think he does know not to ask me a question.
I'm sure. But do you care to respond to what he suggested?
Well, he's suggesting that this is jury interference. First of all, I had nothing to do with the scheduling of this hearing. And second of all, nobody knew when Michael Cohen was going to testify. The prediction by the media and also by the prosecutors was that this was going to be a 5 or a 6 week trial. So according to that, Michael Cohen shouldn't be testifying for another week or two. So to claim that we're just doing this to interfere with the jury that's been instructed, of course, not to watch proceedings such as this,
Absolutely.
is ridiculous.
All right.
It's a cheap shot.
So-
And that's why I called it that.
Totally agree. And I'll just observe. When I was reading your statement, I noticed that you said you had been practicing law for 51 years. I said, wow, you're going to be old.
No.
What a great head of hair and great, absolutely have it all together. So, but you've been practicing law at a high level for 51 years. Mr. Trusty
Nice
Napier, I
burn
think
on
you said you were
yourself,
with the
Mr.
Justice
Bishop.
Department for 27 years. Is that correct?
I was a prosecutor for 17 at DOJ.
Okay, prosecutor, 27 years and 17 at DOJ.
So yes, I'm not as old as Bob.
No.
Thank you for that.
No one has attempted to lay a glove on either of you. How about Stanley Woodward? Has anybody, to your knowledge, challenged his?
I love that. I think that's absolutely 100% telling. They go after everybody for Trump, right? Everybody in his inner circle, everybody that's close to him, anybody that you could get to flip and then have somebody else flip and then have somebody else flip, all of that. But they don't go after the people that are related or are connected to the people that they want to get after. It's weird. It's really weird. It's almost like they know full well the people that are connected to the people that are connected to Trump wouldn't put up with this bullshit.
His sworn account of being extorted by Jay Bratt, Mr. Trusty?
No, but I also have no evidence of the department looking inward about it at all.
What indeed is the recourse? If this shouldn't come before this committee, as the members of the minority have said. What indeed is the recourse for this? Mr. Trusty?
I'm not sure. It's certainly disqualification from the case, which would be a starting point here. And there should be a robust OPR investigation on the DOJ side. My experience with OPR, even in some of the worst accusations that were made to people in the department, was that they geared it to not make decisions until after the litigation was closed, which was very self-serving. I'm a little concerned that the public ramifications by way of OPR and DOJ's response might be years away.
That seems to be the problem. No one's ever held to account, and the process takes years and years and years and then ends in a whimper with somebody sending a report forth, and the problems just keep coming. I encourage those who are watching, unfortunately, I've only got about 30 seconds left, to read the last two. Actually, both of your statements are extraordinary. Anybody watching this hearing ought to pull those statements up and read them word for word. They're magnificent, well drafted. And the end of yours, Mr. Trusty, in which you characterize where the Justice Department is and how much of a problem this is and how dangerous it is to the country I think are maybe two of the most significant paragraphs I've read while I've been in Congress. And I encourage people to look at them.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. But I tell you, I appreciate your coming here. It is that on both cases, it is an act of service to the country. And I think the American people are wise to this. And I know how it's going to go. The only question is what comes next. How is this going to be dealt with in the next administration? Because be dealt with, it must be. You bet.
Gentleman yields back. Well said, particularly the reference to the gentleman's written testimony. I would encourage everyone to read that. The gentleman from California. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I might start, since the issue of
This dude is a bigger
veracity
joke than
of,
anybody else.
has come up repeatedly here.
You're about to see it.
If I might enter into the record 3 articles that have recently appeared dealing with the veracity of the former president. One's from Time Magazine, another one from, let's see here, yes. Mr. Chairman, may I enter these into the records?
Well, I thought you were going to read. You said Time Magazine. You said the 2 others.
You're
We'll do that
right.
without
Maybe
objection. So,
Sunshine.
go ahead.
Unfortunately, it's nothing new. This has been going on for
I was
7
just
to 8
trying to
years now?
define lawfare. And apparently it has to do with using the federal government, in this case, to weaponize or to carry out some action against somebody. Now, if someone were to say, I will appoint a special prosecutor to go after the most corrupt president in the history of the United States of America, would that be lawfare?
I believe it would.
Thank you. If someone were to say, if I happen to be president,
if someone were to say, I'd go after the most corrupt president in American history, would that be lawfare? Yes, it would. Now, wait. Why would that be lawfare? Is it because Joe Biden is a sitting president of the United States and nobody's going after a sitting president of the United States for anything? And if they did, that would be lawfare? I'm sorry, Mr. Garamendi. Dude, I don't even care to pronounce your last. I'm sorry, Mister. I don't give a fuck about you. You just proved your point. You just had that woman prove the point while trying to make a point of Trump, who's under attack for literally nothing. I mean, let's be honest. Literally nothing. You have the DOJ going after him for nothing. Yet all this evidence about Joe Biden being corrupt, the dealings with his son, with Ukraine, with Russia, with China. As a matter of fact, Hunter Biden's company was formed in China, making that company Chinese owned. Because every company that does business in China does business at the behest of the Chinese government. Thereby, all those Bohai, Seneca, Rosemont shit, all of the BHR things, most of the BHR things are Chinese-owned companies that Hunter Biden started in China. Got money from Russia, got money from Romania. Kazakhstan was in the mix. Ladies and gentlemen, Kazakhstan. I'm sorry. The country that in 2022, their people ran up in the parliament, kidnapped and or unalived every single person within their parliament for corruption, less corruption, and less economic squeezing than what our country is doing to us now. Their people ran up there and did that to their members of parliament. And Hunter Biden got money for a Porsche from the same country that happened in. Yeah, no corruption going on there, right?
and I see somebody who's doing well and beating me very badly, I say, go down and indict them. They would be out of business.
Again, ladies and
They would be
gentlemen,
out of the election.
he was talking about what he would do if he were Biden.
That is definitely a violation of everything that the Department of Justice stands for. It is lawfare. You need to have some evidence to begin an investigation, and the president himself has no role in directing who the Department of Justice will investigate or prosecute.
If I might continue, thank you. On day one of my new administration, I will direct the Department of Justice to investigate every radical DA, Attorney General, for the illegal, racist enforcement of the law. Is that lawfare?
Yes.
Do you know who made those statements? Let me tell you. Those are direct quotes from the new wannabe president, former President Trump.
I would investigate all the radical DAs to see where they're breaking the law, and that's lawfare. And that's something, ladies and gentlemen, that you shouldn't want. You shouldn't want justice for any prosecutor or DA or grand jury or anything about our court systems that railroad you into something. Brings up false charges just to harass you and maybe put your ass in jail. You wanting revenge for that, you wanting any kind of real justice for something like that. Ladies and gentlemen, that's lawfare. And, well, if somebody comes after you, I mean, turn the other cheek, right? Let them hit you in the other cheek. Right? I mean, that's the Christian way. That's the Republican way. Right? I'll counter it with this. You can't stand on a moral high ground with those that have no morals. You can't turn the other cheek when somebody is punching you. Because all you do, well, you give them more power to beat the ever living shit out of you with. You can't stand on a moral high ground with those that have no morals. The only way to beat them is to get down in the dirt and sling the mud with them. The only difference between you and them at that point would be every time that mud is slung, you scream out, "Remember when you did this? Here you go. Remember when this happened? Here you go." Which is what we're seeing here in America. A lot of people who voted for Biden are saying, I fucked up. Good on you, every single one of you out there who knew the truth, who pushed the truth, and who wouldn't back down. Good on you. Because the mindless zombie horde that is the left is shrinking. Despite what they want to tell you, despite what they want to see, all you have to do is just look at the polls to see it. People like me, who don't like the orange man, are supporting the orange man. Because people like me, who have been railroaded through the system when I was a young kid, all the way up into to an adult, we see ourselves in that orange man. We see ourselves in every situation. So what began is, wait a minute, you lied. Then turned into, stop making me defend this fat fuck. Is now turned into, you know what, fuck it. Make him president yet again. I mean, what do we got to lose? That's a good question. What do we have to lose? Inflation through the fucking roof? I mean, you could barely afford your pills. Meanwhile, they're talking about how we need to defend Ukraine. We need to attack Iran. We need to defend Israel. Russia's on the loose. China's attacking us at every turn. Ladies and gentlemen, there is an actual story we're going to be talking about tomorrow about Chinese cyber threats. That one's going to be fun. You're going to sit there and tell me that the federal government, who literally took a man from Loudoun County who went to a parent-teacher conference where his daughter was anally raped by a boy in a skirt in a school and got mad. Got mad because the school tried to cover up the fact that his daughter was anally raped by a boy in a skirt, which that boy in a skirt was expelled from another school for the same occurrence, and that was covered up in that school too. That man's a terrorist. It's not looking good for this hearing. It really isn't. And I'm kind of sick of it. Honestly, I am. I know a lot of you are out there too. I am sick of this. I don't know how much more it could take. You squeeze me dry. You bleed me from everything. You take everything from me right as soon as I come up from white trailer park fucking trash my entire damn life till I pull myself up. I own my fucking house. I'm paying my own bills. I'm married. I'm doing everything I'm supposed to be doing to be a good citizen of the United States of America. And as soon as that happened, what do? Well, you take that rug out from underneath me and you give it to Ukraine. You give it to Israel. You give it to illegal immigrants. You give everything that I built up for myself to them. And then you tell me I'm a terrorist. Yeah, go fuck yourself.
Apparently, he wants to use his power as president to weaponize the Department of Justice and every other federal agency to go after his enemies, political or otherwise. One of these quotes might be his business interest.
You got to word it in different ways to get past the shadow banning.
Would that be inappropriate for a president or a wannabe president to make these statements, and even more so to do that should that person become president?
It would be.
Do any of you gentlemen disagree that that would be inappropriate for a president to do any of those three things? Gentlemen, yes or no? It's appropriate or inappropriate?
I don't accept the premises fully, so I'm having a
Now,
hard time with yes
don't give me
or
that
no.
lawyery business. The question is, those are statements made by the former president of the United States as he prepares to become the next president. Are those appropriate actions by any president? Yes or no?
Yeah. I don't have an answer for you, sir.
I thought you might not. Mr. Costello, are those appropriate things for any president to do? Yes or no?
I don't think that's a yes or no question.
Thank you. I knew you would not answer the question. But
ladies and gentlemen, if a train is traveling south at 60 miles an hour and another train is traveling north at 90 miles an hour, at what time will they hit each other? This is a yes or no question. I'm sorry, suck what?
I'll ask it one more time. These statements, are they appropriate action by any president? Yes or no?
I would say they're not appropriate.
Thank you. Mr. Hamilton, do you want to opine on this?
Well, like my colleague, Mr. Trustee, I reject the premise of the question of out of context statements, but I would say.
We're going to move on. Thank you very much.
No, we're not going to move on.
That's
You're going to
not
shut the
all
fuck
that's
up.
been said. If we were to go through the various statements, on day one, I will be a dictator. Is that
Finish the quote.
an appropriate thing for an American president to be, or even to say he would be?
Wasn't it the sitting president of the United States who said anybody that rule or that governs a presidency using executive orders as a dictator, and then goes on to sign more executive orders than his former than the former president of the United States in his first 100 days? and still rules through executive order. I mean, Jesus Christ, ladies and gentlemen, do you realize for a declaration of war, the House and the Senate must agree? When was the last time that happened? Oh, shit. World War II. After that, after World War II, every single act of war that we have done has been under a military police action executive order. It's almost like they circumvent the entire Congress for war by executive action. Now, granted, in certain situations, I agree. It should be done. You shouldn't wait. Like, I can't use 9/11 for an example because our fucking government was involved in that. Shit. But no. You know, let's just be completely honest. I don't know of a single thing since World War II that would constitute military police action on another country unless our own government was involved in it. I mean, look at the cartels on the border. Operation Fast and Furious. Obama sold weapons of war to the cartels. And then you have Mr. Garcia in a hearing about human trafficking, mind you. Mr. Garcia says, "Hey, you want to solve the problem at the southern border? It's the cartels. They're armed. They're waging war at our border. You want to solve that? Take away American citizens' guns." Now, hear me out. They got belt-fed machine guns, and they got rocket launchers. Now, they only have one gun store in Mexico, but we have a gun store in pretty much every corner here in the United States. So if you restrict access to the American people having guns, then the cartels won't jump the border, go to your local gun stores, buy belt-fed machine guns and rocket launchers, and wage war against you. I shit you not. That was an argument from Mr. Garcia in one of these committee hearings. That's your federal tax dollars at work, ladies and gentlemen.
Anybody want to answer that question?
It is inappropriate.
Mr. Hamilton,
Oh, you would.
appropriate or inappropriate for a
You didn't want to
wannabe
hear me a
president?
second ago, so why are you
You
asking me now?
I'll answer it's humorous. I don't think the guy actually thinks he's about to be a dictator.
Shit.
Exactly.
Do you think
That was
it's
harsh. Hold on.
inappropriate to say that?
No, it's humorous. I like humor.
Do you like dictators?
It's not an issue. He
Really?
served for 4 years as president. I don't remember a dictatorship breaking out.
Time of the
No,
gentleman.
we're talking about.
Time of the gentleman has expired. Mr.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from Florida is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Jordan. And thank you to all of our witnesses for appearing here today. I'm just going to start going right down the line with a simple question. When a candidate campaigns for office, they make promises, correct? We'll start with you, Mr. Costello.
Correct, obviously.
Want to be a dictator?
Mr. Trustee, Mr. Hamilton?
Yes.
Yes. One makes, wonderful. So I'm going to dig into what the prosecutors and plaintiffs have said about Mr. Trump here recently. Alvin Bragg, during his campaign for New York County District Attorney, said, quote, "I am the candidate in the race who has the experience with Donald Trump. I was the chief deputy in the Attorney General's office. We sued the Trump administration over 100 times for the Muslim travel ban, for family separation at the border, for shenanigans with the census. So I know how to litigate with him," end quote. In response to another question from a reporter, Bragg said, quote, "We've got..."
I'm going to restart Miss Kamek's point here. I was using that as a way to kind of buy some time, but because I want to show y'all something. And maybe sunshine. The replacement, the great replacement theory. No, it's true. And it has nothing to do with race. It's true. Let me see. I got to do this. Share this tab. Ladies and gentlemen, from the United Nations Secretariat, replacement migration. Replacement migration. Is it a solution to a declining and aging populations? March 21st of 2000 from the United Nations itself. In this document, it talks about how you could use migration as a way to give yourself an economic boost into a population size that is decreasing because babies aren't being born faster than the older aging out of the working force. So you use replacement migration as a way to pump those numbers up. However, wasn't it the federal government that told us that we're going to be, because of the baby boom, the population increase, we're going to overpopulate the planets. We need to control our population. Ladies don't have children unless you have a career, and that career is stable. Put you at the point to where maybe if you're lucky, you could have one kid without it being a risk to your health. Yeah, they did that. Didn't they tell you to abort your children for any reason at any time, no matter what? Yeah, they did that. Aren't they telling you now to sterilize your children for trans affirming care? And you wonder why the birth rate isn't there to replenish a population that is declining and aging out? Because there's too many people. And now we have a birth rate crisis. Now we must bring in illegal immigrants to make sure our economy still flourishes because, well, we can give them jobs. We can pump them into the economy, right? The great replacement theory is actually true, and it has nothing to do with race and everything to do with the fact that the federal government told you not to have kids. You listened, and now we have a population crisis going on.
Got two standards of justice. Harvey Weinstein, Jeffrey Epstein. Being a rich old white man has allowed you to evade accountability in Manhattan. That includes Trump and his children, end quote. Moving on to New York Attorney General James, during the last days of her campaign, said of Trump, quote, "Oh, we're definitely going to sue him. We're going to be a real pain in the ass," end quote. She would later go on to say, quote, "I will never be afraid to challenge this illegitimate president," end quote. And said, "What is fueling," quote, "what is fueling my soul right now is Trump," end quote. Mr. Costello, is there a financial benefit to making campaign promises?
I'm sure there is, otherwise she wouldn't have made those promises.
Mr. Trusty,
I think that's right.
Mr. Hamilton,
Correct.
Ms. Winebanks?
I'm not sure I understand the premise of your question, so I
You
can't answer.
you cannot answer if there is a financial benefit to making campaign promises?
Making campaign promises is to win election.
You
I
know,
don't
I'm
see
gonna
that as
sti-
a financial benefit.
I'm going to stick with you, Ms. Winebanks, as the Democrat witness here today. Can you answer how much money did District Attorney Alvin Bragg raise for his political reelection campaign
I'll check
immediately
it out, maybe
following
Sunshine.
the announcement of 34 felony counts against President Trump?
I do not know.
It's $850,000. $850,000. That's a good chunk of cash. Let's go on to the AG James.
Oh yeah,
How much
yeah,
did she
yeah, yeah. I'm sorry. Let's go back to her statement because I totally she wrecks it all, and I want to go back and make sure that this is actually heard 100%. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna do it uninterrupted. I'll be right back.
office, they make promises, correct? We'll start with you, Mr. Costello.
Correct, obviously.
Want to be a
Sure.
Mr. Trustee, Mr. Hamilton?
Yes.
Yes.
One makes wonderful. So I'm going to dig into what the prosecutors and plaintiffs have said about Mr. Trump here recently. Alvin Bragg, during his campaign for New York County District Attorney, said, quote, "I am the candidate in the race who has the experience with Donald Trump. I was the chief deputy in the Attorney General's office. We sued the Trump administration over 100 times for the Muslim travel ban, for family separation at the border, for shenanigans with the census. So I know how to litigate with him," end quote. In response to another question from a reporter, Bragg said, quote, "We've got two standards of justice. Harvey Weinstein, Jeffrey Epstein. Being a rich, old white man has allowed you to evade accountability in Manhattan. That includes Trump and his children," end quote. Moving on to New York Attorney General James, during the last days of her campaign, said of Trump, quote, "Oh, we're definitely going to sue him. We're going to be a real pain in the ass," end quote. She would later go on to say, quote, "I will never be afraid to challenge this illegitimate president," end quote. And said, "What is fueling," quote, "what is fueling my soul right now is Trump," end quote. Mr. Costello, is there a financial benefit to making campaign promises?
I'm sure there is, otherwise she wouldn't have made those promises.
Mr. Trustee,
I think that's right.
Mr. Hamilton,
Correct.
Ms. Winebanks?
I'm not sure I understand the premise of your question.
Of course you don't.
You cannot answer if there is a financial benefit to making campaign promises?
Making campaign promises is to win election.
You know,
I don't
I'm
see
gonna
that as
sti-
a financial benefit.
I'm going to stick with you, Ms. Winebanks, as the Democrat witness here today.
Making campaign promises to win elections. I mean, that's what you do, yes. But the whole thing is you follow through with those promises, ladies and gentlemen, because if you don't follow through with those promises, the people who pay attention will not elect you again. Now, the population of the United States of America is well, they make Albert Einstein, or they make Gilbert Grape's brother look like Albert Einstein. So you can get reelected without doing a damn thing, because all you have to do is just say they're worse than I am. Elect me. And as long as you have the right letter, whether it be D or R, Mitch McConnell, Addison, Mitch McConnell. Did y'all know that motherfucker's first name was Addison? Addison Mitchell McConnell. You ever had your rights taken away by a bitch named Addison? Yes, every single one of us have. But I go back to, never mind, I'm not going to go back to it. Continue.
Can you answer how much money did District Attorney Alvin Bragg raise for his political reelection campaign immediately following the announcement of 34 felony counts against President Trump?
I do not know.
It's $850,000. $850,000. That's a good chunk of cash. Let's go on to the AG James. How much did she raise for her political campaign after her civil fraud case against President Trump?
I don't know, but it has nothing to do with whether the charges that she filed were based on the facts and the evidence and her
You and I
ability
both
to
know
prove
that's
them.
nonsense. Come on now.
I do not know that's nonsense. I believe it to
Not
be
a soul
true.
in this room actually believes that. And no one will ever believe that. It was $400,000. $400,000. And we will submit for the record copies of campaign emails soliciting donations. It almost seems, and I'm just stating the obvious here, that the harder they go after President Trump, the more money they stand to make. The common thread between all of these individuals, as well as the other cases that President Trump faces, is that many of the prosecutors suing Trump either have a personal vendetta or they seek to gain fame and money from it. This isn't hard. Those of us here today, we understand politics and what it takes to run a successful political operation. Traditionally, you want to drain your opponent's resources, drive up their negatives in the polls, and you want to keep them from engaging with voters. Now, I'm going to ask the million-dollar question here. What better way to do that than to charge your opponent with 91 counts, force them to spend millions on a legal defense, and tie them up in court to keep them off of the campaign trail. It's almost like this is a plan. This is a strategy that is employed in campaigns all around the country, but we are seeing it at the highest levels today. Of course, as an incumbent, you have an added advantage of using taxpayer-funded offices and agencies and officials, and we all know that you can never go up against the federal government because it is an endless stream of resources. Isn't that correct, Mr. Costello?
Without a doubt.
Exactly. If that is not lawfare is, I don't know what is. Lawfare, by definition, is exactly that, utilizing the law to take down your political opponents. It is an abuse of power. Mr. Trustee, you said earlier a pretty chilling statement that you fear we have, quote, crossed the Rubicon, that the ends now justify the means. I feel like many Americans agree with you. Heck, if it weren't for double standards, I feel like our Democrat colleagues in this administration wouldn't have standards at all. But I feel that the credibility of our institution is at stake here because, to your point, the ends somehow have justified the means. I've pulled some research out of a Harvard Law study that suggests that district attorneys pursue crimes and longer sentences at higher rates during election years. So while DA Bragg and AG James' terms end in 26 and 27 respectively, and of course DA Willis is facing re-election this fall, is it crazy to question whether any of these prosecutors are weighing their re-election efforts in their choice as they pursue President Trump? Final word to you. To you, Mr. Trustee.
Right. It's certainly not crazy, and I think that there's evidence that supports that conclusion. And again, I never get to the money part. If you're a prosecutor, you're not supposed to be a politician. You're not supposed to announce your target. First, and then search for an inventive way to charge them with heretofore unknown crimes in a lot of cases. So that's the problem for me, is not chasing down all the politics of how they stand to gain, but that as a prosecutor, you have a sacred obligation to pursue evidence, not people.
Absolutely, a predetermined outcome.
Correct.
Thank you to our witnesses for appearing. My time's expired. I yield.
Well done. Gentlelady yields back. Gentlelady from Texas recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. This is so interesting. A couple of things. I'm just curious to know, as we're talking about lawyers and the obligations of lawyers, and whether or not maybe the former president has any idea of what good lawyer obligations look like. I'm just going to ask, we're not going to play. We're going to do Miss Winebanks. Have you heard of any of these lawyers? I've got Robert Cheeley, Kenneth Chesborough, Jeffrey Clark, Matthew DePerno, John Eastman, Jenna Ellis, Michael Farino, Rudy Giuliani, Julia Halia. I got a long list. Have you heard of any of these people?
I have.
are you aware as to whether or not any of them have faced criminal penalties?
Yes, and also been disbarred or suspended.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So they've had some issues, but these are the handpicked lawyers for Trump. I'm assuming that y'all have never been Trump lawyers, Mr. Trustee or Mr. Costello.
No, I was for a year.
Oh, you were, and you still have your bar card?
I'm sorry?
You still have your bar card?
Yeah, well,
Well,
unless I get targeted for daring to
Well,
represent a
listen,
former president.
You have absolutely done a lot better than most that deal with him. So good for you. I also want to make sure that we talk about what two-tier really looks like. And Mr. Trustee, since you've been a prosecutor before, I'm curious to know, have you ever had a criminal defendant that had over 80 counts in 4 different jurisdictions and somehow was not held pretrial? I know that you talked in your opening about your interpretation of what speedy trial looks like, and it's really only for those that are held pretrial. And last time I checked, most of the time those people held pretrial, they don't have anywhere near 80 counts pending against them. But I'm curious to know, in your experience, have you ever had someone that had over 80 counts pending in 4 different jurisdictions and they were not held pretrial? Yes or no?
Well, no specific
Okay,
recall,
all
but I
right.
could
That's
answer
all
more if you'll let me.
You told me no, and I understand because I hadn't either. So, in addition to that, There's been a gag order, since we're going to talk about the pending trial that's going on right now. Have you ever had a defendant that violated a gag order and then you went to the judge and the judge didn't lock them up and they done it at least 10 times? I think it's 10. I'm losing count right now. Have you ever had somebody violate?
In 35 years, I had never seen a defendant gagged.
Okay, not my question. So you've never.
Well, it's
had
hard
it.
to get to the second
you've
part
never,
if they're never
you've
gagged.
never had it. You're absolutely right. All right. So finally, when it comes down to intimidating witnesses, because maybe you haven't had gag orders, intimidating witnesses, have you ever had a defendant that you were prosecuting and they were intimidating witnesses and they didn't somehow end up in the clank for at least a day or two?
I've had criminal death penalty prosecutions based on witness retaliation. I'm very familiar with gang cases and mafia cases. Most of those defendants were already incarcerated when they would orchestrate some sort of obstruction.
Okay,
If
so
there's
they-
provable physical violence-based obstruction, it certainly makes sense that they'd be incarcerated.
Thank you so much. And, you know, Mr. Hamilton, I don't want you to feel left out of this conversation. So I'm going to make sure I ask you some questions. Let me know if you're having problems answering them, because they really should be yes or no. Let's see. You're the executive director for the America First Legal, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And America First Legal is a member of Project 2025, which is dedicated to creating the playbook for the next conservative administration and what it calls the project pillars, correct?
We are proud contributors to Project 2025.
Okay. And are you familiar with Project 2025's mandate for leadership?
In fact, I am.
Okay. And in fact, you wrote some of the sections of this mandate related to the DOJ, correct?
Sure did.
And the mandate outlines policy priorities for the next conservative president. Is that correct?
It does.
You've done a great job. I just want to let you know. All right, so let's walk through some of the provisions of the mandate. It calls for eliminating the Department of Education, eliminating the Department of Commerce, deploying the military for the use of domestic law enforcement against protesters under the Insurrection Act of 1807.
Oh, Jesus.
It also has the repealing of Schedule F status for thousands of federal employees to allow a president to replace career civil servants with unqualified partisan loyalists. That's probably my favorite of it. It also prohibits the FBI from combating the spread of misinformation and disinformation.
This mic
by
is
Russia
just
and China, who are actively
disconnecting
trying to
itself.
interfere with American elections. I don't know why or how anybody can support.
I have no idea what's happening. I really
And
don't.
I know that there was allegedly a joke
I'll try to fix all this shit tomorrow. Davey's taking
dictators
control of the
and
show tomorrow, but
whether or not that's funny.
I'll tell you
but
what.
in the United States of America,
I'll tell you what. How about this, ladies and gentlemen? For the rest of this, I don't know what's going on with this shit. It's janky. I hate being on the road. I hate trying to do this shit on the fly. I will be back in studio next week. I'll be back in studio next week, and I'm not leaving again. I'm done. I'm done going out of town for this job. However, I'm just gonna go ahead and mute myself, take myself off camera. Y'all can listen to this dumb shit. You already know where it's going. You already hear this. We have 45 minutes left. Y'all discern that. Because I have to check 50,000 different things for this damn mic, and it just keeps... Anyway. I'm going to mute myself. Take myself off camera. I'm going to play the rest of this for you.
dictatorships are never funny, and Project 2025 is giving the playbook for authoritarianism as well as the next dictator to come in. And I know that you are doing your jobs here by making sure that hopefully some juror turns on and finds some viral moment of you spewing more of the nonsense as it relates to the president. But as practicing lawyers or licensed attorneys, I hope that we can all agree that no one gets indicted because someone says so. There takes a grand jury, and the grand jury is comprised of American citizens that sit down and review evidence, and they make the determination. And when and if Trump is convicted, it will be a jury of his peers, and it won't be the president of the United States.
I thought you were going to get to a question somewhere in that 90 seconds for Mr. Hamilton after you went after his 2025. I will point out the Inspector General just released a report that said the FBI retaliated against whistleblowers. One of the reasons we do need some changes, but there was no question there. But Mr. Hamilton, if you want to give it some kind of response, you're more than welcome to do that.
Mr. Chairman, my only response would be to say that there are a great number of policy options that have been provided to any future conservative administration through Project 2025, and it's an attempt to restore the rule of law in this country. And I reject the Huffington Post-style characterizations of the recommendations.
All right. A gentlelady yields back. The
And
gentlelady from, we'll go to the gentlelady from Wyoming, then the gentleman from Florida.
Mr. Chair, I'd ask
Thank you.
unanimous consent.
Excuse me, this is, oh,
I'll get you as soon as we go after this thing. Just
Okay.
unanimous consent? Are you
Yes,
gonna-
just unanimous consent to enter the mandate for leadership.
Without objection. Without objection. The
Thank-
gentlelady from Wyoming is recognized.
well, thank you. And if it seems like there might be a dog in this hunt on the other side, what you need to understand is that Mr. Goldman, the novice representative from New York, actually does have a personal stake in this case. He has stated that he has been involved with the Bragg case, helping to prepare Mr. Cohen for his testimony. So he is quite closely aligned with an admitted and convicted liar and perjurer. He's also paid the Judge Merchant's daughter's firm over $150,000 for her services. So I think we've got quite a conflict of interest from Mr. Dan Goldman, the novice representative from New York. And just one other thing to keep in mind when considering the hostility from the folks on the other side of this aisle is that the ranking member
Excuse
of
me,
this
Mr. Chair,
particular
I would move
committee
to have
was
that stricken
Jeffrey
from the record,
Epstein's
to have that
fixer.
phrase taken down.
The ranking member was Jeffrey Epstein's fixer. So I think that might give you
Excuse
some
me,
idea of
I
why
would
you
ask
see this
that
hostility.
Hang on, the
statements be
gentlelady,
taken
wait
down.
a second.
Related
The
to
ranking
Mr.
member is
Goldman.
recognized.
I would ask that the statements regarding conflict of interest related to Mr. Goldman be stricken down from the record.
No, Don't you dare strike that down. I'm so sick and tired of this. They can attack, but if anybody says anything about anybody else, they said something about somebody. It needs to be. Shut the fuck up. Just shut the fuck up, Plaskett. Shut the fuck up and get the fuck out of Congress. That's the best you could ever do.
Engaging in personal personalities.
In your
on this
14-minute
committee.
and 14-second opening statement, you called the former president, current candidate for the office of president of the United States, all kinds of names. I think
He's not a member of this
I
committee.
understand he's not a member, but
And that's what I'm
still
asking.
a former
related
president.
to.
What I'm saying is we should
I'm
all be
related
careful
to
about it.
our
I think the
member.
gentlelady from Wyoming was just stating facts that are in the news report.
She accused him of a conflict of interest on the committee during the hearing. I asked that be
I would
stricken.
have more respect for you, Jim Jordan, if you just turned around and backslapped the shit out of that bitch.
Overruled. The gentlelady from Wyoming is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Hamilton, would you agree that gag orders on trial participants were created with the intent of securing a defendant's right to a fair trial and ensure efficient administration of justice?
It's precisely correct. And it's in fact usually intended to prevent the prosecution from making extrajudicial statements that are going to be prejudicial to the defendant's rights.
And Mr. Trustee, I think that you testified that in all of your years of experience, you've never seen a circumstance where a defendant had a gag order imposed against them. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And would it be fair to say that while such an order is intended to guarantee a defendant's Sixth Amendment right, it also at certain times could raise First Amendment issues?
It does.
Okay. In Bragg's political persecution of Donald Trump, Judge Merchant instituted an unconstitutional gag order against the defendant, President Trump. Yet Judge Merchant has levied no such order against any of the other trial participants like Michael Cohen, who continue to publicly attack Mr. Trump. Mr. Hamilton, is the gag order issued by Judge Merchant a significant departure from the normal order of business? And does it reveal the First and Sixth Amendment tensions which underlie this case?
Most certainly does.
And why does President Trump face such a legally questionable gag order in this case? Well, simply put, it's because it is a classic example of lawfare being employed by Democrats against their political opponent, weaponizing the various branches and levels of government, something that we have seen in the last 8 years that has been absolutely shocking to the conscience. DA Bragg resurrected a zombie case and is using a novel legal theory which has not even been explained to the defendant or the jury. He selected Matthew Colangelo, as lead prosecutor, a former Biden DOJ official and DNC consultant, and Judge Merchant, who made campaign donations to President Biden and the Democrat Party during the 2020 election, and whose daughter's firm worked for the Biden and now Harris campaigns, is overseeing the case and imposing speech restrictions on a person Judge Merchant called, quote, possibly the next president of the United States. Judge Merchant went so far in the last 2 weeks as threatening to jail a former president and presumptive major party nominee for violating an order which infringes on his free speech rights. Writing in the Federalist, Tom Christ analyzes how lawfare offers benefits and a means of victory regardless of the outcome of the courtroom, which is causing as much pain as possible and treating the defendant like an enemy versus the defendant. I want that to sink in. Watching Judge Merchant, it is very apparent that he is treating President Trump as an enemy, not a party and not a defendant. Mr. Hamilton, do you think the gag order falls into this playbook and serves an additional lawfare benefit for the left in that it can be used to enact an even larger legal burden on Donald Trump for simply exercising his right to free speech?
Yes, I do. And in fact, quite frankly, when you have a gag order like that, or when you have abuses of processes like this, as my colleagues have alluded to before, the pain in the process is the goal. That's really the goal here. Whether they get a conviction, whether they get any kind of civil fine or judgment, it's not necessarily the ultimate objective. The ultimate objective is to cause pain to the political opponent, and that's what they're doing to Donald Trump.
One of the things that I have observed as an attorney who was a trial attorney for 34 years, is that Judge Merchant is making such blatant reversible errors. He absolutely knows that if there is a conviction in this case, it will be reversed on appeal. And it's as though he is attempting to do that because he knows that no such appeal would actually take place prior to November, yet he would have a conviction on the books, which is the classic, and I think in this case exposes the way in which they are using lawfare against President Biden or against President Trump. I have never seen a judge make the kind of errors that this judge has made in this case before. And I think he recognizes that if there is a conviction, it would be overturned on appeal. That is what our justice system has turned into because of the lawfare being waged by the Democrats. It has to end. Thank you for being here. And with that, I yield back.
Generally yields back. The ranking members recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Now that we finished with the novice Congresswoman from Wyoming, I guess that's what we're calling first-year members of Congress now, first-term members. I don't know where that came from.
Novice Congress member. I mean, there is a difference in Miss Hageman and what she says. Then the difference in Dan Goldman saying the woman that lost her child to fentanyl is too stupid to know what high crimes are because she didn't go to college for it. There is a huge difference in that, Plaskett. Didn't you call a Pulitzer Prize winning, 2 Pulitzer Prize winning journalists, so-called journalists? Didn't you call them hacks? Wasn't that Michael Schellenberger and what's the other dude's name that was involved in that? I forget. I totally forget. The Twitter files. God, I forget his name. Anyway, you called them so-called journalists. You called them hacks. You call everybody that doesn't believe exactly the bullshit that comes out of your mouth. You call them whatever you can, including racists, that was in a hearing that she was involved in where the dude was talking about migration and how it's a problem. And she called him racist because he didn't want illegals flooding the country. This is your Democratic Party. This is your taxpayer dollars at work. Are you happy with this?
What that's supposed to mean. But let's move on. Instead of name calling, let's just do the work. That
Yeah.
people have us here for, whether we like
that's
individuals
it.
or
Matt
not.
Taibbi. Thank you,
Sounds
Croy.
ridiculously immature. There was a discussion earlier about Jack Smith, and it was alleged that he is engaged in bias, partisan actions before. Is the discussion, I went and looked at some of the cases that he has, in fact, taken up in his long career, both in New York, Brooklyn, as well as at The Hague. Ms. Winebanks, are you familiar with former Representative Rick Renzi? He was a Republican member of the House that this Jack Smith prosecuted. Are you familiar with the name Senator John Edwards? He was a Democrat that
I mean, you're not even giving him a
Jack
chance
Smith
to answer,
also
but the fact that you
prosecuted
actually have to look at the
Republican
paperwork
member,
that you're
Governor
reading
Bob
from
McDonnell,
means you're not familiar
when
with
he was
him
in
either.
the office of the prosecutor at the International Criminal Court of The Hague. Many individuals from all world parties and leaders. Are you familiar? I don't know if you're familiar with an individual named Ronell Wilson.
I am not.
Ronell Wilson was an individual in New York who murdered 2 New York City Police Department officers. That was prosecuted by Jack Smith. He also prosecuted, however, police who brutalized Abner Louima. I'm sure you're familiar with that name.
I am.
So this is an individual who seems to be a prosecutor willing to go after anybody, no matter what their party is, and reviewing and investigating the information, they believe that that person has broken the law. And that's what I call a good prosecutor, having been one myself. Mr.
feel sorry
Hamilton,
for
are you
anybody
aware
that went to
Chairman
jail
Jordan
because you
filed
were the
multiple
prosecutor.
amicus briefs in the case of Missouri v.
Because that
Biden,
means they're
now
dumber
called
than you
Murphy
are.
versus Missouri?
I am.
And in fact, you are the attorney of record on those briefs, is that correct?
I am one of the attorneys.
Okay,
Correct.
thank you.
Hey,
Were you
Mama
provided
Pillow.
access to the committee's
Nice to see you.
transcribed interviews and
Sorry, I'm
deposition
having a lot of
transcripts
technical
as part of the
difficulties.
work and
I'm on the
preparation of
road.
those briefs?
I was provided with, yes, information. Absolutely.
And that included transcribed interviews and depositions?
I was provided with lots of information. I'm not going to get into all the details here because doing so would reveal the existence of communications between an attorney and a client.
Okay, that's fine. Do you, in your briefs, one of those instances of those briefs, you claimed that the FBI witness told the committee that the supposed Biden laptop was real, quote unquote, suggesting that the FBI had authenticated it. Do you recall that?
Do you have the brief in front of you?
Hold on. Biden laptop was real and the FBI had authenticated it. The FBI had the fucking laptop in their hands since early 2019. They knew it was real from the very fucking beginning. And then they went to social media saying, hey, look, be on the lookout for Russian disinformation because Russian disinformation it's a thing and it's going to come up. It's going to be involved in this. Be on the lookout for that. Oh, that Biden laptop story? Yeah, that's Russian disinformation. Until it wasn't, when Hunter Biden said, yeah, that laptop is mine. The next day, the Mar-a-Lago raid happened. Nobody was talking about how Hunter Biden said the laptop is mine. It is true. It's not Russian disinformation. Everybody was talking about the Mar-a-Lago raid. It's amazing how that happened, including up to and including the drop on the Georgia case and the Fannie Willis thing, where the Devin Archer testimony had actually popped up, and 2 hours, literally 2 hours after the Devin Archer testimony was released, ladies and gentlemen, the supposed leak in the Fannie Willis case there in Georgia, the indictment for that dropped on the internet. It dropped on the internet, and within minutes, certain reporters had picked up on it to put it in the news. And then all of a sudden, no, it's a glitch in the system. I don't know what happened, ladies and gentlemen. That's not a thing. That's not real. Don't worry about it. And in the middle of the night, a grand jury said, yeah, go ahead and indict the fucker, right? Are y'all tired of this shit yet?
Yes.
Could you read it to me? And I'll let you know if I recall it.
Okay, can you hold the time for me, Mr. Chair?
Sure.
Thank you. Page 21. Is it which? Okay. I'm reading from the brief on page 28 of the brief that's listed, brief representatives Jim Jordan, Kelly Armstrong, Andy Biggs, Dan Bishop, et cetera, that was filed with the court on page 28. It states that, but of course the FBI knew not just the absence of evidence suggesting any foreign
100%
connection, the FBI
correct.
knew the laptop was real. Do you recall that?
I do recall.
Okay. Do you also recall that when the individual stated, the witness later said that, suggesting that the FBI had authenticated it? However, that completely ignored the fact that the witness later said in that same transcription, that same interview, that anyone who claimed that the laptop had been authenticated would be, quote, misrepresenting her testimony. Do you recall her having said that?
I can't tell you today if I recall that or not.
Okay, so your brief suggests that one particular nonprofit, well, your brief then does not give the whole story by stating that
Plaskett, where are you going with this? Because your framing of this is just way off the mark with any of that. You told us the Biden laptop story was Russian disinformation until it wasn't. And then you laughed at our faces because we believed that. I love the freeze frame on this. I'm looking at it right now as I'm talking, and this is fucking amazing. This kind of looks like it's looking like it's a World of Warcraft troll. This is fucking amazing. That's awesome. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh yeah, the Biden thing. You told us the Biden laptop was Russian disinformation until Hunter Biden literally on 60 Minutes said, yeah, that laptop was mine. And then the next day, Mar-a-Lago was raided. I don't understand where you're trying to go with this. This is another example of anybody that was, and this is coming from somebody who's not a lawyer. I do have a lot of dealings with the court system, but I don't understand where you're trying to go with this, because you're literally exonerating Trump for everything and all of this, because all of your but because of this and this and this and this, it's the exact same thing that you're going after this motherfucker for. So while your troll ass is sitting there, God damn, like literally, I can't look past it. I can't look past this freeze frame. This she looks like she's in the middle of like transforming into a werewolf or something with this. This is I gotta take this off my screen. I gotta take this off my screen because it's just gonna distract the fuck out of me. I apologize.
that the individual said the laptop was real from the FBI, misrepresenting that it had been authenticating, when she just meant that it existed, not that it had been authenticated. Do you know that difference?
Are you
Mama Pillow,
disputing the reality
every single one of
Hunter
these
Biden's
people.
laptop?
I'm not gonna say every single
disputing
one, but
your
damn near every
brief,
single
which
one.
makes it seem that the authentication of what was in
It's
the
their
laptop.
staffers that write the shit
But
for them.
so
It's
I'm trying
not
to
them.
understand where you're going. Are you
I
trying?
just
Are
asked a
you
simple
disputing
question.
the contents of Hunter Biden's laptop?
I am disputing that it
purpose
had
of
been
your question of
authenticated
me?
by the FBI. Do you know if it had been authenticated by the
Whether the
FBI?
FBI authenticated it or
You said
not,
it
the
had. You
existence
said it
of
had.
it was authenticated
You
because
said
it
it
was
had
real.
in the
What you're
brief.
getting into
You said it
word
had in the
jujitsu.
brief. That's the point. Moving on.
Moving on, ladies and gentlemen. You said it had it in the brief, but no, absolutely fucking not. Plaskett. As a matter of fact, every Democrat and most Republicans, I'm going to be completely fucking honest. The fact that you actually have to look at a piece of paper and read verbatim what's on that piece of paper means you don't know nor believe what the hell your staffers are writing to you. Just like Sheila Jackson Lee and the Mr. Pookie, the Mr. Fuck ass, the Mr. Shit ass, and all that other shit. They make you look dumb. Yeah, that's the thing. Go back and look at what Sheila Jackson Lee was actually talking about. Her staffers that write her fucking speeches, that go through all this shit, they were making her look dumb. Yeah, go back and look at what she was saying about them. But anyway, the fact that the dumbest sons of bitches that walk the face of this planet are put in our government, our ruling class, the ones that are supposed to represent us, the dumbest sons of bitches seem to take office. I mean, I know a lot of stupid ass people, and a lot of stupid ass people that I know would run circles around this bitch in any political debate or conversation or anything. I know a lot of stupid ass people that don't know what's going on, that don't even look at that don't even care. I know a lot of them that would run circles around this bitch. Which is sad because this is your taxpayer dollars at work, ladies and gentlemen.
I could go literally for hours. Your brief wrongly suggests that one particular nonprofit is in fact a government entity and even includes a graphic from that nonprofit website that was cropped to omit language stating that the nonprofit is autonomous, meaning it's independent from the government. Literally on and on. It's just like this hearing of misrepresentations of the truth. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. I would point out that last week the committee deposed Mr. Brady Olson, FBI agent, who said that at the time, October 2020, the FBI had no evidence that the laptop story was a hack and leak operation. No evidence. So they had done exactly what Mr. Hamilton described in his written brief. I now recognize the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Stubbe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, just to.
Hang on one second, Mr. Stubbe, if you would. I understand you have a hard stop, Mr. Hamilton. We wanted you to be able to stay for, any Democrat want to ask you a question. If you got to run,
I
we
do.
understand. Time's now, Mr. Stubbe.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so you're taking off? Mr. Hamilton's taking off? All right, so Mr. Costello, I'll just start at page 6 of your written testimony. I know the chairman got into what Mr. Cohen said about, I swear to God, Bob, I don't have anything on Donald Trump. And then after that, so I'm at the end of page 6 of your written testimony. And I just want to walk through this. Through further cross-examination, Cohen told me that he knew there was money missing from the Trump inauguration fund, but that Donald Trump had nothing to do with it. Is that correct?
Where are you referencing on page?
I'm in your written testimony
Right.
on page 6 at the bottom.
Okay. And you're referring to what again?
I'll just read it. Through further cross-examination, Cohen told me that he knew there was money missing from the Trump inauguration.
I see where you are now. Thank you.
Okay, and then on the next page, into that first paragraph, Cohen decided that while he didn't believe the allegation of the Stormy Daniels story, that he thought the story would be embarrassing for Trump and especially for Melania, so he decided he would take care of it himself.
Absolutely. And that is contrary to what this guy testified to in court in New York yesterday.
Well, and what's not being talked about is your next paragraph, like the reason and his motivation for that. So if you could just kind of walk through that for the committee.
Yeah, obviously, when we started to talk about the NDAs, and this is the very first meeting at the Regency Hotel, when, by the way, Rudy Giuliani was not involved in representing Donald Trump at that time. Cohen testified that it was a conspiracy between Giuliani and Costello as of this date. Totally false. In any event, he also said that he didn't discuss the Stormy Daniels matter with us, and he certainly did. I specifically asked him because he kept on going back saying, I can't believe they're trying to put me in jail for these NDAs. So I said, Michael, tell me about the NDA. Tell me about Stormy Daniels. What did you do? He said, I got a call from a lawyer representing Stormy Daniels who represented that she was going to testify that Donald Trump had sex with Stormy Daniels. Michael Cohen said, I didn't believe the allegation, but I knew that such an allegation would be terribly embarrassing. He said it would be embarrassing. He focused on Melania Trump. He said, I didn't want to embarrass Melania Trump. He said, that's why I decided to take care of this on my own.
Right.
I went back to that several times. You did this on your own? On my own. Did Donald Trump have anything to do with it? No. Did you get the money from Donald Trump? No. From any of his organizations? No. From anybody connected to Donald Trump? No. Where did you get the money? I took out a HELOC loan against my property. I said, why would you do that? He said, I didn't want anybody to know where I got this money. I didn't want Melania to know. I didn't want my own wife to know because she's in charge, he said, of the Cohen family finances. He said, if she saw money coming out of my account, she'd ask me 100 questions, and I didn't want to answer any of them. It was clear after talking to him for several days after that, whenever we talked on the phone or in my office, that he kept on bringing up the subject that he felt he was betrayed by not being brought down to Washington, D.C. This guy thought, he said to me, that he should have been Attorney General of the United States, or at least the chief assistant to the president. Ludicrous, but that's what he thought. And he was very angry about that. He wanted to do something to put himself back into the inner circle of Donald Trump. That's why he took care of this on his own. There had to be a motivation. Michael Cohen is always working for things that benefit himself. And that's what he was doing here. That's completely different to what he said that he told the grand jury. That's completely different to what he's testifying to in New York. Nobody has heard this side of the equation.
Right.
When
Which is, I think, is important that
He is 100% correct in all of that, ladies and gentlemen, and so is Glenn Croy. Yes, Michael Cohen was sleeping with Stormy, and there was an embezzled money going off to pay her off. He did actually pay her off, and Trump had no idea about it. So why is this hush money case happening? By the way, every single president does this. They do pay off. Presidential candidate does this. They do pay off people to keep negative stories out of the press. We see it all the time. Biden laptop story. The Ashley Biden diary they told you that didn't exist. It was Russian disinformation until they arrested the people that sold it off to Project Veritas. And then James O'Keefe, while he was still there working for Project Veritas, took that diary, gave it to the FBI, and said, I want nothing to do with this. And they arrested the people that sold it off to them because that was stolen property for something that was Russian disinformation and didn't exist. Okay.
that you're talking about that today. And I'm now on page 8, but just to keep, we're going to keep going from where you were in your written testimony. The point is, when Michael Cohen was presented with the opportunity to implicate Donald Trump in exchange for eliminating
By
his
the way,
own enormous legal problems,
ladies and gentlemen,
repeatedly said he had nothing
in that
truthful on
diary,
Donald Trump.
Yeah, why is
she
that important?
says
It's
that
important
her
because this
father,
guy
while
literally
she was a
suicidal
teenager,
at the moment.
took showers
He's saying,
with her.
guys, I need
She
you
don't
to
know if
tell
she
me
was
what my
molested or
escape
not.
route is. How do I get out of this oncoming legal deluge that I see coming my way? And so I said, look, it's simple. If you look at what happened here, the U.S. attorney went to great lengths to get a search warrant for your law office. They had to go to Maine Justice. They think you have something. Remember, he's telling us I didn't do anything illegal. Counts 1 through 7 that he pled guilty to had nothing to do with Donald Trump. He said, I didn't do anything illegal. And I've been cooperating with the special counsel. I've been cooperating with Congress. Didn't tell us that he lied to Congress. I said, Michael, isn't it easier if you have something truthful? And I kept on repeating that. It's got to be truthful. Don't make something up. If you have something truthful on Donald Trump, isn't it easier for you to cooperate against Donald Trump than it is to kill yourself? The answer is obvious. So when they claim that I was trying to shut up Michael Cohen, it's exactly the opposite. I was on that first day telling him, here's your escape route if you have truthful information, but he didn't.
And at this time, you were his attorney, which is why he made all these admissions.
Yeah, I mean, he makes these claims that we were never his attorney. I can show you emails and text messages and phone calls where he kept on saying, Bob, you guys are on the team, but I don't want to announce it now. He had McDermott, Will, and Emery going through documents here in Washington, D.C. He said, I don't want to announce it now. We didn't give him a retainer agreement the first time we met him at the Regency Hotel. We gave him a retainer agreement when he came to our offices. He came to our offices that he kept on saying, well, I can't deal with this now. The guy slow played us. There's no question about it. And I told the partner in charge of this, he's slow playing us. Get rid of this guy. He's never going to come up with the money. He's a bad penny. He's just going to keep on coming back. So it wasn't my call because it was his client, not my client. So that's why Michael kept on calling me, and I was giving him the advice that I should have given him all along. Truthful advice. Nobody was pressuring him. I was giving him the straight facts as I knew them.
My time's expired. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from North Dakota is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'd yield to you.
Thank you. I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Trustee, 17 years at the Department of Justice. Did the raid on Mar-a-Lago follow normal process?
I don't believe so.
You know who agrees with you? The Assistant FBI Director of the Washington Field Office, because we deposed him. And I just want to walk you through and say if what you saw squares with what Mr. D'Antuono testified to in a deposition in front of the committee. The Miami Field Office did not conduct the search. It's folks from Washington who came down and did the search. Is that unusual?
I would think so. You normally have at least some local component.
The department did not assign a U.S. attorney to head up the investigation. They ran it out of the field office. They ran it out of Washington, D.C. Is that unusual?
Well, I'm not sure it's unusual for DOJ attorneys to kind of assume authority in a vacuum. So, my understanding is Jay Bratt was involved from day one, and that continued through the search warrant, obviously.
Right, but normally wouldn't a U.S. attorney be assigned to it in most cases?
Yeah, and eventually they would show up for court, but I don't think at that part of the process they were an active partner.
Did the FBI seek consent before they conducted the research or the search?
No, actually, the last thing that President Trump said when he allowed FBI agents in Mar-a-Lago in June was, anything you need, let me know. The only communication that came from DOJ after that was a request to put a padlock on the door where they knew the boxes were. And then the next thing we know,
Which the president complied
which
with.
he did immediately. And 2 months later, there's a search warrant.
And then did the FBI wait when they got on premise, had it secured? Did they wait for President Trump's legal team to be there and accompany them on the search?
There were requests by representatives of President Trump to be, in the vicinity of the search. Those were denied. That is a right of law enforcement. They don't have to. But for a case of this historical precedence, consistent with my earlier remarks, some transparency, some openness would have been probably a valuable moment lost here.
No kidding. Talk to me about, in your testimony, two other things. You mentioned the 14th Amendment. I mean, this to me struck me as just absolutely craziness, that they're going to go to state courts and try to keep the president off the ballot. Tell me your thoughts on this crazy concept.
Well, the Supreme Court unanimously agreed to end the nonsense of the disqualification litigation, but they never really reached the due process, which would have been a hornet's nest of going state by state and saying, how did they conduct these expedited trials? The fact that always grabbed me, and maybe this goes back to having a bad sense of humor, was in Colorado, they literally put a sociologist on the witness stand to say, when President Trump said, go peaceful and patriotically, I know from my Ouija board or whatever else he consults, that he really means be violent and attack the cops. I mean, that was considered admissible information in a hearing designed to take a presidential candidate off of a ballot. So I kind of wanted the Supreme Court to get the due process and join me in laughing at that, but they never got there.
Yeah, what he said, I've concluded, means exactly the opposite, and the court accepted that as evidence. Thank goodness the Supreme Court said 9-0. This is crazy. I want to read you one other thing from your testimony, which I just found amazing, and you briefly touched on it earlier. You said, if this is a grand jury situation, in the grand jury, the prosecution said to Mr. Parlatore, if the president is being so cooperative, why won't he waive his attorney-client privilege? The fact that they asked that question in a grand, is, again, maybe as crazy as the whole 14th Amendment argument.
Yeah, I mean, again, nothing I'd seen in 35 years. And it was an over-aggressive moment of asking the grand jury to draw a negative inference from a lawful invocation of attorney-client privilege. That's just black letter unethical for a prosecutor to do.
Yeah, scary, scary stuff that we see going on, all to go after their political opponent. And we could go on with example after example. I mean, the one before where dangling the judgeship in front of a lawyer representing, when you got Jay Bratt and the DOJ there, is just, again, we could go on and on. I want to thank you both for testifying, and would yield back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Davidson.
I thank the chairman. I thank our witnesses. I regret that I didn't have the chance to dialogue with Mr. Hamilton, but I thank you guys for being here and staying a little longer than we thought the hearing would run. Look, one of the most influential books that I've read is a short book called The Law by Frederick Bastiat. He was a French philosopher in the 1800s. He predates Karl Marx, and he was addressing the socialists. So they were already trying to weaponize law. His book about the law was, in fact, all about how the law was corrupted and perverted from its proper use of defending freedom and property rights to a form of corruption, legal plunder, as he termed it. One of the quotes from the book is, he says, when law and morality contradict each other, the citizen has the cruel alternative of either losing his moral sense or losing his respect for the law. And I think that's where the American people are. They see that the law has been corrupted and perverted. They see, at best, a two-tiered system of justice. One of the most common questions probably every member of Congress gets, certainly when I talk to my closest friends, We all get this question. Congressman, when is someone going to jail? Now, to be fair, when the Democrats ask it, they want to know when a Republican's going to jail. And when the Republicans ask it, generally they want to know when a Democrat's going to jail. The reality is people are seeing that there's one standard that they would be held to and another that's being applied to others. Political enemies, overwhelmingly. Political rivals. It's the weaponization of law, lawfare. And the tip of the spear of this is Donald Trump. You know, Donald Trump, they mocked when he said that they were spying on his campaign. Lo and behold, they were spying on his campaign. They said that the Russia collusion thing was all fake. They funded a $30+ million investigation into Donald Trump with the Mueller report, and people still think that's what he was impeached for. It was a nothing burger. No crime, no action. In fact, to the extent there was a crime, it was done by firms like Perkins Coie that rigged this whole hoax. It was against our national intelligence community that weaponized their trusted position in the intelligence and law enforcement community to spy on the presidential campaign of Donald Trump. Now we see election interference in a different way in this campaign. We've got a case where we've seen, whether it's Alvin Bragg, Letitia James, others, that campaign on a platform for election of going after Donald Trump. Fonnie Willis raised money off of her criminal case against President Trump. Finally, Mr. Costello, I enjoyed your dialogue. And would you agree that these prosecutors are in fact politically motivated in their targeting of Donald Trump?
Without a doubt.
You think about the case in New York, Alvin Bragg's case. I mean, what is the crime? And to the extent there was a crime, how does it relate to Donald Trump? Could you elaborate?
Nobody knows what the crime is. They've taken a misdemeanor, which is barred by the statute of limitations, and tried to turn it into a felony by saying the misdemeanor was used to cover up an additional crime, the felony. It's hinted that the felony that they're trying to cover up is election interference for the 2016 election. They claim was caused by false entries made in 2017. Now, how do you influence a 2016 election with 2017 allegedly false entries? They say, because I was puzzled by this, it's a conspiracy. Really, said I. I went and I pulled the indictment. There's 34 or 38 counts. No conspiracy count. One defendant, Donald Trump. It's absurd.
The whole case is, but yet in spite of that, and in spite of the fact that the world sees through this, we're all wondering whether or not we'll get a not guilty verdict to the extent we get a verdict. We don't trust that the law is actually going to be administered impartially. We're not sure that you could get an impartial trial of his peers, a jury of his peers. And this is the thing. Our criminal statutes are designed to protect the defendant. We've seen a clear abuse of the law. We've seen, as I point out, nothing new under the sun. And, you know, it's not like Bastiat was the first person to discover this. We've seen the first thing, basically, don't hurt people, don't take their stuff. Because humans have a hard time with that, we started pointing someone to be the judge. Who was the one in the right? Who was the one in the wrong? People see through this, and they're going to see it on November 5th. And I just trust that this country is worth defending. And I applaud the people that are standing up against injustice. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Well done. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Here's what I think is abundantly clear. The Democrats will do and are doing everything in their power to keep President Trump off the ballot or from winning. Nothing is off the table. Things I'd never imagined or even thought were remotely possible are now happening in the United States of America. You name it, and they're doing it. They're taking the decision away from voters by outright stripping his name off the ballot. Of course, the Supreme Court rightfully intervened there, but you had unelected secretaries of state, unaccountable judges making these decisions. They spied on his campaign, as we've talked about. They abused FISA, fabricated documents, and relied on a paid-for campaign dossier to spy on his campaign. Again, falsely alleging that there was some Russian collusion, which has been debunked over and over again. And the most egregious yet, we have not one, not two or three, but 4 politically motivated cases that are happening all around the country. Again, it's to keep him off the campaign trail, it's to smear his reputation, and it's to drain him of resources. This is a targeted, this is a meticulous effort and a plan of attack to usurp the will of the people. Again, at the expense of our own institutions. That's what's most troubling to me as a lawyer, is that we're using Article 1 to attack him. We're using Article 2 to attack him, and now we're using the courts. These local prosecutors should be focused on cleaning up their streets, cleaning up their communities, stopping people from getting shot on the subways, and prosecuting real crimes, for goodness sakes. But we don't have that here. We have Donald Trump, right? Let's go after him. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to enter into the record an article by America First Policy Institute called "Progressive Prosecutors Abusing Their Power."
Before we go any further with this, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to understand this was the dude in that Fox News thing that we heard at the very beginning about the people want action, they don't want hearings. This was the dude that was in that. And 100%, yes, Marina Bartirano, whatever her name is, she's correct. We're tired of the talks. We're tired of the games. You have used us. You have abused us. You have stolen from us. You have bent us over a barrel. You fuck us in the ass with no lube, and you make us argue over who's the better rapist. Talk is done.
Without objection.
You know, in Georgia, Fannie Willis brought charges against President Trump immediately when he announced his reelection. I guess there's so much bandwidth in her jurisdiction that she can take taxpayer-funneled vacations with her lover and ignore real crime that is happening because there's just not much to do in Georgia. But that kind of belies the case. We have, she oversees, quite frankly, according to this article, a top 5 Georgia crime capital with a rate of 30.5 crimes per 100,000 residents. In 2022, larceny was the highest offense in Fulton County with 19,509 thefts recorded. Alvin Bragg waited 5 years to criminally indict President Trump on 34 counts of falsifying business records. And again, going around the statute of limitations to create some weird, nuanced, and novel way to prosecute an alleged crime. Not to mention he hired the former number 3 official in Biden's DOJ, who has been paid for by the DNC to be a top prosecutor of the case. Meanwhile, during Bragg's first year as DA, data showed that conviction rate, Mr. Costello, you would probably know this, of only 51% for serious felony charges. That's not really good, is it? A conviction rate at 51%?
That's awful.
And misdemeanor convictions went from 53% down to 28%. I mean, I would think that would be like a fireable offense if I was electing somebody to be my prosecutor.
That's true. And the governor of New York could do that, but she hasn't.
You know, our rule of law, I think, needs to be restored. And I'm deeply troubled by the ways in which Democrats are attacking the institutions of our country. And of course, our former president of the United States, who is now running and is the lead candidate and the presumptive nominee for the Republican Party. I introduced this Congress the No More Political Prosecutions Act, which would allow someone like President Trump to remove his case in state court to a federal court at his discretion if he wanted to. Why might that be important, Mr. Trustee?
Well, I think as we're seeing play out in front of us, there's political bias that's demonstrated before people are even in office, and a desire to carry the torch against President Trump in this case, maybe get a few visits to the White House along the way. And ultimately, it's the genie getting out of the bottle. I mean, the reason why that, and I haven't studied your legislation, but the reason that concept makes sense to me is because maybe it is the tip of the spear, but there's a whole spear behind the tip. And the very people that are okay with politicized DOJ may be feeling very differently 5, 10, 30, 60 years from now. I think we're at that pivotal moment where we have to take action to reform the lawfare that's taking place around us.
Right. In the case of Alvin Bragg, right, he campaigned on going against President Trump. Is that correct?
That's my understanding.
And in fact, I think one of our colleagues on this committee, Mr. Goldman, fundraised for him in that effort. And so now we have a case that apparently, again, there's no crime in the District of Manhattan, and we're going after President Trump. Why would jury pools be a reason why this legislation might be important? The jury pool in Manhattan as opposed to a federal court? What are the differences and why might that be attractive
Right.
to somebody who has served our country as president or vice president?
Well, it's a wider net when you have a federal jury pool in terms of who the base of folks are. And what you're looking for is not a perfect microcosm of the United States at any given moment. I've tried cases where we had people from the eastern shore of Maryland and the western parts of Maryland, and then all points in between. So you get all sorts of different philosophies and backgrounds. That's understood. But
And
when you have,
oftentimes, and I'm limited, last question though. Oftentimes too, the voir dire process in federal court is much more robust than state court. Might that be attractive to somebody who's served as president?
yeah, it tends to be a pretty rigorous process. I've had death penalty prosecutions where weeks were spent picking a jury. High profile defendants are going to have probably more protection, general rule, but more protection going through the voir dire process in a federal case.
Thank you, Mr. Trustee. Mr. Chairman, I yield my time.
Gentleman yields back. I just want to go one quick thing, and then I'll give the ranking member a chance to say something before we close our hearing. But I was struck by what you just said there a few minutes ago, Mr. Trustee. Said talk about the tip of the spear, but there's a spear behind the tip. And I always remind folks that the mob is never satisfied. Right now, there's people saying, the left is saying go after President Trump. We think it's ridiculous what's going on, but they'll come for everybody at some point. And we have seen the examples. Slightly different context, but the cancel culture mob a few years ago said Dianne Feinstein wasn't even good enough for him because she said something 35, 40 years ago. And the Dianne Feinstein Elementary School in San Francisco is no longer named Dianne Feinstein Elementary School because of something she said 40 years ago. So the mob's appetite to go after whoever there is never, ever satisfied. And that to me is the larger point. What they're doing to President Trump is so wrong, but what it means for all of us, the 330-some million in this country, what it potentially means for any and all of us is what scares me the most. Ranking members recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'll be brief this time. I know that we have some attorneys here who have had storied careers in their work. One of them, Ms. Weinbank, stated that she believed that former President Trump is a more existential threat to our democracy than Richard Nixon was. And when I look at some of the statements that President Trump has made, and we're concerned about DOJ.
And you wonder
the
why
Department of
she's
Justice,
in
where I was so
the
honored
witnesses for this.
to be a member of that team with individuals who, when I got there in 2001, had been there since Robert F. Kennedy had hired them as honors graduates from law school. Just an incredible place. But we have a president who I don't think it's a joke when he says things, or humorous when he says things like, I will appoint a real special prosecutor to go after the most corrupt president in history of the United States, Joe Biden and the entire crime family. Or if he says, if I happen
Where's
to
he
be president
wrong?
and see somebody who's doing well and beating me badly, I say, go down and indict them. When his own
When he was
former
talking
chiefs
about
of
being
staff and others
Biden
say
and how we would
that
win.
he is going to be a threat to this democracy. We don't want to talk about Trump and we don't want to go after him. Let's use this committee time to shore up those agencies that are in fact going to be there as guardrails to ensure that all of us are treated equally under the law. And I yield back.
There's a reason all 4 cases are followed.
Ladies and gentlemen, that lycanthrope that was just talking right there literally just realized her ass is on the fucking line. And she's not coming back. And she's literally, just like the Atlantic article, the let's have a pandemic amnesty, where they said, well, we didn't know. You were just conspiracy theorists, but you were right. We didn't know. Peace between us. That's exactly what she just tried to do. She got her ass destroyed in this hearing. Time and time and time again. So her peace offering for that was let bygones be bygones? Absolutely not. But then again, don't get me wrong, ladies and gentlemen, the Republican Party is not much better. Granted, there are a few good ones. I will admit that. And let's not forget, It was Mr. Ro Khanna himself, a Democrat, that was the only one, both Republican and Democrat side, that through all the censorship that was going on in 2020, 2019, 2020 with the laptop story and everything like that, through everything that was happening, through the Twitter files that we found out, it was only Ro Khanna who said, I don't like this in any way, shape, or form. This is the federal government literally violating your First Amendment right. A Democrat. I will give credit where credit is due on both sides. And I will rip your ass where you need your ass ripped on both sides. You want to know who the good politicians are? Those are the ones the media attacks on a damn near daily basis. When you see a hit piece in the media, whether it be left or right, when you see a hit piece in the media and you read beyond the headline and you actually read part of the quote, and then you go chase that quote down to read full fucking context. Let's be honest. A lot of what we heard and a lot of this whole thing, even if you look up articles from this hearing today, a lot of what you heard will be misquoted within the media. Left and right, that's what they do. Now we listen to this whole thing. They're wrapping up. It's like literally he's just going to gavel out in this. So I will bring it back as soon as I find my mouse. There it is. I will bring it back to this. I don't care whether you're Democrat, Republican, far left, far right, everything in between. Ladies and gentlemen, and that technicolor rainbow in between. This is your taxpayer dollars at work for all of them to sit there and lie to you. One side less than the other. This is your taxpayer dollars at work. You work for them. You pay their bills. You pay your taxes. You do a good American job. And this is what they think of you. This is how they treat you. Don't get me wrong. It wasn't long ago that Republicans were doing the same shit. Not to this degree and not this deep. But they were doing it. I don't know about you, ladies and gentlemen, but I'm sick and tired of being a slave to a government who thinks just because I think for myself, I'm a threat to democracy. Just because I don't believe your lies and walk lockstep with it, I'm a terrorist. Just because I want my money to stay at home, so that way the taxes I pay go to helping you, go to helping your schools, paving your roads, keeping your buildings up and running, your bridges not collapsing, that somehow I'm xenophobic. The fact that I don't want illegals flooding this country, taking the jobs from you, taking the vacation spots from you, taking everything from you, just because I don't want that. Well, I'm a racist isolationist. I don't know what it's going to take for everybody to wake up. I really don't. It's happening slowly over time, yes. There was a lot of people who were just like, wait, what? And even people who are not political in any way will hear something and then they'll come to me and ask what's really going on. I'm glad to see it. But I'm going to be honest with you. I feel it's too late. I feel it's way too late. This is not going to stop. It's not going to stop until we make it stop. And considering that the federal government is now registering you to vote, they got people out there that are literally having people sign empty ballots and then delivering those signed empty ballots to somebody else to fill out in their name and have it delivered to a drop box. And the fact that an executive order makes it all legal. You have the federal government voting for itself, ladies and gentlemen. The question is, how long has this been going on? Now, if you look back to a lot of the elections that have happened, Clinton's second term, that's questionable. Bush's second term, oh, come on. Can we all admit that suing one county in one state should not be a way to win the presidency of the United States of America? Obama's second term. Oh, there was a lot there. And then what came out of that? Oh, the second term gave us a lot of bullshit, including the National Defense Authorization Act that put the Smith-Mundt Act into effect, saying that you can literally put propaganda in the news and it's okay. You can say whatever the fuck you want to in the news and it's okay. Whether it's a lie or not, it doesn't matter. You can say it and it's okay. As long as it doesn't hurt U.S. interest. The entire time we've been fighting fascists, communists, standing as a beacon of hope for the entire world. All the while, our federal government was making moves and setting up plans for us to be just like them. The only difference is, well, we have control. Everywhere we have had a military presence, we have never left. Tell me why the fuck we're bombing Syria. Tell me why the fuck we're fucking with any of this. Ukraine, Russia, okay, I get it. We have to hide Biden's crimes. We have to hide the fact that, I can't say that we're on YouTube, but a certain bug that caused a certain crisis that made the population locked down was actually manufactured in the country whose borders are more important because Russia. Meanwhile, we're struggling to put food on the table. And the people in Ukraine are living it up. Because your $67 of your money, it's probably more now with inflation, with the things are, but roughly around a year ago, $67 of your money would roughly equal $2,500 of their money. Yet they only get paid, on average, $400 a month, which would equal out to be $400 American money. Part of the Ukraine package that we had was sending $2,500 to every single $2,500 of their money to every single Ukrainian, which roughly equaled out to about $67 of your taxpayer money went to every single Ukrainian. At that point in time, there was 12, 14 million, something like that, living in Ukraine. Do the math. That was part of the funding, which led to, especially with us helping their economy, keeping their small businesses afloat while they shuttered yours, which led to funding their economy to where their farms are up and running. Their manufacturing is okay. They're literally, we have an economic boom in Ukraine going on, so much so that a war-torn country is literally having fucking parties in the most attacked city in the country, from what the media tells us. They're literally living it up on the nightlife on a fucking dime and laughing at you because you keep sending them money because Zelensky tells you to. Meanwhile, ain't shit been going on this year as far as this year or a good portion of the last year as far as the Russia-Ukraine war went on because man, Russia stopped. They took the regions that they wanted to take and they just stopped. They just held their position. They may be moving again, but it's all because for damn near a year, he threw everything. This is what gets me, ladies and gentlemen. Ukraine threw everything the U.S. had. Ukraine threw everything the U.S. had in reserves at their army, and they barely gained an inch. I mean, isn't there a big anomaly going on right off the coast of Antarctica heading up to Africa? Doesn't Russia have nuclear torpedoes that cause tsunamis? Didn't that anomaly happen at least 4 times this year alone, which is pretty much once a month? Yeah, there's a lot of funny things happening in the world right now, and none of it's good. None of it's good, and it's America's fault. It's our fault. We're supposed to be the shining beacon of the world, and we fell asleep at the wheel. We're supposed to be the hope of everybody. And we literally shoved the needle in our jugular. We're supposed to be what everybody in the world aspires to be. And we've become what our enemies are. I'm not happy with this, ladies and gentlemen. Everything that I was taught as a kid, everything that I was brought up to believe as far as what this country is and what it stands for. Yeah, that's not what it is. Our major export in this country is war. Our major export in this country is going over to other countries and killing you. I'm not happy with this. And I hope you aren't either. Look, I'm just going off the cuff and I'm being real with y'all right now. This needs to change. This can't happen anymore. We can't be this. We can't do this. In the Constitution, I'm sorry, it's the Declaration of Independence. It says we have the right to alter or abolish any tyrannical government, including our own. Why do we fear them? Why do we fear these people? I mean, honest. We put them in power, so we have this sadomasochistic obsession with fearing the same people that we supposedly put in power? What is this? I'm not going to go on any more rants. And I don't want to say what I really want to say. Not on YouTube. Not here. However, I will say this. We're going to finish it off with this. We're going to have another episode of Off Label tomorrow because of my problems and everything. Davey's going to be at the helm of that. This is going to be interesting. But this will be the last trip I go out of town for. I'm not doing this anymore. I get screwed over every time I do that. I'm not doing this shit anymore. But I will admit, and I do want to say, starting next week, Off Label is going to go 2 days a week. And it will be better quality. We're going to get away from StreamYard. We're actually going to have some kind of production going on and things like that. We're going to make this work. We got big plans coming up for this show, for other shows, for an entire network of shows. And we will talk about that more tomorrow on Off Label. You guys on the ground floor of something that we can make great. Come join us. Of course, I'm going to do it. Fuck it. Whatever. Like, share, subscribe, all that dumb shit. Just whatever. I'm not here to beg for that. I don't care. You know what to do. This country needs to change if we're going to do anything. We need to change. We can't be quiet anymore. We can't be afraid. We can't cower. We can't turn a blind eye. We can't say, well, I'm glad it's not me anymore. Because, ladies and gentlemen, it is me. It is you. It is all of us at this point. Left, right, center. Doesn't matter. We got a lot of news coming out for Off Label tomorrow. You guys are going to want to check that out. Like I said, Davey will be at the helm because I've had a lot of problems tonight, and I really don't want to deal with that tomorrow. So I'll just be here with a mic and a camera, and he'll take care of the rest. Got a lot of changes coming. You're going to want to check that out. But this is your taxpayer dollars at work. Ladies and gentlemen, I can't help but question, as I'm trying to get this closing thing set up here, I can't help but question, are you happy with this?
There is then no constitutional basis for this MAGA Republican argument that Texas or any other state can ignore federal law at the southern border. If there is no real constitutional controversy, why are we here today? The real purpose of today's hearing is to serve as one more distraction from the MAGA Republican majority's total failure on border policy.
Most of the immigration is coming through Texas, is it not?
Currently, yes.
And are most of those immigrants staying in Texas?
There are a lot of them staying in Texas, but they are routing throughout the country. It's affecting the whole nation.
But are most of them staying in Texas?
No.
Where are they going to?
Well, you'd have to ask each one of them where they're going.
I don't have time for that. You should have an idea.
If the American people choose former President Trump to return as commander-in-chief, then blank.
Then we will lose credibility on the world stage. It will set us back decades in terms of diplomacy and being able to build democracies around the world. It will cause us to lose senior military leaders who refuse to serve under somebody who was engaged in inciting an insurrection, and it will weaken the diverse recruitment of the military that we need to keep our country safe.
And Mr. Knudsen, I just want to drill down a little bit because you said if there was a conviction. So are you saying that Mr. Mayorkas should be convicted criminally before he could be impeached?
Congressman, no, I'm simply speaking to your example of would inciting violence against a police officer rise to the level of impeachable offense. My testimony was if there was a conviction for that crime, then yes.
Okay, and obstruction of justice, you said the same thing, right?
Correct.
Quit the tough guy act in these Senate hearings. You know where to find me. Any place, anytime, cowboy. Sir, this is a time, this is a place. You want to run your mouth? We can be two consenting adults. We can finish it here.
Okay, that's fine. Perfect.
You want to do it now?
I'd love to do it right now.
Well, stand your butt up then.
You stand your butt up.
Oh, hold on.
Big
Oh,
guy.
hold, stop it.
Is that your
All right.
solution?
Hold it.
No, sit down. Sit down. Okay. You're a United States Senator. Sit down.
Actively.
Oh, okay.
The executive branch is effectively saying they've got the with some actually basis, saying they've got the constitutional authority to do what they need to do with respect to going after foreign actors and collect that information. We've got to be mindful about how we're fully structuring this to protect against abuses there, because I fully believe if we let this expire, or if 702 never existed, the executive branch is going to continue to go collect that information anyway, and they'll backdoor whatever the hell they want.
But that's just one example of why Republicans don't want transparency. That's why they don't want public hearings. They know that unless they do this behind closed doors, this whole extreme political stunt will evaporate because their lies will be exposed. And so they voted no on transparency and openness and no on open hearings. I think at the very least, Republicans should be more transparent and require a separate vote on a resolution authorizing our committees to go to court.
Y'all have a good night. We'll see you again for another episode of Off Label tomorrow.